Testing 1 2 3, Worcestershire against Kent. Code. Testing audio 1 2 3. even a little bit better than yesterday in terms of temperature, and the situation is that Worcestershire are 94 for 1. They trail by 102 runs. They're not out batsmen Jake Libby on 52 and Kashif Ali on 15. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford Worcester. Very good morning to you, and a very good morning alongside me to my good friend Dan Whiting. Good morning, Dan.
Morning, Frank, and yeah, you're right. It is another gorgeous day. Welcome to paradise, as they say. And I tell you what, it's a big day for Kent here because they need to drag themselves back into this contest. They let themselves down yesterday. My interview with Matt Milnes, which will be on BBC Radio Kent, wasn't pleasant actually, and he was justifiably in a fairly bad mood. And it's good that he cares. And Kent need some wickets early doors here, without a shadow of a doubt. They need to start getting themselves onto the board, and Keith Dudgeon is the man who's got the ball in his hand here from the New Road end. He'll spearhead the attack this morning, and they'll be looking to him as their overseas star to actually make some inroads into this Worcestershire top order.
Yeah, Dudgeon, who bowled from the Diglis end yesterday, having a first bowl from the New Road end. Just 5 overs he's bowled so far. No maidens, no wicket for 24. And he comes in now to bowl the first ball of day 2. Bowls, and it's short, and 4 runs. Kashif Ali pulls it away. Absolute gimme, to be honest. It was short, it wasn't quick, it sat up nicely, and Kashif Ali, who perished to the first ball of the day at Derby in last round, or the round before of games, gets away to a good start this morning with a boundary to square leg. And the 100 comes up. That's
only the second bouncer I think we've seen in the game. I think Parkinson got one slipped to him yesterday, didn't he, by Tom Taylor.
As Dudgeon comes in again, and Kashif just backs away for some movement behind the arm. I think generous to call that a bouncer. I think Dan, really more of a lollipop, really. But we didn't see much use of the short pitch delivery yesterday. We saw the Worcestershire seamers basically concentrating, as they really ought to have done, on the top of off stump. There's Dudgeon in once more to Kashif Ali, who drives sweetly to this one, which is fuller, and drives straight to the Kent skipper Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-off. A gorgeous morning here at New Road. Blue sky, a little bit of wispy cloud, bright sunshine, temperature around about 20 degrees I'd guess, and the weather set fair, not just for today but for the remainder of the game, and indeed the week, as Dudgeon moves away from us. Right arm over the wicket, bowls to Kashif Ali. Fuller again this time, and Kashif digs this one out of the block hole and squeezes it along the ground back past the bowler. Matt Parkinson comes across from mid-on to do the fielding. 100 for 1 then, Worcestershire. They trail by 96 runs, and their game plan, one assumes this morning, is simply to bat for most of today, try and build a substantial lead. Dudgeon in, bowls, and Kashif is forward, pushing out into the offside, and there's no run. And then perhaps to get Kent in again before the end of day 2. But I think it remains to be seen how quickly they can score, and whether indeed they can get a substantial lead, because the ball is only 24 and a half overs old. There's no reason why it should not do a little bit for the Kent bowlers this morning. Nipped around most of the day yesterday, not in any extravagant fashion, but there was always a little bit in the pitch for the bowler. Dudgeon in once more, bowls, and on the back foot this time Kashif plays a forcing shot into the covers. Joey Everson makes a tumbling stop at cover, and there is no addition. Not as many spectators in the ground this morning as yesterday. We often find this at New Road, that Fridays are better attended than the weekend. Much more going on at the weekend. League cricket around the county begins today. Good luck to anybody involved in that who might be just grabbing a bit of county cricket this morning before they go off to play. Dudgeon in again, bowls. Kashif on the back foot, defends out into the offside. And so that affects the crowd here. And also still quite a bit of football going on, of course, up and down the country. Various issues to be resolved in various leagues, including the Premier League, League One, Championship, etc. So for the sporting minded, there are distractions today. Those are here, fully focused on the cricket. As Dudgeon is in and bowls, and Kashif is on the back foot and just steers this one out behind square on the offside. And there's no run, and that is the end of the over. Just the 4 runs coming from it. They came off the first ball of the day, which was pulled away by Kashif. He's on 19. Jake Libby, who's yet to face a ball this morning, is on 52. And Worcestershire are nicely placed on 100 for 1. We're about to see Matt Milnes bowl from the Diglis end. Milnes, who has the 1 wicket that has fallen in this game, that of Dan Latigan, smartly caught by Tuanda Miei at slip, but he had made 25 of the first 32 runs that were on the board at that point, and made them in belligerent fashion, actually, with 6 boundaries. Got the innings off to a very positive start before becoming the only batsman to be out in the Worcestershire innings so far. Here's Milnes then from the Diglis end. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Libby is out. To the very first ball he has faced this morning, an absolute trimmer, bowled by Milnes. Great start for Milnes, and Libby, who no doubt will have had his eyes set on playing a long innings today, unable to build on his excellent start yesterday, undone by a really good delivery from Milnes, just pushing at it, just nipped away by the look of it and clipped off stump. And Libby has gone to the first ball that he's faced for 52, and Worcestershire are 100 for 2. And Matt Milnes, who Dan was saying was a bit grumpy last night, probably be feeling a little bit better this morning, Dan, after that.
Yeah, that was you don't want too near those first thing in the morning, do you? But it's just what the Kentish doctor ordered, and Kent really need, well, they need to go bang 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 here, don't they, because they need to drag themselves back into this contest. But that was a seed of doom, as they're known. So Libby departs, and we're going to see Adam Hose come to the wicket. He's just strolling out. Had a bad day in the slips yesterday, Adam Hose.
He did. They don't come much worse, do they?
No, and he's normally, he normally catches pigeons in there as well, doesn't he?
I wouldn't perhaps go that far. I mean, he's not. He's a regular in there.
Yeah.
He's not. I think he's not got. He's not got fantastic numbers behind him. He wasn't in there all the time.
He's not Daryl Mitchell.
Year. No,
he's no Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah, but you don't often see anybody drop 3, do you, in a day?
No.
Really?
All of Tom Taylor as well. I think he owed Tom Taylor a pint last night, didn't he?
I think you might have been moved out of there if there had been many other candidates. But as I said yesterday, Worcestershire have had to rebuild their slip cordon 2 or 3 times in the last 4 years or so. And
actually, never mind a pint. I think he owed Tom Taylor lobster and caviar slap up dinner.
They weren't all off Taylor. I think one of them was off somebody else. Is Milnes anyway in, bowls and hoses off the mark. First ball slightly over pitched on leg stump, just clipped away by Taylor off his by Hose off his pads, and he's away. So 101 for 2. Got to put that out of their minds, these two now, and just it's just like starting the day all over again, really, isn't it? It's not you don't dwell on it. Libby's got a good one, and it's as simple as that, really. Just hope you don't get too many like that.
I thought one from Dudgeon kept a little low on Kashif Ali in the last over as well.
There's Milnes again over the wicket, bowls to Kashif, who goes back, pushes out on the offside, and Joey Everson comes in from cover to do the fielding. Still haven't seen a replay of the Libby one. Looking for it to appear shortly and find out just exactly what happened. My impression was that it pitched and just nipped a tiny bit away, just enough,
and kissed the outside of off stump. Yeah,
that's. It was a great start anyway for Matt Milnes. I mean, they go out and warm up, and sometimes a bowler like Dudgeon this morning will come up and his first ball's a real loosener. On the contrary, Milnes' first ball was an absolute trimmer.
Ooh.
This next one is full, and Kashif pushes out on the onside, and there's lots of hands on heads in the slips and roars of encouragement because Kent have got the start that they wanted this morning. And it's up to Kashif and Adam Hose to re-establish the dominance of bat over ball. There we are, just watching the replay now of that delivery. A really good one. In fact, I'm not sure it nipped away as much as
certainly gone down the Bakerloo when he should have been down the Piccadilly.
Milnes bowls again and Kashif pushes out onto the offside. Yeah, it just I mean, it sounds a bit obvious to say he missed it, but what I mean is its angle, maybe just did a tiny little bit, didn't it? It was a good delivery. He had to play it, pitched about off stump and just nipped enough past the outside edge and touched the top of off stump. Really good delivery. Here's Milnes again, looking to repeat it. Last ball of the over, bowls, and again a lot of noise and excitement behind the stumps. I can't quite see why, because Kashif just tucked it neatly off his pads for a single. End of the over, 102 for 2. Kashif has 20. Adam Hose has 1, and the man out this morning, Jake Libby, bowled by the first ball he received from Matt Milnes for 52.
Yeah, so Dudgeon is going to continue. A couple of years ago, I did because Keith, you don't get many kids christened these days called Keith, do you? You don't sort of see many people going, here's my baby Keith. Yeah. But I actually did a Keith 11, right, in my book, Taking the Mic. And Keith Dudgeon would go straight into that 11. So I've got Keith Fletcher, Keith Pont, Keith Boyce. Funny how so many have got an Essex connection. Yeah.
Worcester connection there as well, did you know that?
With Keith
Fletcher, born in Worcester.
Was he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's Keith Dudgeon from the New Road End.
So who else have you got? Keith Barker.
Yeah, Keith Barker, and I've got Keith Stackpole, Keith Miller. Yeah. Who was a pilot in the Australian RAF, wasn't he? And said, playing cricket is not pressure. Yeah. Pressure is flying with a Messerschmitt up your derriere. Yeah. Yes, in Australianisms. Yeah. Keith Arthurton, Keith Jennings, Keith Newell, Keith Barker, and Shane Keith Warne. Mm-hmm. There you go. Yeah. So, defended.
And since you've introduced trivial nonsense, it'll be time for the quiz.
It is, but firstly, before we come on to that, I haven't got a 12th man actually. I mean, I don't know if Keith Chegwin could sort of get in there. I don't know whether the Jolly Scouse prankster sort of, would have played cricket back in his day.
I've got a Keith for you. My captain for Old Hill when we won the national knockout various times played here, Keith Wilkinson.
Okay, yeah. Brilliant.
Sadly died 2 years ago.
Gets you Keiths. We want to hear you Keiths. Driven pleasantly there by Kashif. We want to hear. So drop us a line at the middle stump or at Frank Watson 58 and let us know your Keiths.
Right. What is my quiz question?
Yeah.
What links? It's a bit like yesterday. A player from this county and a player from Kent. What links Basil D'Oliveira?
Yeah.
And Neil Taylor. Neil Taylor, Kent batsman, of my sort of vintage, played against him in schoolboy and county youth cricket and so on. What links Neil Taylor with Basil D'Oliveira? That's today's question.
Now, I've never heard of a herb called Neil, so it's not that, is it?
No. That one pushed away on the offside by Kashif. I'll finish this over and then you can take over with Milnes.
Okay.
102 for 2 Worcestershire. Libby out to the first ball he faced this morning, ball by Milnes for 52. Kashif has moved on to 20. He's added 5 to his overnight score. Adam Hose has 1. And here's Keith Dudgeon from the New Road End, bowling to Kashif, who's on the back foot, playing defensively up to mid-off. So we've had an 11 made up of Keiths, with a 12th man, Keith Wilkinson. And now, the quiz question, challenging listeners. You could cheat, but it's quite a hard one, even to cheat on this one. I try really hard to make it so that they can't just Google things. But what is the similarity, if you like, between Basil D'Oliveira, the legend, and Neil Taylor, the former Kent batsman? Dudgeon bowls. Kashif slightly hurried by that one.
Is that kept low?
On the onside.
Is that kept low there?
And it's 102 for 2 at the end of the over.
That seemed to hit the bottom of Kashif's bat. He's now looking at his bat as well. I think we might just be seeing signs of a little bit of wear and tear on this surface, perhaps. No, not really.
I wasn't so sure. I mean, maybe it didn't bounce as much as he expected, but it wasn't a
grubber.
Was it?
No. Right, Milnes from the Diglis end, in front of the aforementioned Basil D'Oliveira stand.
Did you have Keith Piper in your side?
No, I didn't. No, I played against Keith Piper.
Great keeper.
He's not very well at the moment, apparently. So that's pushed to mid-on. Yep, so if you're listening, Keith, and I remember you from your days at Tottenham, played in the same side as Mark Elaine and those guys through the Haringey Cricket College.
And Reg Scarlett, who used to play every year against Reg at Broadway Cricket Club. Played for the President's 11.
He's a character, isn't he?
Yeah, lovely chap.
Yeah. And there were a couple of others as well who went into the county game for the Haringey Cricket College. There's a guy called DJ Foster. Milnes in and driven to Beldrummond at mid-off. Yeah, there's a guy called DJ Foster who went to Somerset, and a guy called Stephen Bastian who went to Glamorgan.
Yeah, I remember him. Played here in '88 when Worcestershire won the championship for Glamorgan.
Yeah. And obviously Mark Elaine and Keith Piper were the stars of that. But it came out of, because obviously Tottenham back in sort of the mid-80s, you know, you'd had the Broadwater Farm riots and there were sort of issues there as Hose just defends. There were a few sort of issues down there, and it shone brightly for a number of years and then ran out of funding, sadly. But Daniel Beldrummond is on a mission to try and get kids from Afro-Caribbean ethnicity back into the game, because they've been lost to the game. And Daniel is doing this in Lewisham and deserves a lot of credit for doing so as well. Milnes probing away, bowling the right areas. He spoke yesterday about Kent not bowling the right areas, and he's on the money this morning. Met his dad yesterday as well, Mark Milnes, who's a very nice chap, and his mum. And we had a good chat about Notts County. He's from Plumtree Cricket Club in Nottingham, who have produced a number of players. David Beddingham was over there actually for a little bit. As Milnes comes in, pushes it out into the covers. But yeah, Mark was a good lad actually, very funny guy. Gorgeous morning here on the Costa del Worcester. Milnes past umpire Widdop, full, driven to Beldrummond, who hurls it into the gloves of Benjamin. That's the end of the over. And Worcestershire are 102 for 2, but already you can see that Kent are bowling far better areas this morning than they did yesterday, aren't they?
Yeah, well, just a lot straighter, I think. Simple as that, really, and making the batsman play. Host played a couple of sweet drives in that over, but straight to Bell Drummond. But that won't bother him too much, because it's always nice when you go out there just to feel the ball in the middle of the bat. The pitch looks of reasonable pace. Discussions that I had with players last night suggested they thought it was a good cricket pitch, really. Certainly better than anything here last year. Dudgeon is in and bowls, and Kashif leaves that alone outside the off stump with a bit of pace in it. And you could get in, you could play shots, but there was always a little bit there for the bowlers, which made us reflect even more that where Kent really erred yesterday in terms of their bowling was in terms of their accuracy. They didn't make the batsman play enough in that last session, and didn't really sufficiently copy what they'd seen the Worcestershire bowlers do. But this morning, so far, much better from Dudgeon and Milnes. Here's Dudgeon bowling, and Kashif is forward to this one, pushing out on the offside. Only really one loose delivery this morning. It was the very first ball of the morning, which Dudgeon dropped short to Kashif, and he pulled it to the square leg boundary. So 102 for 2. If you want to have a go at the quiz question, what links Basil D'Oliveira of Worcestershire and Neil Taylor of Kent, then Twitter is the way to get in touch, or X. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Dan is at the middle stump, which is where Kent could well be bowling this morning. Dudgeon comes in and bowls, and Kashif just pushes straight back to the bowler. So we're at Frank Watson 58 or at the middle stump. Quiz question: what links Basil D'Oliveira and Neil Taylor? It would be hard to get this without recourse to some sort of statistical gurus, really, or some sort of website, but you might be able to guess it. You might know enough about one or the other of them to have a good go at it. Anyway, here's Dudgeon again, bowls. Kashif a little bit looser this time, drives, but straight to Bell Drummond at mid-off. I mentioned yesterday that Kashif needs an innings, and he needs to stay at the crease, and he needs to just settle down and not worry too much about the scoreboard, and this is an ideal opportunity actually. Decent pitch, good day, good weather, no pressure whatsoever from the scoreboard. He's faced 75 deliveries so far for his 20, and there is absolutely no reason for him to feel under any kind of pressure whatsoever in terms of the scoreboard. He won't want to just sit there and be bowled at, but at the same time he can afford to keep the good ones out and wait for the bad ones. That isn't a bad one, just short of a length outside off stump, and he's on the back foot, punching it up to Bell Drummond at mid-off. A man has been dispatched to the boundary at square leg, but as yet nobody has used that ploy of banging the ball in and deliberately trying to get somebody caught in that area. We've seen a fielder go back 2 or 3 times, but it's always been a bluff rather than an actual strategy, and indeed
Cohen is coming in now.
Back in now, so I don't know what the point of that was at all, really, to send him back for a couple of balls which were pitched up on off stump. But there we go. Here comes Dudgeon again, bowls, and that's Fuller, and Kashif a bit annoyed with himself that he didn't time that a little bit better, just squeezed it up to mid-off where it was fielded by Bell Drummond. That was a maiden from Dudgeon. 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30. His figures, the only wicket taker. His partner in the bowling attack this morning at the other end, Matt Milnes, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33.
Why is Kashif so annoyed? I mean, it was 4. I mean, it was maybe half volley length, but, you know, don't get frustrated. Just sit your stall out to bat all day. That's what Worcestershire want to do here. They bat maybe until lunchtime tomorrow. They win the game. Kent have then got to bat 5 sessions to save it. Big ask, isn't it, to bat 5 sessions. Here's Milnes to Hose, who drives without any sort of sense of timing, really. The ball dribbles out into the covers to what looks like Joey Everson, extra cover. Gorgeous day. Went for a little walk into Worcester this morning. It's a lovely place, isn't it?
There are worse.
Yeah. Defended by Hose, again pushed out to Everson.
I mean, it's not a.
Although the lady.
Worcester's not a city without its issues at the moment. Traffic is a problem, particularly at certain times of the day, and the bridges with heavy traffic. Any city that relies upon its bridges is going to suffer bottlenecks, etc. And it's not immune from modern day problems, but it is a pleasant enough place to live, big enough to matter and not too big, I think is the way I always feel about Worcester.
Milnes defended by Hose. This is good from Milnes, making him play. There's a lady actually in one of the shops this morning said to me, "Oh, you're not from round here, are you?" I said, No, I'm from London. I'm working for 4 days on the cricket. And she said, "Well, lucky for you, you get to go home."
Well, there you go. Yeah.
I said, "You're not a fan of Worcester?" She went, "No, not really." I said, "It's one of my favourites on the circuit."
Can't please everybody.
No, you can't. Here's Milnes trying to get one through Hose's defences. Yeah, but I mean, every city's got its sort of issues, isn't it? You know, it's one of those sort of things in life, really, isn't it? That everyone sort of moans about the place where they live. Ben Dawkins just having a little walk out in front of us. Got 200 the other week in the second 11. That's a tight single there. If mid-wicket had gathered that cleanly, I think that's Cohen there.
Well, he would have been doing well to throw it.
It's to his left hand.
Yeah, but he was lying on the ground. I mean, I think Hose was fairly safe there.
Yeah.
And I can see why he took it. Having said that, they've got no scoreboard pressure. You don't want to just
get stuck.
Well, I think particularly you don't want to let one bowler bowl at the same batter all the time and settle into a rhythm.
Well, they've had 9 runs this morning for loss of Jake Libby. Milnes to Kashif, who defends solidly. End the over, 103 for 2, having commenced this morning on 94 for 1. This is much, much better from Kent, it's got to be said.
Interesting to look at some of the other schools around the country. I know they've only just got going this morning, but I was struck, as would most Worcestershire supporters be, by the events at Trent Bridge yesterday, because you had Josh Tongue picking up a 5 for.
Yeah.
He's bowling this morning 5 for 107 at the moment. But Ed Barnard, who is now 150 not out at Trent Bridge.
Wowzers.
He got a big 100 at Trent Bridge for Worcestershire 3 or 4 years ago. It was one of in a losing cause, but it was one of the best innings I've seen anybody play for Worcestershire for a long, long time.
Andrew Bird's been in touch. Got a message for you, Frank.
Oh yeah.
Said, "Hey Frank, just mentioned Keith Wilkinson. I was at Lord's that day. What a fabulous innings. I still have the scorecard."
There you go. I was playing. Here's Dudgeon bowling, and this is a little bit short outside the off stump. Hose gets a single, forcing off the back foot out into the covers, and takes the score on to 104 for 2.
How many did you get that day, Andrew?
I didn't get many that day. I got quite a few the following year. I think I got 18 that day, or 16 or something, but I got an unbeaten 60 odd the following year. So my average at Lords is in the 80s. I'm happy with that, Dan. Keith Dudgeon from the New Road End into bowl to Kashif, and that is driven and caught at backward point. It's a loose shot from Kashif, very similar to the way that he got out at Derby a couple of weeks ago, almost exactly the same, wide, driven at it. His weight is off the shot, he's not leaning into the ball, he's leaning back off the ball, and consequently it's gone in the air low to backward point, and it's a good catch by Ben Compton, and that is a poor start to the day for Worcestershire. Have lost 2 wickets in adding just a few runs this morning, just 10 runs indeed, and they've almost got to start again now, as Adam Hose will be joined by his captain Brett D'Oliveira. Well bowled.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a build-up of pressure. Was
Yeah.
it Milnes, actually? Yeah, it was Milnes, actually,
Was it?
who
Okay.
took that catch. Kashif Ali, though, we saw the one where he got frustrated with himself for not putting away the half volley. And I just thought then, he's getting frustrated, and that one wasn't quite there to drive, was it?
Well,
And he's got his weight wrong, as
I'd
you
have to have a
said.
look at it. Yeah, I think he got it. I think it was there to drive, but I think instead of going into the shot,
Yeah.
he's gone onto the front foot, and then his weight has come back and off the shot slightly. That was my impression, and hence he's sliced it away to backward point rather than driving it in front of square. So yeah, a big breakthrough for Kent, and yeah, well bowled by Keith Dudgeon. Got his reward for some accurate bowling this morning, and Kashif has missed out really. Worcestershire have lost 2 wickets this morning in adding 10 runs. Great start for Kent, and you know, they've undone a lot of the good work that was done yesterday.
Yeah.
Kent have got themselves right back into it now.
Yeah, they have. They have. Quick couple here, and you never know.
Yeah, exactly.
You never know.
Absolutely. But that would be my impression. I'm going to have a look at it before I can sort of be definitive about that. But he got out in exactly the same way at Derby. First ball of the day a couple of weeks ago. I think it was on the Sunday morning on day 3.
It's weight transfer, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's Dudgeon again then to D'Oliveira, the captain, and he's on the back foot to his first ball. Plays this one out on the offside, and there's no run. 104 for 3 then. Worcestershire, they've lost Libby to the first ball he faced this morning, the 7th ball of the day, bowled by a trimmer from Matt Milnes, which kissed the top of off stump. And that really is the story. Top of off stump. Let's think about that. That's what the Worcestershire bowlers were aiming at yesterday, and it's what the Kent bowlers have been aiming at pretty much this morning. Kashif just slicing a catch to Milnes at backward point in this over. This next one is not aimed at the top of off stump, it's down the leg side, and D'Oliveira misses it as he attempts to clip it away off his pads, and it's gathered by the diving Chris Benjamin, and there's no addition to the score.
There's plenty left in the Worcestershire hutch, though. I mean, Roderick's a dangerous customer. Ethan Brooks can bat. Waite can bat. Swanepoel can bat.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor's no mug.
No, Tom Taylor's very
Hannah
decent
Dolby,
number 10.
all right, but you know, there's plenty left in the Worcestershire hutch.
Oh, there is indeed. Yeah. Dudgeon in again, bowls. D'Oliveira's clipping this one away uppishly on the leg side, but safely, and he gets his first runs by way of a boundary. It was a poor delivery, and he clipped it away wide of the fielder at mid-wicket, in the air for the first part of its journey, but it goes to the boundary. 108 for 3. Been in good, decent form, D'Oliveira, so far this season.
Keep your answer to Frank's quiz coming to us at the middle stump, or at Frank Watson 58.
Haven't got maybe somebody here has just come in with one. Oh no, it's Andrew again. Yes, he put me into that message. I have to tell you, Andrew, about that Keith Wilkinson innings. It was the first time that Old Hill won the National Knockout, and Keith won it off his own bat, really, with a brilliant knock towards the end. Down the leg side again, gathered by Benjamin, diving to his left end of the over. 108 for 3. I have to admit that I didn't watch. I was out, and it got so tight and tense that I went and ran a bath and lay in the bath and listened to the cheers. And when I came out, we'd won.
Were you a bat thrower, Frank? When you got a rough decision, were you
never thrown a bat in my life. Never thrown a bat in my life.
Did you ever kit around or anything
not
like
at all.
that?
No, never ever seen the point in any of that.
Were you just one of these calm people, just took your stuff off, but
much.
kept quiet?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Never thrown a bat in my life, certainly. They cost too much, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's a great quote last year from Darren Lehman as Milnes comes in and Hose gets forward. Darren Lehman last year, first game of the season when Keith Dudgeon got 7 and about 3 Northamptonshire players were out shouldering arms to him. And he said, bats these days cost 500 quid a pop. I don't know why ours didn't use theirs more.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to pay for them, I suppose, but yeah. Oh, that flipping thing's reflecting again.
Yeah.
Exactly the same place.
Yeah, it was a bit later in the day yesterday though, wasn't it? Bouncer from Milnes. Good bouncer as well. Hose plays it comfortably.
Oh dear, that's very annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, Frank and I are being blinded by a reflection of a windscreen in the car park at the Diglis end. Currently feeling like St Paul on the road to Damascus, having a,
Was he watching cricket?
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to convert to if we're both going to like sort of convert to sort of God now, and it's a lifetime of calling. Oh, that's a big shout, possibly a bit high. But a decent shout. Milnes fancied it, but I think it was a little bit high for me. But a decent enough shout, and Milnes is on the money this morning. Let's have another look at it on the replay. Maybe going down as well. Apart from that, I thought we had a lot going for it.
Yeah. Too high and going down.
Yeah, but apart from that, a decent shout.
Yeah. Might have hit it.
Yeah, yeah. But he didn't overstep, so that's a start. Milnes again. This is really good from Matt Milnes. Really, really good. He's dragging his side back into this contest. Another one now, and Kent are right back in the game. This will really please Adam Hollyoak, but it's what's behind these two. It's then down to Mikey Cohen and Joey Everson to continue the good work. Oh, that's a big half a shout, strangled appeal. Milnes thrusting his front pad at that. I think maybe a little bit of bat involved as well. Did he give a leg bye? I don't think he did.
No, he definitely got a leg.
Yeah. But Matt Milnes is asking a few questions here. And he comes. That's going to be 4, whatever they are. Leg byes, perhaps. Runs. Yeah. Fine little tickle down the leg side. And Milnes just striving for that perfect line and just getting it slightly wrong.
Just a suggestion that both Dudgeon and Mills in their last overs have just been a tiny bit tired after the first 40 minutes. They bowled really well, but just a suggestion that they're losing their line, which is what happens. But yeah, a big improvement this morning. Absolutely big improvement.
Classic county cricket fan now to our right there, reading the paper on a Sunday morning, just occasionally glancing up to have a look at the action. In a floppy hat. That's what it's about, isn't it? That's what it's about.
Here's Dudgeon again from the New Road End bowls, and that is a beautiful shot from Hose. And I'll tell you how straight that was. It's not got any runs. He's hammered it straight back down the ground, and how straight? Well, it took the middle stump out. That's how straight.
Nearly harpooned Paul Baldwin. That's umpire.
Yeah, really good shot. Just watching the Kashif dismissal, and I think my impression of his weight transfer is correct. Actually, just having another look at it, I think he's just probably coming off the shot a little bit, as we say. And that is consequently why he has paid the ultimate price. Dudgeon again is in. The hose is kind of walking into this one, pushing it defensively. So here we go. Kashif's dismissal. Yeah, collapsing.
A little bit of a weight movement though as well, which probably caused it not to come off the middle.
Yeah, no, it's the collapsing of the back, the right-hand side of the setup. I think that's caused the ball to go in the air. That's what I'm getting at, really. But yeah, he'll be annoyed with himself. He's just got to lean into it and hit it in front of square. Here's Dudgeon again into Hose, bowls, and Hose is again walking in that characteristic fashion in behind it and just pushing it back up the pitch. And there's no run.
I think that's
13 for 3.
I think that's one of Dudgeon's strengths, is when he does get the ball to hoop around, it's late swing. You know, it's not, you know, when you're batting and you see it come out the fingers and it swings from the hand, you can deal with that generally, can't you? But late swing is far more effective.
Waiting, sends his man out again now to deep mid-wicket. Willie ball short. Is it a bluff? Comes in again now, bowls, and it's full, and Hose is driving it up to mid-on. Maybe also thinking that if he just drifts a little bit and gets picked up on the leg side, that might go in the air to that man who is not on the boundary at square leg, but about 10 yards inside the boundary. 113 for 3. D'Oliveira has 8, Hose has 4. If you're just joining us, Libby out to the first ball he received this morning, bowled by Milnes, and Kashif out for 20, caught by Milnes off the bowling of Dudgeon at backward point. The 2 men out today. Dudgeon is in and bowls, and Hose is getting a single, just working this one wide of Parkinson at mid-on, and he moves on to 5, just accumulating very steadily this morning. Adam Hose, he's faced 23 deliveries. Brett D'Oliveira has 8, he's hit 2 boundaries, and he faced 5 deliveries. That's the way it goes sometimes. Hose played probably the shot of the day and didn't get any runs for it at all, because it went straight back and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end and actually removed the middle stump. But no reward for that. Here comes Dudgeon again over the wicket. Balls, and D'Oliveira's in behind this and pushing out on the offside. And there is no run. It's the end of the over as Joey Everson does the fielding. Dan goes off to update BBC Radio Kent listeners. No, he doesn't. He goes off for something, and it's 114 for 3. D'Oliveira on 8, Hose on 5. And are we going to see a bowling change, or is Milnes going to carry on this morning? Milnes is going to carry on. So both Milnes and Dudgeon putting in reasonable stints this morning. Dudgeon's bowled 5 overs this morning. Milnes similar, and he's about to start his 6th. And here's Dan to describe it for you.
So that's defended, just pushed back. No run. Milnes, yeah, he was exceedingly grumpy last night, but I like that in a player. You know that when he's had a bad day and his side's had a bad day, I don't think the Kent fans want to see somebody all smiles and happy. I think they want to see somebody who cares. In he comes, and Hose yet again defends. And no run. We've got a special guest coming on. in about 20 minutes or so. He's one of the finest journalists in the country. He's a man well known in cricketing circles. As Milnes comes in, and that's gorgeous from Hose. He just missed out with the stumps, saving 4 runs in the last over, but that is a shot of the highest quality there. Straight drive, straight down to the Diglis end, and everything was textbook. Lovely shot.
Yeah. You should get something, shouldn't you, for uproot in the middle stump, I think. Maybe we should bring in a new rule that gives you 4 if you drive the ball straight back and it actually takes the middle stump out of the ground. Like a bullseye or something, just an extra little bonus. It's not going to happen if the bowler's touched it, because it wouldn't have the power on it.
What about the umpire's fibula?
I was being serious.
Milnes looking to get his revenge.
I mean, he's played. It was the shot of the day, really.
It was.
And it's so annoying.
I think
if
it's
you
shot
do
of the
it.
match.
It's so annoying.
Shot the match, yeah.
In many ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a super shot. And then he plays one where it probably didn't quite time it as well, but it missed the stumps and he gets 4. It's the quirks of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. What about if a bowler touches it for the run out? Do you think that's left alone? That's a good leave, because I think Benjamin has taken that outside leg stump. I think that's nipped back after the ball's past the stumps. Yeah, do you think that's...
it's another quirk, and it happened at Lords. Ethan Brooks got one at Lords where he flicked it and it went onto the stumps. I mean, it's just another one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't do anything about it.
No.
I've often said that one of the things that tests you at cricket is that you can practice all week and be in the form of your life, and then be dismissed through absolutely no fault of your own, and you can't do anything about it. You have to cope with that.
Left alone again by Hose. I find.
That's
I mean, I'm
one
a
of the
level.
ways, isn't it?
I'm a level 2 umpire. Yeah, and I umpire for my club at the weekends when I can. And you know, when one gets drilled back at you, you back yourself from. You're probably about 24 yards, aren't you, from where you're umpiring, from where the batter's actually standing. And you back yourself there. But what I hate is when one's drilled back and the bowler sticks out a boot and then it ricochets, because then you've got about 6 or 7 yards to actually get out of the way.
It's amazing there aren't more umpires hit, really. There will come a time where they all wear protection, I think.
Yeah,
the way things are going in the
one
white
got
ball.
killed a few years ago in South Wales, but he was at square leg. The ball got thrown in from deep square leg and hit him on the back of the head and just killed him instantly, didn't
I
it?
suppose that could happen in any cricket. Dudgeon continues from the New Road end and bowls, and D'Oliveira is in behind this, playing defensively up to Parkinson at mid-on. No danger of that one causing anybody any damage, because it trickled along to Parkinson. 118 for 3.
Got a feeling it was in like Pembrokeshire or somewhere in like West Wales over there somewhere.
Just going back to those schools elsewhere, I'll just recap for those. I think often there are people that watch one stream wonder what's going on elsewhere. I know you can constantly be checking. Lancashire bowled out at Chester Street for 370. Dudgeon bowls, D'Oliveira defends, and there's no run, and they've taken a wicket already. Ben McKinney of Durham is out there, 10 for 1, and no prizes for guessing who got the wicket. Yeah, you know and I know it's Sir Jimmy. Sussex are going really well at Headingley, 400 for 7 now.
Simpson still in?
Sussex. Just tell you if Simpson's still in. They are looking really good. He is. He's 111 not out.
Oh, Nelson.
Just been joined by Jack Carson, Tom Price out for 93, Finn Hudson Prentice out for 36. He's a good cricketer these days, Finn Hudson Prentice.
He is. Yeah, he is.
Made the move from Derbyshire to Sussex and really turning into a key player. That short and wide, further evidence, I think, that Dudgeon is just tiring a little bit. D'Oliveira is strong there and he cuts that away. So perfectly executed square cut behind square down to the boundary. His third boundary. He goes to 12. Elsewhere at Sapphire Gardens, Glamorgan are going well, 374 for 7 against Leicestershire. Gloucestershire at Derby going well, 312 for 8. Warwickshire, as I said, going really well at Trentbridge, 423 for 8 now. Ed Barnard 162 not out, and Michael Booth is on 43. This Dudgeon bowls a slightly slower ball to D'Oliveira, pushes that out on the offside, and there's no run. So really solid performance from Warwickshire, and they regard themselves as heavyweights, and they're playing the other heavyweights. And another heavyweight involved at the Oval, where Surrey, the county champions, are up against it really against Essex. Essex 368 for 6. Noah Thane has reached an unbeaten 50, and Simon Harmer, such a useful all-round cricketer, is 31 not out. Probably a pretty decent pitch, I'd hazard, down there at the Oval in terms of batting. At least Dudgeon in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is on the back foot to this one, which is a little bit short of a length, and he just drops it down on the offside, and there's no run. So you're up to date with the scores elsewhere. Here at Worcester, 2 wickets have gone down this morning for the addition of 28 runs this morning. Worcestershire are 122 for 3. The men out, Libby for 52 and Cashew for 20. Kent have been much more disciplined with the ball this morning, but I would hazard that Milnes and Dudgeon are both nearing the end of their spells this morning. Dudgeon in his 6th over of this spell, and Milnes has bowled 6 as well. Bright sunshine. Burley Dudgeon in, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and D'Oliveira's got runs here again on the leg side, probably 2 as fielder comes round from long leg to do the fielding. That is Matt Milnes. D'Oliveira takes the 2, moves on to 14. It's the end of the over. Worcestershire 124 for 3.
We've got 12ths on. We've got Ekent Singh on for Matt Parkinson. A little chat with Ekent this morning. Got 100 in the second team game in the week. Ollie Curtis and Jaden Denley also got 100s against Sussex twos. Ekent plies his trade at Bexley Cricket Club, who've always been one of the stronger clubs. In the Kent Prem. Some lovely grounds in that. Whitstable's a nice ground, home of the Denley family. Here's Milnes. Hose. Rocks onto the front foot. Broadstairs looks like a very nice ground as well. I've never played there, but I've driven past it. A links ground by the sea. Not quite like Folkestone with that light wind coming in for you, Frank.
Windiest 4 days of my life.
That's a pleasant shot. Slight misfield there.
Actually, I think it was 3 days in those days, wasn't it? I remember it well.
Yeah, Sheraton Road, the football ground's there as well, isn't it?
Played the Sunday League game there as well. Yeah.
Is the football ground next door like the Crabble at Dover?
I can't remember that particularly.
Yeah, I've never been there.
The Channel Tunnel terminal was under construction, so it was 1988.
Okay.
And it blew, and we stayed in a hotel where there was a big old hotel and everything rattled. Every window frame and everything rattled. It really blew for days.
Here's Milnes. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Folkestone Frank.
And Neil Bell was my co-commentator, bless him, R.I.P. Wonderful chap from the days of Kent Cricket Call. Neil Bell, who went on to work for BBC Radio Kent with Matt Coles and Ben Watts, but sadly no longer with us. Lovely chap. Used to stay with him when we played at Canterbury, and we'd play golf in the morning.
Right.
And then go to the ground. Yeah. Happy days. Another lifetime.
Milnes in and Hose gets forward. Anguished cries there, but I'm not sure why they're getting so excited, because Hose was in solidly enough behind that one. The ladies' pavilion, a few individuals there sitting on the steps. No doubt to be covered in crumbs from the delicious cakes served. The world famous cakes. That's a good delivery. Hose pushes forward at that, and that's a moral victory to Matt Milnes there. I think that has just moved away a little bit, but Hose covers it. Doesn't play from the crease like Libby did. But Milnes still asking questions. He's been bowling for 53 minutes now. In he comes. Hose again. Forward. And Joey Everson's possibly... No, he's having a little warm-up. He's not coming into the attack yet. I think Keith Dudgeon's going to continue. No, Joey Everson is coming on. Joey Everson is coming into the attack.
He only bowled 3 overs last night, didn't he? No maidens, no wicket for 14, but a tidy medium pacer, capable of tying one end up and nagging away. That's what his captain will be hoping he can do. But I thought Dudgeon was probably just coming to the end of his spell. I think Cohen will probably replace Milnes as well at the far end. I'd be surprised unless Milnes maybe gets one more, having gone past the bat in that previous over. But Everson in discussion with Bell Drummond about his field. 2 slips will remain. And there's a man on the drive at a straightish short mid wicket, and then wide long leg, conventional mid wicket, mid on, cover, and a sweeper on the offside boundary. Everson's first ball is full outside the off stump, and Oliveira leans into it, plays an attractive and yet fruitless drive up to mid off. And the score remains 124 for 3. Not wishing to labour the point, but we are looking out from our position at a wideish long on over a very, very attractive scene indeed here in New Road. The cathedral bathed in sunshine with the green of, and various shades of green and yellow of the trees between the ground and the River Severn. And the ground itself looking an absolute picture. Blue sky above, quintessential Worcester Everson in outside the off stump. This one skids through quite low and gathered by Chris Benjamin, the keeper, on the second bounce.
Yeah, Canterbury looked very nice on Sunday as well. Covered a women's game down there, which the Kent women won thanks to 100 from Cocoa Streets. And yeah, they're both nice grounds, aren't they? Both with views of the cathedral.
Everson in again, bowls, and
Canterbury
is forward.
Canterbury,
you
have to look out the back of the stand to see
yeah.
it, but you know,
the telescope.
You can still see the cathedral.
Yeah. A few churches in view on various grounds, aren't there? Taunton, of course.
Yeah, Taunton's got 3. I didn't realise. I said to Vic Marks once, I didn't realise Taunton was such a bastion of Christianity.
Comes Everson again and bowls. D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside.
And I said to him, are you a regular at Evensong there, Vic? He said, the only time I've ever been there on a Sunday was when my bowling got whacked into them there on a John Player League game, and I had to go and fetch the ball.
Yeah. St Graham Hickett's a few into there as well over the years. Lovely ground though. 124 for 3 here. D'Oliveira on 14. Waits as Everson is in again to him, and he bowls and he drives straight down the ground. Beautifully struck. Hasn't quite hit it well enough to get 4. Good work from the Kent skipper Daniel Bell-Drummond, running back and doing the usual slide and flicking the ball back inside the rope, and he'll get a little low 5. The obligatory low 5 from his teammate at mid-on, Matt Milnes. You've got to do that now. If somebody does a slide and stop, you've got to do a low 5. It's not Milnes, it's Dudgeon. But you can't just say well stopped.
No.
Everson bowls over pitch, clipped off his pads by D'Oliveira at long leg. That is Milnes doing the fielding, and they take a single, which means that it's the end of the over, and D'Oliveira will keep the strike, and he's on 17. Worcestershire are 127 for 3, having lost 2 wickets in this first hour, in adding just 33 runs. So it's been a good morning for Kent. Worcestershire just looking to rebuild now, having lost Libby to the 7th ball of the day, the first he faced. I'm not going to take that.
Yeah, so Milne's going to continue by the look of it. I'm going to do probably the first ball or so, and then I'm going to
any minute now, I think. Anyway,
yeah,
so carry on.
And then I'm going to get our special guest in, and I'm going to go and sit in the sun for half an hour. Here is Mills, a warrior. Oh, that's kept low. That has kept low. D'Oliveira just about digs that one out, and he's not a tall man, D'Oliveira, either. I think we might be seeing signs of a little bit of wear and tear on this.
I think you maybe. I'm not sure it's quite as bad as that. It didn't get up. He's kept going, Milnes, hasn't he?
He's a war horse, isn't he?
An hour this morning. Just having a look at it again now.
In he comes.
Yes.
Tickled into the offside.
It wasn't a grubber. It kept a bit lower than he might have expected.
Yeah. I'm going to make a move.
You might expect towards the end of day 3 rather than early on day 2, perhaps.
I'm going to make a move. I'm going to go and do my updates, and I'll see you in half an hour.
Okay, thanks, Dan. BBC over in Worcester show will be underway. Any minute now, and we'll be talking to Trevor Owens in the studio. That early football getting underway. This one pushed out on the offside by Brett D'Oliveira, and there's no addition to the score. 127 for 3. And I am joined, I'm pleased to say, by George DeBell, Chief Cricket Writer at The Cricketer. Good morning. Good afternoon, George, in fact. Just afternoon. Thank you for being with us. How are you?
I'm pretty well, thank you. I might sound a bit husky as I've had a cold, but I'm really well, thank you, and lovely to be here.
Good. Here's Matt Milnes from the Digley End bowling again to D'Oliveira. Bangs that one in a little bit short. Didn't bounce much. D'Oliveira ducked it. He's a small man. Only just went over his helmet. Bounced again before it got through to Chris Benjamin behind the stumps. Just signs of a little bit of low bounce occasionally in this pitch. And I think Milnes just beginning to tire. He's been bowling all session. Picked up a wicket with his first ball this morning when Jake Libby was bowled by an absolute beauty. Just nipped a tiny little bit away and touch the top of off stump. Libby out without adding to his overnight score of 52. As Milnes again is in, and D'Oliveira decides to use his feet and just takes a pace or two down the track, and Milnes, seeing him coming, drops it in a little bit shorter. He just nudges it round the corner, or tries to, but doesn't get anything on it. Takes him on the thigh pad, and they go through for a leg bye. 128 for 3. 1 ball left in the over. And it's not gone quite according to plan for Worcestershire this morning, George.
No, Kent have had a really good first hour, haven't they? They needed it after a disappointing day yesterday. And they've dragged it back, and it feels, I mean, it might feel a bit attritional, I suppose, if you're sitting there watching it, but it feels as if the game is beautifully in the balance. And this next couple of sessions is probably going to define what happens, isn't it? You would think it's going to get more difficult to bat.
Yeah, I think Kent were a little bit disappointed with their effort in the last session yesterday. They've taken the leaf out of Worcestershire's book in terms of their accuracy this morning, as Milnes completes that over with a dot ball which is played defensively out on the offside by Adam Hose. Hose has 9, D'Oliveira has 17. Worcestershire 128 for 3. So George, with your hat on as your chief writer for the Cricketer, what are the current issues that are exercising your mind at the moment in the county game?
Honestly, this time of year is just a joy to watch county cricket, isn't it? Today and yesterday, obviously there are always issues, but today and yesterday you couldn't think of anywhere nicer to be, could you? With a beautiful blue sky, lovely to be at New Road, and the issues could wait. They'll always be there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. I always think county cricket has to matter.
Joey Everson starts a new over. First ball is defended by D'Oliveira and no run.
But also, let's not overanalyse everything. Some days are just a brilliant effort to be at New Road after the fairly recent flooding. Was it 2 months ago? It was underwater here, and for it also to look so good, and for the pitch to be better than it's been
certainly
for a
than
couple of
anywhere
years.
last year. Yeah.
Well, you couldn't ask for any more in April, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think quite a few of us were imagining a month or two ago that we'd probably be at Kidderminster this week and not here at New Road. So it is a treat to be here. And as you say, it looks a picture, doesn't it? It absolutely looks a picture. So long may it continue. Just checking that we're still online. Yeah, we're fine. Expecting BBC Haven Worcester to come into our headphones any moment now at the start of the afternoon sports programme. Problem with the ball, not for the first time in this game, first time in this innings. It was changed yesterday. There indeed is BBC Hereford and Worcester's programme in our ears. Hopefully it won't carry on too much. Big local football today for Kidderminster and Hereford, and programme focused on that from BBC Haven Worcester this morning. Umpires have decided that they can manage with this ball. Joey Everson's got it back. It's presumably passed through the rings satisfactorily, and he moves in again and bowls to D'Oliveira. It's short and wide, cut away by D'Oliveira, but he's got protection as Everson, the man out on the boundary at deep backward point.
But it's a key moment, isn't it?
Single.
Because he bowled quite short yesterday, and he just cannot bowl short on this wicket. And so they've seen off the main two seamers, and we'll see what Kent have to offer in support now. But it feels like another crucial passage.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Joey Everson is a tidy all-round cricketer. This one, with Chris Benjamin standing up his left lane outside the off stump, but he isn't quick enough to get away with error. He needs to be very tight in terms of his line length. And Mikey Cohen, who looks as though he's going to come on at the Diglis end with his left arm pace, who yesterday found it difficult to make the batsman play. So this first hour, which has been very good for Kent, has got to be backed up by the change bowlers. Everson is on the money with this one, on off stump, and hoses forward, pushing it up to Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-on. And there's no run. 129 for 3 then it remains. Just waiting for the cue to come from Worcester. In fact, it's not from Worcester, it's from Hereford, because The programme is being presented from Edgar Street. Here we go. Well, they haven't done too well this morning, Trevor, partly because they lost the key wicket of Jake Libby to the very first ball he faced this morning. It was 7th ball of the day, bowled by Matt Milnes. It was a beauty. It left Libby off the pitch and just took the off stump. He was out for 52. That was 100 for 2. Kashif Ali followed shortly afterwards, slicing a drive to backward point off the bowling of Keith Dudgeon. He went for 20 to make it 104 for 3. And since then, a bit of rebuilding work underway, being done by Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira. Plenty of time, no scoreboard pressure. Milnes and Dudgeon, the 2 wicket takers this morning, have given way to the backup seamers Joey Everson and Mikey Cohen, and Hose and D'Oliveira have made steady progress. They've taken Worcestershire to 130 for 3. Hose has 10, D'Oliveira has 18, and the rebuilding process is well and truly underway. So there we are. Yeah. So I think Mikey Cohen, George, bowled with a bit of pace and energy last night, but his line was dismal, really.
And his length as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
So he was consistent. No, so this is the opportunity for Worcester, having seen off the 2 better bowlers. And what they really need to do is just bat and bat and bat.
Yeah.
And, if they could bat once in this game, that would be great.
Yeah, that's that was the sort of message I was getting from 1 or 2 of the players last night, that having got that solid start, the opportunity might be there to just bat once in the game. Having said that, Kent have done themselves some favours this morning. Here's Cohen bowling, and he's round the wicket, interestingly enough, to start with, which he didn't do yesterday, and his first ball is well directed, and Hose just walking into it really plays it up to mid-on, and there's no addition. Going back to, and I don't want to press you too much on this sort of, the issues and so on that surround the county game, but one of the things that I think exercises the minds of many county members, particularly those of the non-100 counties as they are becoming known, Cohen bowls, and again Hose plays up to mid-on, is their financial security and so on. Do you generally get a feeling around the country that's been eased slightly by this 100 money?
Short term. I think actually that all the counties have just been given, literally just been given, quite a hefty amount to. It's supposedly to increase their reserves. So most counties will have had the equivalent of around £2 million in the last week or 2.
Cohen bowls and Hose drives up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And they've been able to pay off their debts. That would be a real issue here.
Yeah.
And that's obviously very welcome, but it's short term relatively. Worcester's been here a long time, and is it going to be here in another 100 years would be my concern. But again, you could ruin everything by looking too far ahead.
Yeah.
You could be that person who goes to a wedding and turn to the person next to you and say, these things either end in death or divorce.
Cohen again is in round the wicket. Hose plays a nice shot, clipped with his bottom hand, but again straight to mid-on. Daniel Bell-Drum, and Hose is probably a tad frustrated this morning. He's faced 44 deliveries for 10, and he's hit about half a dozen shots beautifully, but straight to fielders. 1 straight drive, probably the best shot of the day, if not the game, which uprooted the middle stump at the far end and didn't bring him any reward. But
he's doing great though, isn't he? This is what we want to see from him.
Absolutely.
Application.
I have great admiration for Adam Hose for various reasons. One of them, and I've said it before and I've written it as well, is that there are few players who have cracked franchise cricket who remain driven to improve in red ball cricket, and Adam is definitely one of them, I think, and that's why I was particularly pleased to see him get 100 for Worcestershire in the game at Hampshire. He went on to get a double actually last year, but it was only his second red ball 100, having got 1 for Warwickshire, and he remains ambitious in that respect, and I think it's super. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, because the umpires are in discussion about the ball again, but there aren't many players like that, are there?
I don't know, honestly. I think most cricketers like playing cricket, to be honest. They might get surrounded by agents, and sometimes I think it's probably very difficult to turn down the opportunities that present themselves. You know, someone like Jacob Bethel, I absolutely guarantee to you, would be happy playing cricket.
Probably Cohen bowls with the same ball and Hose plays defensively. I wasn't actually thinking about Bethel. I was thinking about somebody who, you know, Hose is, you know, over 30 years old and towards, in some ways towards the end of his career, but still wants to improve at this in this format, shall I put it. I just think it's quite a good way of thinking about the game itself rather than.
I mean, I guess he could have
career.
Become a white ball specialist. He could be at the PSL now, couldn't he?
That's the sort of thing I meant, really. Cohen again round the wicket, bowls to Hose. That's a lovely shot, driven through the covers for 4, beats the diving fielder Everson. Just not hammered, not a half volley, on the up slightly, just timed nicely, and a nice way for Hose to finish the over. The worst ball of the over that Cohen bowled, in the sense that it was the one that gave Hose the room to get his arms free. So he goes to 18, and Worcestershire 134 for 3. These two have added 30 now, having come together when Kashif was out for 20, and the rebuilding process continues. Kent, probably one of those sides, George, which is up against it in terms of resources and finances and depth of squad, etc. Is that how
Look,
you
to
see
some
them?
well, the difference, as you suggested early on, between the hosts and non-hosts is large and only going to get larger, and it's a real worry. So actually, you look at Kent's top 7 batting, and it should actually be quite strong, shouldn't it? On paper, it looks strong. Bowling less so, but I think that it's a club which has produced some players, and it does have a London base.
Joey Everson bowls, left alone by D'Oliveira, gathered by Benjamin.
In Beckenham, although they don't currently own it. But I think they're an asset to the game, and you could make a compelling case, I think, to argue that they need to be nurtured. And but I was anti the 100 from the start, but we have lost that
Everson
battle.
again in bowls. D'Oliveira plays defensively. And there's no. I agree. We've lost that. I was I always have been not very keen on it, and I don't watch it, to be honest. I find it not particularly interesting.
Okay, well, the cricket's fine. I find the cricket fine, but it's the consequences of it, and the counties who are moaning about it. Let's remember, most of them voted for it in the end, including Worcester. The money is hugely welcome, but I'm afraid it's short term.
Absolutely. Everson in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira drives, diving, stopping the covers by Mayei, actually, not Beldrummond, he's at mid-on, and there is no run. 134 to 3. Yeah, and I'm a massive fan of Kent. I mean, Alan Knott was my all-time hero as a schoolboy growing up, and they've produced so many great players. I love going to Canterbury. I love the old Les Ames stand and the history of it, and produced some wonderful players. That's a lovely shot from D'Oliveira. A late cut, genuine late cut. Given a bit of width, we talked about Everson's lack of pace and the fact that he can't afford to err in other ways, and that one a little bit short and wide, and D'Oliveira aware that there's just one slip and that the backward point is quite wide, just playing a beautifully judged late cut down to the third man boundary, takes him on to 22, 138 for 3.
For all the talk of having to put the pressure back on bowlers, which we hear a lot these days, this is a really good example of old school batting. Play out the good bowlers, wait for the support bowlers to come on, put away the poor ball.
Absolutely. Everson bowls, D'Oliveira plays that back up the pitch stream. I suppose the argument there is, and if people wonder what we're talking about, if you talk to modern batters, you talk, and Brendan McCullum's philosophy is absolutely based on this idea: don't let the bowlers put you under pressure, put the bowlers under pressure, establish your dominance of them. I think that particularly becomes the right philosophy. There's Everson bowls again, and D'Oliveira repeats the shot down to third man, but this time the fielder has gone much finer, so he just gets a single. It's the right philosophy if there are few weaknesses in the bowling attack. But if you're facing a bowling attack where you can clearly see that if you can get through the first 2 or 3, then you're going to come to some weaker bowlers, then old school batting, as you describe it, is probably the right way to go.
But any bowler will tire.
Yeah.
And any bowler will find the ball softens. Look, batting's always been a balance, hasn't it, between those two things, between aggression, between attack and defence. And I think with England we've seen the lack of balance in recent years. But you know, Worcester are doing it nicely this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we've probably also seen, it sounds very obvious to say it, but you've got 4 days to play a game, you use 4 days. You've got 5 days to play a game, you can use those 5 days. You don't have to get it over in 3, which is a bit like what we've seen in Test cricket. And they say it's been a great Test match. The fact that it ended in 3 days is neither here nor there, but I think personally that it possibly is a factor, and it speaks of a failure to apply yourself as a cricketer with bat, ball, or in the field if you just playing a shorter game all the time. Really, D'Oliveira runs this down to third man, which has become his habit in the last few minutes. Picks up another single, this time off the bowling of Cohen, and he goes to 24. Hose has 14, and Worcestershire 140 for 3. For example, George, I think Worcestershire could have turned up this morning and thought, well, you know, if we can go out there and blast our way to 350 in 2 sessions, get Kent back in again, that might have been one way to play it, but absolutely not what they need to do. Much better to use the time available to them as Cohen bowls, and this is driven by Hose up to mid-off.
We've been reminded of how well Worcestershire bowled yesterday as well, aren't we? The fact that there wasn't any weakness in their attack, that they were relentless in their lines and lengths.
Yeah, for the first time actually this season, I think that was true of Worcestershire's attack yesterday. I think in previous games at Derby, particularly in the first innings, and at Lords on one or 2 occasions, they were tidy and then just eased the pressure with a bad session. That's a good delivery from Cohen, which Hose digs out onto the onside, despite the noisy histrionics of the slip fielder and the bowler. He got that pretty much in the middle of the bat.
I think one of the problems county cricket has, for its many charms, is that there's quite often a disincentive about playing faster bowlers. Faster bowlers quite often allow, particularly on quite sluggish wickets, allow batters more scoring opportunities.
Cohen again round the wicket, bowls. Hose drives. Good shot, nicely timed, probably expected to get 4, but Cohen got a hand on it and took the pace off it. They just get a single as a result. Yeah, go on.
So those fast bowlers have to learn accuracy, and the way they do that is by playing. But to play them, captains, teams have to be patient for quite a long time, and it's a huge issue with the development of faster bowlers. And it's not really anyone's fault. It's not even the county game's fault. It's because the county game is scheduled as it is. You know, let's remember, before this season, I looked it up. 1996, I think the championship season started on May the 2nd.
Cohen again round the wicket, bowls, good delivery, Yorker arrowed right into the block hole, and D'Oliveira squeezing the bat down on it, gets the toe on it and keeps it out.
And I think we started on April 3rd, which is the earliest start to a championship season ever this year. So, you know, you're not going to have conditions which replicate those generally seen in Test cricket. And faster bowlers will see the ball sit up a little bit if they get it at all wrong and just provide scoring opportunities, which is a shame because it's thrilling to watch, and we all know that's probably what's required at international level.
Cohen again round the wicket, bowls. D'Oliveira on the walk, just pushes it out on the offside, and there is no run. The end of the over. So good stuff from Hose and D'Oliveira. They've added 37 so far for this 4th wicket. Worcestershire 141 for 3. Yeah, and that's not going to change, is it? I don't think, given the scheduling and
No.
so on, the issues that we've got. We're going to see some spin now from the new road end, Matt Parkinson, who came on last night for a little bit of a bowl, which was probably not in the Kent plan last night. I would have thought 4 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 10 he bowled, but maybe more realistic to see him coming on now to bowl the 43rd over of the innings. But I wouldn't have thought this is something that fills Hose and Oliveira with too much dread either. It's the pitch is, I wouldn't have thought, going to offer a great deal of turn to Parkinson. It's been fairly even in bounce, so they will feel that they can wait for the bad ball to come along, which it generally does with a wrist spinner.
I guess he's going to try and entice them into some shots. His mid-off is quite deep, isn't it? He's had a fascinating career, hasn't he? I mean, he's carried around by England for 4 years. Played, what, half a test?
He's a great character as well. He's a real...
I think both of them are, aren't they? Him and his brother.
Yeah. Comes in, bowls his first ball, which is a bit of a loosener, very wide outside the off stump. Interesting field. He's got a slip. He's got a sort of deepish gully. And then a man on the drive at short extra, an ordinary extra cover, a mid-off, man sweeping on the offside boundary, who is called into action now as Hose steers this second delivery square on the offside. And on the leg side he's got pretty conventional mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. So it's a fairly standard leg spinner's field. He comes in and bowls, and that one is again pushed out into the offside for a single. One thing I will say is that he's landed everything, Matt Parkinson. I think he bowled a full toss last night. He's been fairly consistent in terms of his length, but no signs of any great response from the pitch. Hose drives this one a little bit straighter through the offside and past the diving fielder at short extra. A bit too full that time from Parkinson, and Hose able to capitalise and picks up a boundary, 147 for 3. The difference between Dudgeon and Milne's bowling in that first hour this morning and what we've seen since has been quite stark, hasn't it? And that, if you like, we're talking about the depth of the attack as we were 5 or 10 minutes ago, isn't it?
And Libby couldn't do anything about his dismissal, really. I wouldn't think.
No, I don't think he could. Parkinson bowls again. Bowled a couple of googlies last night. That one is full and straight and just defended by Hose.
But I do wonder how Kashif will look back on his dismissal, because I thought he battled for an hour and a half and then gave it away.
Yeah, absolutely. 79 deliveries. As Parkinson bowls, that one is short and hit off the back foot by Hose, but straight to the fielder at short extra cover, no run. Yeah, and he got out in exactly the same way at Derby in the first game. Kind of leaning back, his weight's coming off that drive, I think, and he's just sliced it in the air behind square. He got out to the first ball of day 3 at Derby, I think, in a very similar fashion. It might have been day 4. And yeah, he will be very disappointed because he needs a score. He needs to occupy the crease, and he'd done that. He played so well. I thought he played really well both last night and today.
So did I.
And it, waited for the bad ball.
Someone just texted me,
restrained himself almost.
Was saying, is he struggling? I said no, he's playing very responsibly, just what the team need.
Mikey Cohen continues from the Diglis end, and Oliveira again plays a beautifully judged little dab shot down to third man for 4. He knows exactly what he's doing. Cohen is round the wicket, it's wide of the off stump. Oliveira has let it come, and he's just guided it beautifully down to third man. He's gone to 29, Oliveira. I think his last 15 runs have come down to third man. Just going to update BBC Hereford and Worcester. Good partnership developing for the fourth wicket between Brett D'Oliveira and Adam Hose. They've added 47 runs now for the fourth wicket. The 150 has just come up for Worcestershire. Brett D'Oliveira on 29, Adam Hose on 20. The two men out today, Libby for 52 and Kashif for 20. But Worcestershire now trailing by just 45 runs. And another single to D'Oliveira, just dabbed out on the offside. He's made a good start to the season, Brett D'Oliveira. Looks in reasonable nick to me. He's played a couple of useful big innings, and I think he's happiest at 5. That looks like the right position for him. It might be something that Worcester would have to consider changing if, just break off as Cohen bowls to Hose, and Hose defence, and there's no run. If they decided that Kashif was to be given a break and they brought somebody else in, whether that be Rob Jones or Henry Cullen, the backup keeper, or whoever, might rejig the order in some way. I wonder whether D'Oliveira might. Maybe he has opened, he has batted at 3, but he seems happiest at 5 to me. Hose a fixture at 4. Waits now as Cohen is into him, and he's on the back foot pushing this defensively up to mid-off.
I was just looking at the scores elsewhere, and I see that Ed Barnard is finally out for 160 odd, 165.
Brilliant innings, I think.
In the game which would be some interest to Worcestershire supporters, presumably.
With just Tunk picking up a fifer as well, I think.
I think there were, what is it, 5 former Worcestershire players? Worcestershire developed players even.
Yeah. Ed Barnard, I was talking earlier about this, played an innings at Trent Bridge against Notts 4 years ago, I think, in a losing cause. Cohen comes in and bowls, and Hose thickish inside edge, really, not entirely in control of that, and it squeezes it up to mid-on. Stuart Broad was playing in the game and bowled very, very well, and went round the wicket and targeted several Worcestershire batsmen, Barnard particularly, and he played absolutely brilliantly. It was a big 100 again. It was I can't remember exactly. 130 or something like that.
There is a different universe where he ends up. Bear with me, as England captain.
Yeah, absolutely. Cohen bowls and Hose on the back foot defence. End of the over. 152 for 3. Absolutely.
I'm not saying it's going to happen.
No.
But I honestly think that if Ed Barnard was just a batter, his batting would be taken more seriously. And because he started as a bowler who bats, really, he's still judged a little bit on his bowling. Now, his bowling's good, but his bowling at test level probably would be a bit medium pace, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And I think if he was just a batter, and he did end up playing test cricket, he would be good enough to average 40. I honestly think so.
I'm glad you said that. What I was going to say about that innings that he played at Trent Bridge for Worcestershire, I described it at the time as the best 100 I'd seen for Worcestershire since Graham Hick. I missed a few years, to be fair, to Vikram and people like that, but it was an absolutely masterful innings, and there are times when I watch Ed Barnard and he reminds me of Joe Root, particularly in how late he plays, how he plays the ball very late behind square on the offside.
An excellent technique.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think he's got he's a brilliant fielder. I have the utmost respect for him as a cricketer, and I agree with you. Yeah.
Were there a situation
where
Ben Stokes, well, I think that's probably likely, to be honest, but were there a situation where Ben Stokes' knees give up on him and they're looking for someone to fill that role? I'm not saying they would, but maybe they should.
Yeah, maybe. Ben Stokes will be here next week, we think. We're going to be playing for Durham in that game against Worcestershire. He came here and had a massive impact on the game a few years ago, when you might remember poor old Josh Baker being taken for 5 sixes in an innings as Parkinson starts a new over round the wicket with a full toss, which D'Oliveira clips away on the leg side and takes a single, which brings up, I was going to say the 50 partnership, but the board has beaten me. It's 49 they've added, 153 for 3. But yeah, I agree. I think Ed Barnard is an absolutely magnificent all-round cricketer.
Let me ask you, or maybe people listening could tweet in, and was there pride from Worcestershire supporters in Nottinghamshire's win?
Parkinson bowls, and this one I think was a googly, and it's turned with the spin on the leg side by Hose for a single, and that brings up the 50 partnership, sprinkling of applause.
In terms of Nottinghamshire's championship win?
I don't know. It would be interesting. Pride might not be the right word. I think a little bit of envy maybe might be the right word. I don't know, George. I really don't know. From my own point of view, I would say yes, because I just like to see players develop and do well. But if you're a Worcestershire member and you feel that the club has invested a huge amount of time and effort and energy and money into the development of Joe Clark and Jack Haynes and
all of them,
then I don't know whether it's pride or a little bit of resentment.
Well, I think you could probably hold both those feelings at the same time, can't you? Because that's the great thing about Worcestershire, that in recent years they've produced so many really good players. And it makes it terribly hard to justify the ongoing existence of clubs, doesn't it? And of course they just won a trophy.
Absolutely. I think winning a trophy makes a massive difference to the way that the members feel about the club, and so I think, and it makes it easier to bear, perhaps, watching Josh Tongue do well for Notts rather than for Worcestershire. I think they love seeing him do well for England, but yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's not very nice when they do well against Worcestershire. I don't think that sits well with the members, but there we go. I'll just finish this over, and Dan is back, and then George will be joined by Dan Whiting as Parkinson bowls. And that one, well, we saw this last night when he bowled round the wicket to Kashif, and he just kicked it away, and that's what D'Oliveira has done there. We've got a slip and a short leg in, and Parkinson again is round the wicket and bowling, and D'Oliveira again just kicks that. Not the best cricket that we might be seeing at the moment. We're only in the 45th over of the first innings, and we've got, well, you'd have to call it a fairly negative tactic, wouldn't you? Parkinson bowling round the wicket. D'Oliveira decides to use the bat on this occasion, pushes it out on the offside. It speaks of Kent finding that the conventional ways of trying to get wickets are not working, so they've had to go unconventional very early. D'Oliveira again lets this one take him on the pad, and that's the end of the over from Parkinson. 154 for 3. Worcestershire, these two have added 50 for the fourth wicket, and after a few more words from George DeBell, Dan Whiting will be with you.
I can tell you that I barely made it on time this morning because there was a bit of an incident outside where some travellers had arrived at the gate over here by the Premier Inn, and when they were told that they couldn't come in and bring their horse to the cricket, as you do, they stormed off in a huff, and they left their horse and their horse box and their car, and funnily enough it created a large queue, as I don't think the gate guys quite knew what to do, and who would?
Afternoon, George.
G'day, good to see you.
Yeah, and you. Yeah, I'm from a place called Barnet in North London, and we're Barnet Fair, which is the Cockney rhyming slang for hair. As Cohen comes in, and that's crunched through the offside. Lovely shot there. Pure timing and power from Adam Hose. And once a year we at Barnet Fair we get the travellers in, and we had 200 of them betting on horse and carts at 2 o'clock in the morning up and down Barnet Hill the other year.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, it's been a pretty even morning so far. Probably Worcestershire slightly in the ascendancy now.
Well, I thought Kent had a super first hour.
Yeah.
And now Worcestershire are having a very good, where are we, half an hour since or whatever it is. And they're feasting really on the support bowlers.
Yeah, completely agree. Here's Cohen. It's just pushed into the offside. So George, you've been out in Australia in the winter.
Yeah.
How tough or what was that?
Well, it's lovely to be there. I'm not making any
but
complaints about that.
The actual cricket, how tough was it?
It was very disappointing and very frustrating because it felt like an opportunity, didn't it? It was an opportunity. And
with no Cummins, no Hazelwood, and
all
Lyon only played one test.
Well, that is not a vintage Australia side. Australian cricket is always of a high standard. We know this, but
Cohen bustling in. Is that? It's going to be 4 of whatever they are. Leg byes. Just out of the grasp of Benjamin, diving away, sprawling to his left-hand side, but can't cut it off as it runs away down to the new road boundary.
Well, it's a poor ball. There's no way around it.
No, exactly.
So look, Australia was extremely frustrating. I think I've done previous tours there where you reflect on it afterwards and you think there's probably no combination of England players that could have won. 6, 7, good example. 13 actually, maybe, with Mitchell Johnson as he was. But this wasn't like that. This was by Australia's very high standards, a fairly weak
6,
side.
7 there. I thought you were like down with the kids going 6, 7, 6,
Oh, yeah.
7.
Very much not.
I mean, you must have seen some thorough shellackings over there.
Yeah, as I say, that 2013-14 series where Mitchell Johnson was at his best was kind of frightening at times. But it was wonderful to see a fast bowler at his peak.
That's another 4 runs. Cohen's got his lines wrong here, and Hose taking full advantage, just tickling him down the leg side, and he moves on to 29 with that boundary. You're listening to Dan Whiting and George Dobell here at New Road, live on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Kent, and live on the BBC app. So do you get, they say when the England side arrive, I mean the fans get a tough time as well. Do the journalists get a tough time over there? Do they get sort of the fun made out of them in the press box?
Yeah, of course. Everywhere. But not so much this time.
I
feel so lucky to have seen England win that. It feels like a long time ago, I can tell you.
Is that out? Oh, that's gone through the slip cordon.
I think it went between keeper and first slip without them moving.
I thought it was in Crawley's breadbasket there. And it's gone in between Benjamin and Crawley for 4 runs, and that is a let-off for Adam Hose. He moves into the 30s with that boundary, but Kent will regret that one.
I think Crawley at first slip is standing quite wide.
He does go quite wide.
He's not even really second slip where he's standing, is he? So I don't think it's a chance in an odd way. Just trying to watch the replay now, but I think it's gone so far between them.
They left it to each other. It's driven pleasantly.
You're always guessing a bit when you have your slip cordon like that, I think.
Crawley does go quite wide because he's got the arms of Mr. Tickle. Remember the Mr. Man?
Of course.
Used to be able to go and get a biscuit from downstairs when he was in his bed.
Mr. Tickle was an LBW candidate as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Struggled. But Rob Key bloody loved him.
So I mean, Australia, you saw England win out there. That was 2011.
10-11, and also that T20 World Cup was it 22? That was lovely.
Do you know, since Ray Illingworth in 1971, only a Middlesex man has won over there.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I think that's
really
an Angus Fraser stat.
Yeah.
And very good it is too.
Do you do ball by ball?
Oh, I can do if you are.
Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
Well, I mean, can I?
Man of many talents, George.
No talents at all, which is why I've been doing this for 30 years. I think my mum is reluctantly coming to the conclusion that I'm never going to get that proper job.
This is a proper job. Ish.
Parkinson to Hose around the wicket. on the off stump and just a little bit too easy. Just has to prod forward, squeeze it out towards point, and it's an easy single. That's the problem when you've got fielders on the boundary to stop the 4-ball. There are quite a few single opportunities, aren't there?
Mrs. Dobell, if you're listening to this, he's a natural. All right, he's wasted in written journalism.
Parkinson in again. This time it's outside the leg stump and just padded away by D'Oliveira.
He should be a commentator. He's wasted in written journalism.
I'd always much rather have been a commentator.
Would you?
Honestly, of course I would.
Yeah.
I've got my head down, typing away.
Yeah.
You guys are leaving the ground, off to the pub. Of course I would. Much easier.
You're coming down there with us, aren't you?
Parkinson round the wicket again. Defended forward by D'Oliveira, no run, straight back to the bowler. The people always say what a good day, the pieces will write themselves. They never do.
No, they don't. They don't.
Parkinson in again round the wicket. This time it's a little bit short and D'Oliveira goes back, plays that familiar late cut and gets back for 2.
Who's been the most difficult person you've interviewed over the years?
Oh, what a good question. Cricket's really good like that. I have to say, honestly, it is. It's very, very good. Parkinson in again. This time there's no shot. It's outside the leg stump again, and D'Oliveira just pads it away. That's the end of the over. It's 174 for 3. Worcestershire only 22 behind now, with a lot of power to add.
Yeah.
In terms of most difficult, I don't know, been a couple of great arguments. I mean, generally, I've found people don't mind if you disagree as long as you're sort of honest and upfront. I can't think of.
Yeah.
I've fallen out with a couple of people. Colin Graves pretty spectacularly.
Yeah.
But
you barred from Cost Cutter?
He did actually send me a text telling me I was barred from Yorkshire, but
Oh, really?
I think he's retracted that. I think it was a heat of the moment.
Right, okay.
I don't know. No, generally some robust conversations, but I can't remember any of them being particularly bad.
Cohen from the Diglis end, and that's driven with no real sense of timing there by Adam Hose. Ball dribbles out to Sam northeast, extra cover.
We're so lucky that you do it every day. That cricketers give us their time after a day's play to talk and reflect on what's happened. I've learned so much from those conversations.
Yeah.
I learned so much as a young journalist at Warwickshire, in particular, listening to Nick Knight.
Yeah.
I learned masses from him.
Are you allowed to say the word Warwickshire here on a Worcestershire stream? You're not swearing here. That's driven handsomely there by Hose, but it's going to be cut off by Everson out on the deep cover boundary. And good arm as well, keeps them down to 2.
See, I don't think it's like that in county cricket.
No.
There might be a bit of that, but someone asked me the other day, as a Somerset supporter, whether I was enjoying Gloucestershire's struggles.
Yeah.
I was like, absolutely not. I don't think anyone who loves county cricket who enjoys what's going on at Gloucestershire.
No, and likewise, speaking to David Gravely, all right, David Gravely did play for Somerset for 1 season, but
Was it only 1 season?
or 2 seasons maybe.
Right.
But he, he says that Gloucestershire can learn a lot from Somerset, despite them being, the side of rivals. As Cohen comes in, and it's a flat-footed swish.
It's a friendly rivalry, though. I mean, let's always celebrate the fact that when we talk about this rivalry, people from Gloucestershire and Somerset, Worcestershire, Warwickshire can sit next to each other at a day's cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
And there won't be any trouble.
El Sideco, they call that rivalry. So, yeah. Yeah, and the Bears v the Pears is another one.
Yep.
Not sure Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire are best of friends either, are they? As Cohen bustles in.
But that's just, it's football hangover stuff, really.
Yeah.
And you do get that period
Yeah.
in the middle of the summer in between football seasons
Yeah.
where you get a different clientele at cricket, and it's a bit different for a couple of weeks, and travelling to games. I travel by public transport a lot, and as most people will know, I'm a big, you could probably see from my hat that I'm a Cambridge United supporter. I
Up the U's.
go a lot. It's
Up
a
the U's.
big day for them. And public transport on the weekends is a bit of a nightmare because of football.
Yeah, no, I agree.
There's none of that in cricket.
Carved through the offside, and Everson can't cut that off on the boundary, and Hose moves into the 40s with that. Square drive, sliced away, but powerfully sliced, and goes away for 4 runs. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it was Gloucestershire and Somerset as well. Somerset have got such a big fan base because it goes from Land's End basically to South Bristol, and they've still got
that's all
fans
true.
in Bristol who tend to be Bristol City. Gloucestershire tend to be Bristol Rovers. Not always the case, but that's how most.
Look, Somerset are very well served by the public schools in their catchment area, and this is not a criticism.
Millfield,
they have utilised that very well.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's gone on there? Cohen has pulled out of his delivery because Hose
pulled out first. I think, was it a fly or something?
He's got a fly in the eye, I think. He's looking inside his helmet. Has he been stung by a wasp?
It looked a little like that, but we'd be guessing, wouldn't we? I think maybe. I don't know that he's been stung.
No, he's all right, isn't he?
And Cohen's done well, really. You wouldn't blame him, because he really has pulled out Hose at the last second.
Yeah.
And Cohen has grunted a bit, but he's taken it really well. I mean, these things happen, don't they?
Bowlers don't tend to like running in 25 yards, do they? And then
no, but equally, these things happen to everybody.
Yeah. So you've been working for the Cricketer for a few years.
Yeah.
And you're still one of the country's leading journalists.
Very kind.
Yeah.
Very kind.
You're still turning out sort of county cricket as well. That's your bread and butter, isn't it? County cricket.
I love county cricket. I mean, what could I be doing that was more fun than this?
Cohen. And that's pushed out to extra cover.
I remember having that conversation with CMJ, Chris Martin Jenkins, here, funnily enough.
Right.
A million years ago, and remarking on the fact that it was good to see him at New Road. And his answer I have used a couple of times. He said, if you want to pontificate on the county game, and I rather enjoy doing that, then you probably have to do your homework.
Yeah.
And unless you actually are watching the players, and unless you're having the conversations around what's going on, then you probably don't really have a valid opinion. But on a real basic level, it's lovely to do. I really, really love cricket, and I'm not very good at anything else. And what a great job. I feel blessed to be paid to watch cricket.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
But there is a point there, of course, that I'm here and Brendan McCullum isn't. Well, we should be.
Yes,
he gets all that money
indeed. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, there's this sort of talk. Sorry, I'll let you commentate on this.
Oh, should I be doing? Oh, yeah.
But there's talk.
What an amateur, eh?
Well,
missed a ball.
No. It's me distracting you, mate. It's me distracting you.
Parkinson round the wicket to D'Oliveira. It's full, but he plays forward and pads away.
But there's talk now that they're going to take the county game more seriously, aren't they? The England powers.
Well, what sign is there of that? Yeah, they've said that.
Yeah,
they have said that. What sign is there? Did Brendan McCullum swoop back over to England on the next flight? He didn't, did he? McCullum. Sorry, Parkinson in again.
So what is
no
McCullum?
Run,
McCullum's
no
still
shoot.
based in New Zealand, is he?
He is, yeah, and of course they do have a lot of work during they're away from home a lot.
Yeah.
You'll remember. Let me just get through this ball from Parkinson round the wicket again to D'Oliveira. Oh, it's very full toss actually, and D'Oliveira clips it to mid-on, where it's only one. His bowler's probably quite lucky to get away with that. Before McCullum was appointed, before Key was appointed, Key would always say in the media that the coaching role should be split because it was too much for one person, but then he gets the job and he unites it.
Yeah.
Parkinson round the wicket, and it's short to Hose, goes onto the back foot, punches it to short cover, and there's no run.
Yes.
So you can't sort of blame McCullum for having some family time, of course, but equally, what evidence is there they're taking the county game more seriously? It's Parkinson round the wicket again to Hose, brings him forward, defends, to that cover fielder one more time, and there's no run.
I think that's the beauty of Zach Crawley. Now, Zach Crawley, as we're all aware, has come under scrutiny somewhat, hasn't he, for his, his performances. And yet he turns out for Kent regularly in county cricket. And we don't see every England player do that, do we? We don't see every England player, putting their bodies on the line for their counties.
I don't know. I don't see any lack of effort from players, and I know that Bethel is probably getting some criticism at the moment, but I think he's a pretty special player, and I think there's some logic in what he's doing. He's working for a while with some very good players. You'd love to be playing, of course, but he's working on his fitness, he's working on technique.
Yeah.
And would it be particularly helpful to be playing the first week of April on a green seamer that doesn't really bear a lot of comparison to Test wickets? I don't know, sadly. County cricket's gone away from that. Are you commentating this?
Keith Dudgeon's coming back into the attack from the Diglis end. There's D'Oliveira. Just nurdles him into the leg side and ambles through for a single.
So I feel for Crawley a bit, in that we know what he's good at and what he's bad at. And he is very good at playing fast bowling. He picks up fast bowling as very, very well.
Yeah.
What he doesn't do so well is play the moving ball. And I would have thought 3 or 4 years ago, when that became apparent, he probably should have worked on that, and that should have been the focus. But I think this England regime encouraged him to play to his strengths, not make his weaknesses strengths.
Yeah.
And I think that was a huge mistake, and I think he's been sold short by that strategy.
Okay, interesting. Short, wide, and forced off the back foot out to Everson, out at deep cover point.
So now he finds himself playing early season county cricket, which is not his strength, and it's really difficult. And it's not even a very accurate barometer of how he's doing it. He was out yesterday to one, given out caught behind to one I'm pretty sure he didn't hit. And I feel his pain up to a point. Having said that, he's had a lot of tests and he hasn't scored very many runs, and that is, he has had a lot of opportunities at England level, but I do feel that he should have worked on the technique earlier. And that this England regime has not talked about that stuff as much as they should have done, and that players like him and Pope have probably been sold short by this mentality.
Dudgeon in, and that's left alone. Short ball left alone. It's interesting because we spoke yesterday about Zach, and Zach, I mean, I've got to know him sort of through covering Kent quite a bit, and he's one of the nicest blokes on the circuit. He's a really lovely guy, but you can be the Don Bradman of blokes, can't you? But it's what goes on out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not the criteria at all, is it? Otherwise, David Attenborough would be opening the bowling, wouldn't he? And he's even older than Jimmy Anderson.
Indeed. Dudgeon in, and D'Oliveira plays a forward defensive.
No, but look, we don't need to vilify the character to question the place in the side.
No. And likewise,
they're nearly all good people.
Likewise, there have been some not very nice individuals who've been fantastic cricketers as well.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I haven't met any that have been that worrying, really, honestly.
No.
I mean, KP, a bit abrasive, brilliant cricketer, he's fine. He's fine as a person, fine.
Dudgeon. D'Oliveira plays a forward defensive. 5 minutes to lunch. You listen to me, Dan Whiting, with George DeBell here, giving us the lowdown on England tours, the characters of Test cricket, and the McCullum era as well.
It was a shame that the way that the KP era finished, because he did so many great things for England, and everyone involved was right from their perspective, and they were all decent people, really, whether it was KP or Andy Flower or whatever. And it fell apart.
Oh, good Yorker, speared in by Dudgeon, and D'Oliveira does well to dig it out with a big puff of dust. I think it was always going to end that way for KP, though, wasn't it? I think it was.
I don't know.
Going to end in tears.
I just think if you think back to what was achieved,
Yeah.
England winning their first global limited overs tournament, England winning a series in India, which feels incredible.
Yeah.
England winning in Australia, the Ashes in Australia. England go to number 1 in the world and all the rest of it. They achieved really, really brilliant things,
Yeah.
and it fell apart so quickly. And the vilification of some of the individuals involved, from all sides actually, was insane. You know, they just disagreed about minutiae, really.
Dudgeon in, thick outside edge, runs down to Everson at third, just for a single. So, how comes you're a Cambridge United supporter then? Where does this come from?
Just bad luck. That's pretty much true. I was born there.
Okay.
And I was taken either by a brother or my dad when I was about, I don't know, not very old. And it stuck, sadly. I didn't really know until I got a bit older that my family were from, my dad's family anyway, were from Liverpool.
Right.
So I could completely,
So you're a Scouser.
conscience
You're
free.
a Scouser.
Well, I'm not, but I mean, that's where that my dad's side of the family are from, yeah.
Okay.
I had a relation who played for Lancashire.
Right.
Very bad at cricket.
Really?
Yeah, Percy Dobell, look him up. Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't very good at batting, and he didn't bowl. Oh, it's me, isn't it? Yes, Parkinson. Round the wickets. No shot from D'Oliveira, a big appeal. Hard to tell from here, but I suspect that was quite a long way outside the leg stump. Such a pro.
Yeah.
185 for 3. Very close to lunch and very close to parity. Parkinson in again round the wicket. This time, D'Oliveira has the time to turn it round the corner to square leg and run through for a single.
Because your football teams and your cricket team, Somerset and Cambridge,
Somerset, that's right.
apart from having the same sort of geographical landscape with the Fens and the Somerset levels, but
Interesting.
yeah, but
I don't think that was what was.
is that not your criteria?
Both sets of grandparents, New Zealanders and English ones, lived in Somerset when I was a boy.
Okay.
Parkinson in again, this time a bit fuller, tries to draw hose forward and he just prods it back to the bowler and there's no run. My parents used to use Somerset cricket as childcare. I was dropped off there a lot. Parkinson again, this time is fuller, and he does draw a check drive from hose but straight back to the bowler and again there's no run. Just 10 behind now, Worcestershire. Parkinson. A little bit shorter, hose goes back, but
We were
there's
talking
no run.
earlier about Vic Marks and you know, they've got the 3 churches at Somerset, haven't you? And I sort of said to
Parkinson. And again, draws hose forward, and it's actually a thickish outside edge, runs down to short third, and there is a single. Is that lunch
I
even?
think we'll get one more in.
Okay, 187 for 3.
And I said to Vic, I didn't realise Taunton was such a bastion of Christianity. I said, are you a regular at Evensong, Vic? I said, the only time I've been into that church on a Sunday was when my bowling got whacked in there in a John Player League game back in the 80s. I had to go and fetch the ball. So
He's very modest.
yeah.
He is. So as someone who grew up going to all those
Yeah.
Somerset finals, he was player of the match in a couple of them, you know.
Yeah, he was.
In a side which shone with great players.
Yeah, do you know who one of my favourites was of that era at Somerset? Was Trevor Gard. Great sideburns.
Right, he did.
Great.
I still try and throw like Hallam Mosley.
Yeah, underarm.
Yep.
Short, and that's thick under edge, but he's going to go away for 4 down in front of us as Zach Crawley jogs after it and comes to collect it.
Sort of underarm. Sort of, I don't know how you'd describe
Yeah.
it really. Sort of a slingy throw. Beautiful stuff.
I'm going to bring Frank Watson back in because I know he's got to do an update and I've got to do one for BBC Radio
I need-
Kent. So I'm going to bring Frank back in 1 second. And George, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you. It's like the old Test match sofa days, isn't it? 15
wow, that
years
is a
ago
long time ago.
With Dan Norcross and
Yeah. Whatever happened to him, eh?
yeah, exactly. Anyway, on that note, Frank will take over.
Thanks, Dan. So, last over before lunch. Worcestershire having started the day on the wrong end of Kent's best hour of cricket with the ball, have recovered nicely. These two have added 87 so far for this 4th wicket. as Dudgeon comes in from the Diglis end and bowls, and Hose just defends off the back foot. So it's first hour belonged to Kent, George, but second hour to Worcestershire this morning, I'd say.
Absolutely that, and the outcome of that is Worcestershire are going to go into lunch with a fantastic platform, and maybe in the rest of the, you would think they can use the rest of the day to take this game away from Kent. Really, it's a huge opportunity, this.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those situations where the coaches look back at the end of the game and identify certain moments that sometimes you say, well, we were in that position and that's where we lost control of it, or you say we were in that position and that's where we got hold of it, and they are absolutely at that moment now.
You can't have too many good seamers, can you?
Not in April, I suppose.
Well, not at any time,
Yeah,
really. And Worcestershire just kept going. They were relentless, and Kent looks as if they have, let's be honest, two really reliable seamers.
Everson's gone into a sort of deepish short leg for these last few balls before lunch, and it is hammered in short by Dudgeon, but Hose swivels round and pulls it away to deep backward square for a single. 47 now to Hose, D'Oliveira 38. Yeah, and what you've seen, I think, I mean, it's slightly different now with Dudgeon bowling, but what you've seen is that when the Dudgeon-Milnes partnership was going nicely this morning, we had conventional fields set and they were trying to get wickets in conventional ways, but now, and with Cohen and Parkinson bowling particularly, they're trying to
I guess
be
this
imaginative,
is,
and
I guess this is
speaks
worth
of
a
lack
look.
Anything's worth a try.
But it would be a good effort to go to the short ball plan on this, and a sluggish wicket with an old ball.
Yeah. D'Oliveira defends this next one, but the point I'm getting at is that if you start using unconventional methods, then you're probably admitting that you're not really performing well enough.
Just going back to the England stuff, when Andrew Strauss was captain, you could always predict what the fields and the bowling was going to be. You know, most sessions would start with Anderson and Swan, and the fields were conventional because they're very, very good bowlers, and the captain knew that he could rely on them to bowl to plans.
Yeah. Change here, so it looks like we will. Well, is D'Oliveira going to be tested by the short one? He's moved his fielders on the leg side. There's still two out on the boundary, and he does bang it in short. D'Oliveira is somewhat discomforted by that one. Just a combination of glove and body fends it down.
He was in two minds, wasn't he? There's two guys out for the hook. Deep square, deep fine, and the short leg and the mid wicket. I think he probably could have taken on the shot.
I think you've got to be certain in your mind, haven't you? I've talked to Jake Libby about this because he gets targeted sometimes, and he says, well, I've just decided I'm going to take it on and be positive. But as you say, there was a suggestion there that D'Oliveira was in two minds. Goes on the walk this time, ignores that one as it goes away down the leg side, taken by Benjamin. The end of the over, the end of the session. Worcestershire, who began the morning on 94 for 1, have added 98 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Jake Libby out for 52, Kashif Ali for 20. It was 104 for 3 when these two came together. D'Oliveira has 38, Hose has 40, and Everson 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24. It's lunch here at New Road. Worcestershire trail by just 4 runs. They are 3 wickets down, and George, as you said,
Really the opportunity to bat once in this game and put Kent under a huge amount of pressure in the third innings.
Thank you very much. That was the voice of George DeBell, the chief writer of the Cricketer magazine, who has been with us for the last hour. Very, very many thanks to you, George, for your company and for your opinions, valued as ever, and we will leave you here at New Road with the news that Worcestershire are in a very, very strong position, trailing by just 4 runs, and Kent need to go off, sit down and regroup over lunch, and come out with some plans in the afternoon session if they're to stay in this game. Worcestershire 192 for
Welcome back as the players take their place on the field. Worcestershire will resume on 109.
To George DeBell, who was with us
Yeah,
this morning.
yeah, I thought he was
hope
excellent.
People enjoyed listening to George, and we hope that we might have one or two other guests this afternoon. Ashley Giles, Worcestershire's Chief Executive, to some effect before lunch. I say some effect, it wasn't particularly threatening. Milnes and Dudgeon have been so much better than any of the other bowlers, I think, Everson, Cohen and Parkinson, in terms of threat, that he will win. Beldrumman's got to work with what he's got. Parkinson bowls, and Beldrumman's got to work with what he's got. Parlavera turns this one away on the leg side at 4, a single, and that takes
He's going to start us. It's like Dudgeon. I think you've got half the story. There, possibly, Frank. But
this is just
story there, possibly, Frank.
this is just scandalous conjecture on your behalf.
It is indeed. And Joey Everson is down at third. 2 slips in place. Zach Crawley at first. To Wanda Mayeye. Second, keeping Joey Everson. Second, keeping Joey Everson company. It's Dudgeon. Looking for that wicket after lunch. For the cheekiest of cheeky singles. Yet Sakashif Ali departed, caught by Milnes at cover point off the bowl. Sakashif Ali departed, caught by Milnes at cover point off the bowling of Keith Dubber single. He's on to 41.
2 of them.
I have not got a clue.
Well, I'll tell you after tea. Parkinson round the wicket again. Oliver kicks it away. No run. At Frank Watson. They've both worn white trousers as well.
Yeah, they have.
Parkinson bowls. Oliver defends out on the offside again. And there's no run. I had a couple.
What I find ironic is that the county of Robin Hood, who was known for robbing the rich to pay the poor, are now robbing the poor to strengthen the rich.
And what we were saying really was, Ed Barnard, great, love to see him do well.
Yeah.
I think he's a brilliant cricketer. We hope that he will come back one day.
He was still here, was he?
Yeah. That's the 100 partnership.
Yeah. 198 now.
No, it's
Dudgeon. Nice, smooth, rhythmical approach into the crease. D'Oliveira tucks this one into the leg side where Cohen comes. Oh, that's got to be close. Big shout for LBW. Dudgeon spears in the Yorker. It hits Hose on the toe.
got a bat on it, didn't he?
He's got. I'm going to do an update. Well, I've got to do one in 5 minutes. There
was some up and down, very, very up and down pitches, even in the years when Worcestershire were winning.
As running in looking like he'd got his trousers caught in the sight screen.
He was a good bowler.
Yeah, he was a good bowler.
He was a good bowler.
Yeah, he was a good bowler. Good bowler for Gloucestershire as well. He terrified me.
You won't be too happy with that misfield either, will he?
No.
It's pretty straightforward, and he's a very competitive cricketer. He's been very competitive with putting the ball in this. 58 and 208. 58 and 208 for 3. Of course, he can be very destructive out of those, as we know from his white ball cricket experiences. Same field, but we've now got a long on coming back pretty straight on the boundary. We've got a long on coming back pretty straight on the boundary. Down in front of us, we're at long on in our commentary position, and in a very dominant position in this game at the moment. If they can get a lead of 150, 200, then if they can get a lead of 150, 200, then one would think we have finally found a ball that meets with everybody's satisfaction. The man Milnes has been dispatched to the long on the onside, but this time he gets a couple of runs because he's avoided the fielder at mid-wicket. And the man at long on is being brought up back into mid-on, and the deep cover is being brought into a conventional backward point. Parkinson is in 3.
Yeah, they're now 15 in front, still with 7 wickets in the hutch. Here's Dudgeon. Here's Dudgeon from the Diglis end. Short, and
I mean they can score very, very quickly, but got to build the platform first, and that's what these two are doing at the moment.
Can't build a house on sand, Frank.
Well, you can. Have you never been to the beach? Have you never been to the beach?
Remember, procrastination is the thief of time. Here's Dudgeon. Left alone by Hose. Kent, look, the body language doesn't look great out there, does it? You've got arms folded, you've got hands in pockets, and doesn't look good. They're fighting. They are fighting hard. As Dudgeon comes in, Hose pushes that to Compton at mid-wicket. Still 2 slips in place, Crawley and Mieye. But that one this morning that went in between Benjamin and Zach Crawley, they'll regret that one. They missed an opportunity there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I was on with George.
No, I saw it, definitely, yeah. Straight through the gap.
Yeah. Dudgeon in, driven beautifully by Hose. That is a shot of the highest quality there, straight down the ground, and he's destructive, isn't he?
Oh yeah, well in white ball cricket he can be as destructive as almost anybody. He really can, but obviously playing a completely different game here, but we know he's got the potential to play shots like that. That was a super shot. .65 off 100 deliveries. It's not slow.
No, what's Dudgeon got in his locker? 4. Hose digs one out. End of the over, 215 for 3. Hose is on 65. D'Oliveira's on 43. Listen to me, Dan Whiting, BBC Radio Kent, Frank Watson, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, and we're live on the BBC Sport app here at a glorious Visit Worcestershire New Road, which is looking an absolute picture.
Bill Drummond hands the ball to Parkinson, who's going to carry on round the wicket. Milnes, however, is loosening up vigorously, suggesting that he's going to follow Dudgeon, possibly at the Diglis end. And there's some sense in the Kent policy, which is they haven't got a finger spinner who can tie things up, and Parkinson, being a wrist spinner, is less likely to be as tidy as, say, an off spinner, although his first ball of this over is a little bit short, dabbled round the corner by D'Oliveira, no run. But by going round the wicket and just trying to bowl outside the leg stump, he's at least restricting the scoring opportunities of the batters to some extent, and that's the plan. Whilst the seamers rotate at the other end, Parkinson bowls again, D'Oliveira cuts, but it's a beautifully executed cut shot. It's gone for 4 runs just behind square on the offside, and that's the problem with Parkinson. His length was wrong there, and D'Oliveira is light on his feet, small, balletic batter at times, and just got back inside that and made sure that he found the gap on the offside. Lovely bit of batting.
Yeah.
Not a massive error by the bowler, but enough.
The thing bowling at small people, it's like bowling at tall people as well, is that they can. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Balls again, D'Oliveira down the pitch, drives through the offside, diving, half stopped by Miye. They take one, they think about two, but wisely decide against it because the fielder is Mikey Cohen and he's left-handed and he got the ball in his left hand, so they settle for a single.
Yeah, I think Tuenda took some heat out of that delivery, otherwise it would be 4 runs. Diving stop in the covers. Didn't get all of it, but stopped at 4. But I think with the smaller batters like D'Oliveira, they can cut, they can cut deliveries which might be good length deliveries to those of a normal stature. I'm not saying they're going to cut half volleys, but they can cut off a good length.
Well, smallness can be an advantage and a disadvantage, can't it? Depending on the
tallness as well.
circumstances,
Tallness. I mean, look at Clive Lloyd, where he didn't know whether to bowl full or short of him.
Parkinson in again, bowls, and Hose on the back foot to this one, just defends it out on the offside. Yeah, I mean, mentioned a player yesterday, Tom Graveney, one of the all-time greats, didn't play off the back foot.
Did he not?
Talked to him about it. Hooked, pulled, everything off the front foot. But that's the issue with Parkinson. The wrist spinner's bad ball, and this is a short one, just gives the batter so much time to get back and hit it. He could hit that wherever he wanted. It wasn't that different from the ball that D'Oliveira cut. The line was slightly different, and instead of cutting it, Hose just went back and slapped it through mid-wicket. And runs are coming thick and fast now, and the Parkinson experiment of tying up one end isn't working really.
No.
So Earl Drummond's going to have a rethink unless something changes. 224 for 3. Bowls again. This is better.
Or
Hose just pushes out on the offside. There's no run. End of the over. Hose 69, D'Oliveira 48. They've added 120 now for this 4th wicket. 224 for 3.
Or Parky goes over the wicket, because at the moment going around the wicket, you're taking LBW out of the equation.
Mostly.
He really does. Just like to see Kent attacking a little bit more. They're on the defensive. I get that, but you don't go completely on the defensive. I'd just like to see them attack, try and get wickets, because that is the only way that they're going to sort of remain in this contest. At the moment, it's too easy for Worcestershire. They're just waiting to pick off the bad balls, and there's an inevitability about this that Worcestershire are going to get 250 in front.
Well, Matt Milnes is coming back into the attack, as I thought he might. So it's Seamer at one end and try and tie up the other end. But at the moment, they're not being able to do that. They really need more control. It's exactly where Worcestershire were at Derby a couple of weeks ago in many ways.
Here is Milnes. A little bit of extra bounce, but D'Oliveira rides that and just runs it down to the right hand side of Tuanda Miye, and they scramble through for a single. Joey Everson's warming up. I wonder if we're going to see him from the new
I think that he's, I mean, to be fair, he's only bowled 6 overs, hasn't he? And he is capable of settling into a rhythm and being a little bit miserly.
Yep.
But that's what they're lacking. If you look at it, they've gone for 4, 3.5, 4.5, 3.9, just over 3 each bowler. They haven't got people going under that rate.
That's good areas from Milnes. He's been the best bowler on show for Kent.
Whereas Worcestershire yesterday had
3.
Well, yeah,
4.
and particularly Hannah Dolby going at sort of 1s and 1.5s. So it's about control, isn't it, on a decent pitch?
Yeah.
Nagging away, making it difficult.
I mean, you look at
making the batsman look for ways to score rather than just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor went for 58, but he got collared by Dudgeon and Milnes a little bit. But
he had about 3 catches dropped.
Yeah, but he was exceedingly tidy up until then. Hannon Dolby, 27 runs off 18 overs. Waite went for 32 off 12.
Yeah.
Even Ethan Brooks went for nearly 9 overs,
he
25
did a good job,
runs.
Ethan Brooks, as the 5th singer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to work it out, does it?
That's in the air, and it's gone all the way. No, it's gone for 4. Sorry, I lost sight of that actually. Lost it in that hedge down there. But it's 4 more to Adam Hose. Short delivery, and he's absolutely nailed it on what looks like an easy paced pitch now.
Well, you'd expect that as well, wouldn't you? The sun has been on it now for a day and a half.
Yeah.
And it didn't look a bad pitch to start with.
No.
You'd expect it to get easier as the game goes on.
Milnes. Oh, that's a Surrey cut from Hose.
And then maybe to go a bit up and down, offer a bit of turn perhaps on days 3 and 4. If we get to day 4, Worcestershire might be hoping that, well, I mean, it'll probably go to day 4, but maybe not all the way through it. Worcestershire will be hoping. Still a long way to go, but they now lead by 34, and they've every chance of building a very substantial lead.
Yeah, they have. They have. Here's Milnes to D'Oliveira, past his outside edge. Not having much luck either, Matt Milnes.
Well, I tell you what, he's made it look far more difficult to bat than any other Kent bowler, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He really has.
Yeah.
Continue to run in and really give it everything.
Yeah, no, he's worked hard, tirelessly. He's into his 15th over and he's still bustling in, running in. Here he comes. Oh, and that's D'Oliveira having to take one hand off the bat, but that's going to be his 50, which comes up off 84 balls. And this experienced campaigner leading from the front. 6 fours in that innings, but he's doing a really good job for his side because the partnership between these two now is 127, and it's breaking Kent's heart. As we thought, Joey Everson's going to come in and replace Matt Parkinson at the New Road end. But at the moment, Worcestershire 231 for 3.
Yeah, good effort from Brett D'Oliveira. Good effort from Adam Hose. They both applied themselves very well, and it's been measured. That's what I like about the way they've played. They've been calm. They've been focused. There hasn't been anything silly. There hasn't been many player misses. They've treated each delivery on its merits, and I just been very sensible and exactly what the team required in terms of this partnership. Joey Everson starts, and D'Oliveira, if he's done one thing beautifully in this game, it is late cut. Everson, not for the first time, is on the wrong end of that here, because he's just bowled a little bit short, a little bit outside off stump, and D'Oliveira just steers it down to third man for 4. He's been in good nick, Brett D'Oliveira. He's got over 450 this season now, averaging over 50. High score of 75.
Yeah, these two complement each other
beautifully. Sorry, not over 450, over 300, I beg your pardon.
These complement each other beautifully. You've got the hard hitting of Adam Hose and the deft touch of D'Oliveira.
D'Oliveira drives this one very nicely up to mid-off, and there's no run. So yeah, he's made a good start to the season, and that's a good thing for Worcestershire, is that in the first 3 games, everybody really, perhaps with the exception of Gareth Roderick, but all of the batters have spent some time in the middle and got a decent score somewhere along the line. Everson bowls, D'Oliveira cuts, that's 4 more. And this is the problem that Daniel Bell-Drummond has got. He hasn't got a bowler other than Milnes and Dudgeon. He just hasn't got a bowler that he can rely on to bowl the ball in the right area. And he's brought Everson back, and he's gone for 2 boundaries in his first 3 deliveries in this second spell, or third spell, and they're in danger of cutting loose here, Dan.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Kent have
239 for 3. Everson again is in and bowls. D'Oliveira lets that go outside the stump. Nicely taken by Benjamin, standing up to the stumps.
But we said about 20 minutes ago, didn't we, Frank, that the body language amongst Kent fielders was poor. And sides pick up on that.
Yeah.
They looked sort of a bit forlorn, didn't they?
They did. You know what? I was talking about this at Derby, and I was describing Worcestershire, not Derbyshire, because Worcestershire went through a similar phase. Everson bowls and D'Oliveira blocks this up to mid-on, and it's not a criticism because you can't do anything about it. It's just it happens.
Yeah.
And you can clap your hands and say, "Come on, lads," as many times as you like. But as Brett D'Oliveira said to me that very evening,
Yeah.
you can clap your hands and say, "Come on, lads," as much as you like. When the ball keeps disappearing to the boundary,
Yeah.
it doesn't
work.
mean anything.
No.
And that's exactly where Worcestershire were at Derby when Martin Anderson was smashing it around. And it's a bit like now, and that's 4 more. So 12 off the over. D'Oliveira literally just, all he had to do was get a bat on that one. It was angled down the leg side, and he's steered it down to fine leg. Bell Drummond rather forlornly pats Everson on the shoulder at the end of the over, brought him on, and no doubt said to him at the start of that over, "Come on, mate, just give me a tidy one." And it's gone for 12. 243 for 3. D'Oliveira on 62. This partnership now worth 139.
Yeah, Joey Everson will be disappointed with that. He's a competitive character. He's somebody who is quite, he's sort of quite aggressive, whether he's got the ball in his hand or whether he's got a bat in his hand. And 7 overs, none for 36. It's most un-Joey Everson-like.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough out there.
Yeah.
Conditions are very much in favour of the batting side.
Yeah, but Kent won the toss.
Yep, they did.
Oh, that's a thick inside edge by Hose. Goes out to Cohen, out a deep square leg. Kent won the toss, and we were surprised that they elected to bat yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah, we were.
And
having said that, if they were now looking at, if they were 500 for 3 at the moment, we'd probably not be saying we were surprised, but nobody knew what this pitch was going to be like. And maybe you would say, if you don't know what it's going to be like, you would err on the side of caution and bowl first, wouldn't you? That might be the policy of most teams.
Especially given the history of last season.
Yeah.
That's D'Oliveira chasing a wide one there. Looking for the wide as well, looking bemused at the umpire, Simon Widdop, but he's not going to stretch his arms. With a white ball, yes, he probably would have done, but not in red ball cricket.
Yeah, nobody knew, I don't think. But from what I've heard, Worcestershire would have bowled had they won the toss.
Just dropped down at his feet there. He's got to be quick because Mieye is round and does hit the stumps, but D'Oliveira, little leg scampering home, and he's in comfortably. That car is there again. The shining light off the windscreen. Same time as yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was bad this morning as well.
It was, yeah. Defended by Hose. He's on 75 off 108 balls. D'Oliveira is 63 off 92. This partnership now is worth 141. Kent need to break it up. Here is Milne, Mad Dog Milne, as he's known. So that's driven up to mid-off with no real sense of timing. Dudgeon under the floppy hat there. Joe Troman's there, the Worcester, what is his role?
Head of marketing.
Head of marketing, singing in falsetto there. Oh, that's a good delivery again. It's got to be a good delivery to beat Hose when he's been there for 110 balls. And Milnes just not getting any luck. And, you know, sometimes you make your own luck, but Milnes definitely deserves more than his 2 for 52 off 16.
2:45 for 3 then, the men out today. If you're just joining us, Libby was out to the first ball he faced this morning, the 7th of the day. Nicky, off stump, bowled top of off stump by Milnes for 52, so he didn't add to his overnight score obviously. And then Kashif out shortly after that, caught at backward point off Keith Dudgeon for 20, 104 for 3 at that point. But since then, these two have really focused and battled and got Worcestershire into a position of tremendous authority as Joey Everson begins a new over from the new road end, bowling to D'Oliveira. Better from Everson than his previous over. That one a good line and length outside off stump, and D'Oliveira just pushes it up to Matt Parkinson at mid on. It's a lovely afternoon, blue sky, not a cloud in sight, and
perfect batting conditions.
The flag on top of the cathedral fluttering in the gentlest of breezes as Everson moves in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is again forward to another well-directed delivery and just pushes that into the covers. Well, yeah, he does the fielding and there's no run. Yeah, they're waiting for the new ball now, I suppose. 18 overs to go before they can let Dudgeon and maybe Milnes, if he's still got the energy left, have a real good go with the new ball. Another good delivery from Everson. Now finish it off will be what Bell Drummond will be saying to him. He's bowled 3 dots. He's exerted a bit of pressure. This is what he wanted from him last over. Can he get through the rest of this over? Can it be a maiden? Can he maybe just concede a single rather than allow the pressure to ease by letting D'Oliveira find the boundary? In he comes, bowls, and D'Oliveira gets a good delivery which he plays well. It bounced home a little bit more, maybe a little bit more put into that one by Everson.
Yeah, I think he's rolled his fingers.
Back foot, just steered it down, played it well.
I think that might have been the off cutter. He's just rolled his fingers on it, and then hence why you get the extra little bit of bounce, little bit of extra zip.
D'Oliveira played it well, got up on his toes. 4 dots. Here comes Everson again. In, bowls, D'Oliveira on the walk. Can't do anything with it. 5 dots. Well bowled, Joey Everson. Daniel Bell Drummond be thinking, this is what I wanted last over when I brought you back. And it's what he's got to do. It's what they've got to do.
Yeah.
Stack him up. Bowl some maidens. Induce an error. Here's Everson. Can he finish it off? He bowls, and he does finish it off. It's a maiden over from Joey Everson, and easily his best over. 8 overs, 1 maiden on for 36, and a sigh of relief from Daniel Bell Drummond.
25 overs left till tea, and it's going to be a long, hard 25 overs for Kent. It really will be. They're also -1 on the over rate as well, so they need to bear that in mind, because they've got 1 point at the moment. They want to come out of here with no points. I'm going to do 1 ball before I have to update those from Deal to Dartford and from Beckenham to Broadstairs about the fortunes of their side, and they're not going to be happy. They won't be happy, Frank. The Kent people will be revolting. Oh, he's bowled him. Milnes deserves that. He's bowled Hose spectacularly, and Milnes thoroughly deserves that wicket. That's his 3rd wicket of the innings, and he castles hose for 75, and this partnership of 141 comes to an end. Right, on that note, I'm going to make the good people of Kent slightly happier.
Applause for Adam Hose from the Worcestershire faithful after that partnership of 141 with Brett Oliveira, but credit to Matt Milnes, by far the best of the bowlers in this innings so far, and he absolutely deserved that wicket for his efforts, albeit Hose will be disappointed to have missed out on the opportunity to make 100, but played very, very well, and he leaves to be replaced by Gareth Roderick, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper, who strolls out in a nice position, an old ball, and what is it, 64 overs gone, 63.1 overs gone, so quite a while till the new ball, and a chance to get himself in, support his captain Brett Oliveira, who's played so well, 63 off 98. Worcestershire currently leading by 49 runs, 245 for 4, but a welcome breakthrough for Kent. So, Gareth Roderick takes guard, 3 slips remain, and in comes Milnes to bowl to him, and he's playing his first ball out on the offside into the covers. Everson fields and there's no run. Leg stump removed for Hose. But a fine innings from the Worcestershire number 4. Runs down the card for Worcestershire: Latigan 25, Libby 52, Kashif 20, Hose 75. Milnes to Roderick, left alone outside the off stump. Taken by Benjamin, diving away to his right. So Worcestershire's lead growing, moving towards the 50 mark. And Roderick settling down again. Waits as Milnes is in, and that's down the leg side, and he lifts his bat well clear of it. Swivels round and allows it through to Chris Benjamin behind the stumps. Oliveira on 63. Reflecting, no doubt, on the fact that his team are in a position of strength, but they need to force home their advantage. No complacency can be required. As Milnes bowls and Roderick is forward, pushes out on the offside, and then with the gesture of his bat, just holding it up towards his partner, saying no run, stay where you are, which Oliveira does. Milnes turns again. Nothing if not a battler. Matt Milnes into bowl to Roderick, who's off the mark, clipping this one away on the leg side, just wide of the fielder at mid wicket, and picking up a single, which means he'll keep the strike. It's the end of the over. A successful one for Matt Milnes, who now has figures of 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 53, which is a pretty good effort given the overall scorecard. Joey Everson, who bowled a maiden in his last over, will resume from the New Road end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 36. And I think, talking about the bowling figures, the fact that there have been just 8 maidens in the 64 overs bowled probably tells its own story. And you think that there were so many maidens yesterday in the Kent innings. Everson then to start a new over from the New Road end to Roderick, who's on the back foot playing defensively down on the onside. Just watching a replay of the Hose dismissal. Ball angled in, and yeah, to be fair to Adam Hose, I think when he watches that back he might just think that he lost his shape a little bit, played across it slightly, and having been playing so beautifully straight down the ground, it was an error of judgment. Everson bowls, this one turned on the leg side by Roderick out to square leg. Dudgeon is the fielder out there in the white floppy hat, and a single is taken. 247 for 4. Everson to bowl to D'Oliveira, who's been quite severe on him so far, but that one's a good delivery, and he's just forward to it, just runs it off the face of the bat all on the ground to a fielder who are, I suppose, more of a fourth slip than a gully. Straight into his hands all along the ground, and there's no run. Everson again is in and bowls. D'Oliveira drives back to the bowler, nicely fielded. No addition to the score. Everson in again to D'Oliveira, who works this away on the onside. Again, bits of shouting and encouragement from behind the stumps. Perhaps a little bit excessive, given that D'Oliveira middled it, but Kent needing to keep up their collective purpose. As Everson comes in again and bowls, and that's short and wide, and D'Oliveira cuts but doesn't get hold of it, just jams it into the ground, and it runs away on the offside for a single, which means that he will keep the strike, because that is the end of the over. 248 for 4.
To Lola, who is 21 today. She's actually at work as well, working on your 21st birthday, Lola. Working on the ground here. Have a very happy birthday.
So Milnes will continue from the Diglis end. Two slips and a gully, or as I say, that gully more of a sort of fourth, fifth slip really. Milnes is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira just walks across his stumps and works this one away on the leg side for a single. Yeah, Worcestershire have just lost their fourth wicket. Adam Hose bowled by the persevering Matt Milnes, who's now got 3 wickets for 75, but that was after an excellent partnership of 141 for that fourth wicket with Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira still there on 65, has been joined by Gareth Roderick, who's just made a couple so far. Worcestershire in a position of real strength. They are 53 runs ahead with 6 6 wickets still in hand. Got a real chance of taking this game away from Kent if they can rebuild after the loss of that 4th wicket and build another excellent partnership. D'Oliveira looks in good touch. Worcestershire 2-4-9 for 4. And Milnes turns again and bowls, and this one is nicely played by Roderick, wide of mid-on. Picks up a single, that brings up the 250 for Worcestershire. And that in the 66th over. So another bonus point for them, their 4th of the game. And batting bonus point at New Road. Well, they only got 3 last season, the whole of the season here at New Road, and they all came in 1 innings, so that's a milestone in itself. As Milnes bowls again, and D'Oliveira tucks this one away on the onside again for a single. No demons in this pitch. Wickets have had to be earned, and Matt Milnes has been the pick of the bowlers by some considerable margin. 3 for 56 his figures so far. Comes in again now to bowl, and Roderick is on the walk, taking a little stride down the pitch and then pushing out defensively on the offside. .251 for 4. That 5th slip has gone into 3rd slip now, while Roderick's on strike. Obviously thinking with D'Oliveira on strike, as he likes to favour that little run down to 3rd man, that it would be worth having it. As it is, it's short and swivelling round. Roderick pulls it down to long leg for a single. 252 for 4 at the end of the over. D'Oliveira 66, Roderick 4. And Dan's back. He's had a little break, a little breather, mate.
I have, yeah. I've been.
I thought you'd forgotten me.
No, how could I forget you, Frank? I mean, you know, our 4-day affair here. Well, it's unrequited love, mate.
Definitely unrequited.
So Milnes 3 for 57. Everson at the other end, none for 38 of 9. He'll be bowling to Gareth Roderick as he bustles in, and Roderick sort of reaches for that one a little bit, feels for it. I think we might have a special guest. I don't have to do any more updates now until 4 o'clock.
Well, I've got one at 2:30. I've just done 2:30, 2:55, and then I haven't got one for a while. So we'll get Ashley Giles. If he does come in, we'll get him in maybe around about 3 o'clock. Would be good, I think.
Yeah, that's left alone. Do you want to do the first half hour with him, and then
I'm going to leave you with him for the first bit, and then I'll come back and do that one.
Perfect.
At half time in the football, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, perfect.
We don't know yet. He might be busy. He's got all sorts of other things on, but we shall see.
Here's Everson. Ooh, that gives Roderick the hurry up there. He just about jams the bat down.
Interesting scores in some of the football today in the Championship. See, Middlesbrough have won, and Ipswich only drew. It's very tight at the top of the Championship for that second promotion place, isn't it? Middlesbrough won 5-1 against Watford. Ipswich drew 0-0 at West Brom.
Pushed up to mid-on.
Yeah, so it's tight, that one. It really is, with one game to go.
I had a chat with James Minto up at Durham, the young left armour there, who's highly thought of actually. He's a Middlesbrough fan, and they just lost to Millwall, so there was obviously a North East and Kent connection going on there.
1 point in it.
As Everson comes in, and that's defended. And he was most disparaging about his own football team, Middlesbrough, about their propensity for blowing up towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
I can't exactly quote him word for word.
They're one of those teams, aren't they? They've had a long wait, haven't they? They believe they belong in the top flight.
Yeah, they do.
Had a long wait, and it's very frustrating, I think.
Ooh, that's driven. That's probably going to be cut off by Bell Drummond just before the rope. And it's 2 to Gareth Roderick. Was that in the air for a while? Was that a bump ball?
No, I think it was straight down the ground. But it was a decent shot. He just checked the drive a bit, didn't he? I think what Everson's disappointment was that he didn't stop it. I think I'm just going to watch the replay now. And it would have been a maiden. I think that's what it was. No, definitely drove it into the ground. Yeah, but I think Everson just annoyed. He got his hand down and thought he was going to stop it. It would have been another maiden. But it just evaded his grasp, and he was frustrated. Bell Drummond pulling it back just inside the rope. York City win National League title and promotion with 103rd minute equaliser. Bumble will be happy.
I mean, everyone's been talking about York time because they've been scoring goals in injury time every week.
103rd minute. Yeah,
wow.
Conspiracy theories abound.
Yeah.
York time.
It's no longer Fergie time, it's York time.
It was Klopp time as well for a while, wasn't it? 2:54 for 4. I hesitate to say that, don't want to upset any listeners. Don't take it too seriously. In comes Mills, bowl short, D'Oliveira swivelling round.
Buys.
Can't reach it. Norcombe Benjamin, sloppy cricket really. It was it was short, it was wide down the leg side. D'Oliveira shaped to pull it and then realised he couldn't get anywhere near it. So he let it go. Chris Benjamin dived across to his left, couldn't get his hands on it, and it's run away for 4 cheap ones for Worcestershire. 258 for 4. And Kent can ill afford in this situation to give away any runs. What they've got to do, and I keep referring back to Worcester at Derby a couple of weeks ago, just make the other team work hard for every run. That's what you've got to do. Bowl dots, make the other team work hard, wear them down a bit, not bowl deliveries like that. But he's done really well, Milnes. I hesitate to criticise him. That's another good one. Well played by D'Oliveira. Spat at him a little bit, and he just angled it down beautifully, actually, all along the ground down to third man, took the pace off it, stunned it down into the ground. It's a really good bit of work by the batter. 259 for 4. But yeah, make them earn their runs. If you can't get them out, make them work hard. Do not make batting comfortable. It's easier said than done, and nobody's tried harder than Matt Milnes. He's in conversation with his captain now, but he has been easily the pick of the bowlers. Dudgeon not too far behind, but Cohen, Parkinson and Everson less impressive in terms of their accuracy. This next one is a good delivery, pushed out on the offside by Roderick. It is a perfect afternoon. There is hardly... Look at that flag now on top of the cathedral. It is as limp can be.
Interesting news coming in from Derby, where Gloucestershire's 9th wicket is now worth 169.
Oh dear me, that won't be going down well with the locals. Milnes in, bowls, Roderick forward. Well forward, right over that, steers it square on the offside, no run.
Henry Brooks. Yeah. Kent will be hoping his brother Ethan doesn't match him. He's on 77 not out. And a man who would possibly have got into our poshest named squad, if not the 11, William Salter Austin Williams. He's on 82 not out. Just signed from Lancashire over the winter.
Yeah, it doesn't sound so posh when you say Will Williams, does it?
No.
In comes Milnes, and that's over pitched on leg stump, and a lovely shot from Roderick. Not great bit of fielding by Bell Drummond at mid-on, just clipped by Roderick for 4 up to long on. Nice shot, takes him into double figures, 263 for 4.
The on drive is like the semicolon in writing, isn't it? Only the very best can use it properly.
Well, it's interesting you say that. I'm a prolific user of semicolons, actually.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I am. I think
What's your on drive like, though,
massive.
Frank?
Well, it wasn't bad, but it's massively underrated as a punctuation mark, and massively misunderstood as well. The semicolon. I used to enjoy teaching it. Milnes bowls again outside the off stump, and Roderick leaves that one alone rather extravagantly, and through it goes to the wicketkeeper Chris Benjamin. 263 for 4, but genuinely I do think the semicolon is a much misunderstood piece of punctuation. It's an absolute favourite of mine, as any of my former pupils will tell you, Dan.
Yeah. What did you teach?
English, of course.
Ah.
End of the over, 263 for 4. Worcestershire lead is 67.
So you probably know, like, To Kill a Mockingbird backwards, and you know.
I do.
Mice and Men.
Yeah, absolutely. I've read everything Steinbeck's ever written. So not just of Mice and Men. It's not my favourite of Mice and Men. It's not bad, but it's been devalued by being on a GCSE syllabus, and I'd say the same about To Kill a Mockingbird. To Kill a Mockingbird is one of the most perfectly structured novels ever written, along with Tess of the D'Urbervilles. Those are, for me, 2 of the most perfectly structured novels ever written. Underrated because it's become, blasé, because everybody's studied it at GCSE.
Here's Everson in onto the hip of D'Oliveira. He's going to get 2 possibly leg byes. Yeah, there's a pre-signal from the umpire there. Going to be leg byes. Yeah, we had a teammate of ours, actually. I don't know if I can tell this. Yeah, I'll go on. I'm going to tell it anyway. On the BBC, who suffered from hemorrhoids somewhat. He was known as John Steinbeck because he had the grapes of Ross.
That's a wonderful novel as well. Absolutely wonderful novel. Yeah, great writer, John Steinbeck. I don't think he was a very nice man, from what I know, but he's a great writer.
Joey Everson in, defended solidly by D'Oliveira, who's on 67 now. Roderick's on 10. Worcestershire in the ascendancy.
It's funny how your life is shaped by certain things, isn't it? When I was at school, I went to a school in Birmingham called King Edward School, and in year 10, as they now call it, the 4th year, as we would have called it, everybody had to enter a prize essay competition.
Yeah.
You had no choice, you had to enter.
Everson defended.
And you had to choose a writer and read 3 or 4 books by that writer or whatever, and write an extended essay, they called it. It was probably about at least 30-40 sides of writing you had to produce. Just everybody had to do it, and I chose Ernest Hemingway.
Okay.
And consequently developed an interest in American novels.
That's been screamed through the covers by D'Oliveira. Moves into the 70s with a flamboyant cover drive.
And then when I went to university in Liverpool to study English, I chose a subsidiary course called The Minor American Novel, which introduced me to not just Steinbeck, but among other American novelists, Steinbeck, and I already knew Hemingway quite well, and I just read everything that he ever wrote.
Oh, Everson didn't like being driven for 4 there, and makes D'Oliveira remove one hand off the bat, hitting the splice hard.
And consequently, I just, that's been my sort of area of particular interest for the last, 40 years or so. So, yeah, if it hadn't been for that essay competition, having to do it, probably would never have read any of them.
That's driven gorgeously, and there's a little bit of a mix-up. I think D'Oliveira called yes, no, wait, sorry. But there's no harm done as Roderick goes back. And Roderick feels like he's properly in now because he's removing his sweater. That's when you know you're in properly. Never mind you hitting the ball off the middle of the bat when you remove your sweater, isn't it, Frank?
I never did.
Did you not? I never wore one.
I
never wore one.
If I started without a sweater and it got really cold, I would have stayed cold. If I started with a sweater and it got really hard, I'd have stayed. Silly, isn't it?
Yeah.
All these silly superstitions. We've talked about it so many times on air in the past.
One of the best
makes
ones.
absolutely no difference. Here's an update for BBC Hair from Worcester. Yeah, Worcestershire building their position of strength. They now lead by 73 runs. Brett Dolliver is still there on 71, playing very, very nicely indeed. Gareth Roderick's joined him. He's on 10, one man out since lunch. Adam Ho's bowled by the persevering Matt Milnes, who's taken 3 for 62. Ho's made 75 and added 141 with his captain. But Worcestershire in a real position of strength. We've got 51 overs left in the day. They're 269 for 4.
Yeah.
Is
Tough
it me?
going.
It's me, isn't it?
Yeah, it's you.
Mikey Cohen over the wicket, which is something I personally like to see with a left armer, although as he drifts down the leg side and Benjamin gathers, it might be that if he isn't getting any shape with the ball, he'll feel that he needs to go round the wicket to the right handers just to try and tuck them up, to try and stop them getting their arms away, because if he's bowling over the wicket and then not doing anything with it, then he's probably not going to find it easy to restrict the scoring. You've got 4 men in the offside, 3 saving one down at third man, and 2 slips. As he comes in, angles the ball across Roderick, who leaves that one alone, and through it goes to Benjamin behind the stumps. 269 for 4. I'll go and see if our guest would like to come on, shall we?
Yeah, Keith Dudgeon's just loosening up down below us. I don't know if possibly he might be given a whirl. Kent look like they're really missing his opening partner from Boland though, as that's defended out to mid-on. Glenton Stearman, who played the first game of the season at Durham, 2 tests for South Africa, and Glenton sadly tore his quad muscle, and they only thought he was going to be out for a game, but it was a lot worse than feared apparently, and he has returned back to South Africa. So yep, sad news. He was a lovely man as well. He was a really, really good, warm, genuinely smiley human being. And yeah, he's returned back. But we have got a special guest coming on. He's a man with, well, let's say the commentary team between us have got numerous England caps. I contribute a grand total of 0 to that, but the special guest has got all of them, and it is a big warm welcome to the Worcestershire CEO as Cohen just gets one to bounce on Dolliver. Big warm welcome to Ashley Giles. How are you, Ashley?
I'm good. Great to be here.
Yeah, wonderful.
I hope we continue going the way we are. I know what's, you can sense what's going to happen. I come on comms and...
Well, Josh Shaw, when he was at Gloucestershire, they wouldn't let him do ball by ball, right, because they said he's a Jonah. Whenever he came on ball by ball, wickets fell. And I said, don't worry about that, Josh. It's like a load of mumbo jumbo. I said, do it. So he reluctantly agreed. First ball, Tom Price. It was against Worcestershire at Cheltenham, actually, in 2023 or 22, as that's just played out to mid-on. And first ball, Tom Price had a big booming drive. It's been dropped at second slip, and Josh has actually launched the microphone and thrown it at me. So,
well, I think particularly with the captain batting, that would be, I'd have to make myself scarce. I think if he,
I think so,
lost
yeah.
him.
So that England side that you played in,
yeah.
Who was the real sort of, who you have to watch in the dressing room when they were out for a low score or a rough decision? I think Nasser's got the reputation, hasn't he?
Oh yeah. My early days when Nasser was captain, when he got out, he was an emotional man. I think we could probably say he also tended to look for trouble. The first morning of a test match, you knew Nasser would probably come looking for a fight with someone, just almost to get himself going.
Right. Okay.
And at different times through that period, I think we all got it.
At some point.
And he didn't discriminate. It could be a junior player, but it could be a senior player like Graham Thorpe as well. But
okay.
He was also an exceptional captain. I really enjoyed playing under Nas.
Do you do ball by ball?
No.
No, you don't.
No.
Okay. Everson in, and that's defended there by Roderick.
I'm not getting paid for that, am I? Dan?
Yeah, you are. You're on double time here, actually.
Wow, I've got so many hats.
Yeah. So you've been CEO here for 3 years now, is it, or 4 years?
No, in July it'll be 3 years.
July, 3 years.
Yeah, and that's flown by. Loving it.
As Everson comes in to Roderick, who just tickles that one into the leg side. He's going to get 2 here. In fact, he could even get 4. He's timed it so well. Oh, that's good work by Dawkins, who's on his 12th. Took a little bit of a kick up off his foot and probably...
It's a weird one.
Might have...
He put the boot down, it kicked up and looked like it hit him on the end of the nose. But he's not rubbing it, which is probably sensible, because he made a bit of a hash of it.
One of those that keeps dentists in business.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It is.
So, your role as CEO, I mean, you must have to wear so many hats here, mustn't you?
Yeah, so I'm CEO, but also carry some director of cricket responsibilities as well.
Okay.
Wait to this ball.
Everson. In again. Just turned off the hip, out to Dawkins. Just going to be 1 this time, gone straight to him.
But I'm very lucky with Alan Richardson, our head coach. We know each other very well. We've known each other a long time. But the way I put it, he sort of comes up a bit, and I come down. I will always do contracts. But even in terms of recruitment, he and his team will probably come together with a long list, and then we'll talk about it, and then we'll work it down until we get to targets.
Driven to Beldrummond, but no run.
And then alongside that, obviously, there's the job is so busy, and I've probably learnt more in this job in 3 years than I've learnt in any job, because of the commercial, the operations, the finance. People always tell you cash is king, and
is that Cashy Valley or cash?
Well, both.
Everson in. Oh, that's a lovely straight drive, but Beldrummond's round quickly, cuts it off.
And you learn that quite quickly, perhaps in cricket more than anywhere, but cash flow is huge.
Yeah.
And thankfully, over the last couple of years, we've been able to, correct that position, and from the proceeds of the 100 sale, we're now debt free, which is a great position to be in. But no, going back to my original, I've loved it, and I think my wife Stina would say we're as happy here as we've been for a long time, and it's the balance of life and me living in Droitwich is pretty perfect, actually.
Well, I think that's wonderful news for Worcestershire supporters. How do you, going back to the recruitment side of it, well, let's talk about, first of all, the CEO. How important, because you're very visible, you're here every day, you're approachable by the fans. There's a sort of a Giles Glasnost, isn't there? There's an openness about you. And,
I hope so.
And how important is that?
I think it's really important.
Yeah. Cohen, left arm over the wicket. That's driven up to Milnes, extra cover, no run.
I don't think you can't keep everyone happy all of the time. That's impossible. And so as a result of that, it'd be easy just to lock yourself away in an office or in a room and just not come out. But
yeah.
A, we're not that sort of club. B, that's not me. And C, actually, the only way you win people over, or communicate good news, or the strategy or your plan, is by getting out and speaking to people.
Cohen in, and that's solidly defended by Oliver.
And that's why we regularly we hold members forums,
Yeah.
and I hope people would say during my time, we've been open and honest, as honest as we can be. There's some things we can't talk about.
No.
You can't talk about specifics of contracts or players, or at the moment additional, venue sites. We can't talk about exactly where and what, but
Yeah.
we try and be as honest as we possibly can.
Yeah. I think I'll come on to it after this ball as Cohen bustles in, and that's solidly defended. I think Worcestershire, you're in the heart of the city, aren't you? And a city now that the rugby club's gone, and the football club aren't playing at maybe the standard that they used to back in days of yore when they beat Liverpool in the FA Cup.
Well, the rugby club's back.
Rugby club's back, is it?
Yeah, the Warriors are back.
Oh,
yeah.
good. Oh,
Yeah,
good.
This is their first year back, and it's good to see them back because, whilst
that's driven up to mid-off, but no run.
I think, whilst we're saying we're almost carrying the flag for
Yeah.
a while, but it's great to have rugby back around the city. But yeah, I think we very much feel our role in the community, in the city, as a venue where people just come watch cricket
And a focal
entertainment.
point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And on days like this particularly, there are many better grounds, are there? Particularly where we're sitting
It's
looking at the view.
gorgeous. It's gorgeous. I've got two favourites on the circuit. That's just run off the face deliberately there by D'Oliveira. Moves on to 73.
And you said your other is Hove,
Yeah, Hove.
which is one of mine, actually.
Yeah.
Always enjoyed playing at Hove, and often said if I wasn't playing at Edgbaston for Warwickshire, Sussex would have been on my list, actually.
Yeah. You might need your crampons to get up the hill, but
Always did alright there, but I loved being by the sea.
Yeah.
Something about the smell of the sea is just gorgeous here.
Yeah, fish and chips at the end of a day's play.
That as well.
Sun
Yeah.
setting down over Worthing. Very nice. Very pleasant. As Cohen comes in and almost falls over in his delivery stride, but it's driven to point. Let's talk about recruitment. And you spoke about Alan Richardson comes to you with a shortlist. How do you then identify and attract a player? Agents obviously come into it now, don't they?
Yeah. So firstly, you look at where you are over a period.
Yeah.
And almost your depth, an element of depth chart across the different formats.
Yeah.
Being a smaller club, we generally hold a smaller staff. So we really want players who can play across formats.
Yeah.
Multi-skilled, multi-format is a good start point.
They're hard to come by though now, aren't they, with the
are.
schedules?
But they're out there. But we work very much on the quality of the people as well, because I'm very aware anyone we bring into this environment needs to fit, because it's a big investment.
Yeah.
And then, I think the temptation is always to try and oversell and overpromise.
Okay.
But for me, it's got to fit both ways.
Yeah.
It's a relationship, and it's going to be a partnership, and hopefully it's going to be a long-term relationship. So, I want people to want to come here as well, and it is harder and harder because
Parkinson coming in around the wicket. Is that a full toss? Is that out? LBW shout. Not out, says umpire Paul Baldwin.
It's becoming harder because can we necessarily compete in terms of cash? Probably not.
No.
Can we compete in terms of some of the facilities? Probably not. But
Parkinson in, and that's D'Oliveira rocking onto the back foot, cutting that away, but just for a single.
But I think where we can compete is the stuff I talked about around culture, the environment, the coaching, the other players.
Yeah.
And I think we're, depends on winning. Winning and losing affects it, but I think we're pretty happy camp.
Yeah.
We've got a good group, and you want people to spread that word from within the dressing room.
Parkinson in, and premeditated sweep from Roderick, just paddled down to Milnes at deep backward square. I think, the days of an overseas coming back year after year after year, like Van Burn Holder here in the 70s,
Yeah.
those are over, aren't they? They've gone.
Very difficult to get an overseas for a whole term.
Yeah.
So lucky with Bayers
Yeah.
this year. But that is becoming
Cut for one.
more and more challenging for everyone.
Yeah.
And given the amount of cricket that's happening around the world, franchise cricket, international cricket,
Yeah.
it's hard. The days of Alan Donald, Wasim Akram are gone.
Yeah, certain counties have managed it in recent years. That's just a full defence. I mean, Simon Harmer's the classic example at Essex, isn't it? And Jishan Patel at Warwickshire came back year after year after year, didn't
Good
he?
signing that, wasn't it?
Oh, what a signing.
Yeah, he was...
So Harmer wasn't bad either.
yeah.
That's in the air. It's going to be one bounce. He's got to be in trouble here because Drummond's... Oh, he's blocked that off.
He's just run a straight line though.
Yeah.
Can't give that up.
Always taught to do that. There was a appeal there for obstruction, I think, from Kent. But, when you got your back to it, you're not deliberately running down.
I think there might have been a riot there.
I think so, yeah. I think so. I did see an obstruction. I worked on a game a couple of years ago and... handled the ball is now part of obstructing the field law, and Louis Kimber at Leicestershire against Ollie Price bowling for Gloucestershire has played one into the ground. As he's doing a net, he's just sort of picked it up and gone to throw it back and gone ooh, like a hot potato. Suddenly realised what he'd done. Gloucestershire appealed and he was on his way.
Yeah, I've seen a couple. I mean, I remember when I was a kid watching Gooch punch one.
Yeah.
Was
that
against the Australians? I think.
Yeah.
And Michael Vaughan.
Yeah.
In one of his early Test matches in India, he blocked it down to the crease and it was sort of still spinning.
Yeah.
And just put his hand on it and then took it away and got given out. But
what was Vaughan like as a skipper?
Oh, great captain and touched on. Wait till this ball.
Cohen left alone.
Yeah, I mean, touched on Nasser and Vaughan was. Every captain's different, but I always say they were both really important in their times. So Nasser, that period between 99 and 2003, when the team was transforming, it needed some discipline, probably needed a bit more stick than carrot.
Yeah.
And then when Vaughan took over, the team was ready to be released. We'd done some of those hard yards.
Cohen in, and that's just nurdled into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, we'd sort of done those hard yards, and so where some players, maybe the likes of Flintoff, wouldn't have perhaps thrived under Nasser.
Yeah.
They did under Vaughan, and Vaughan's leadership through 2005, or up to 2005 and through it, was brilliant. And we've always been close, we've been good mates for a long time. But Nasser, what I liked about Nasser, we talked about his moods. He was, it didn't matter who you were, he was consistent, and that team needed that group needed a bit of discipline.
Bit of mongrel as well. Yeah.
And he certainly gave it that.
Here's Cohen. That's a flash from D'Oliveira outside the off stump, goes into the gloves of Chris Benjamin. What about, last time I was here we discussed the 2005 series game by game, and it was a wonderful piece of radio. But what were the Australians like during that series? Obviously Ponting wasn't overly happy when he was run out by Gary Pratt, was he?
No. Going back then, some of those guys played in county cricket, but we didn't really know them. There's quite a lot of mystery.
Okay. It's Cohen in, and that's left alone.
Whereas nowadays, all these players play across all these different franchise tournaments. There's so much international cricket that actually the niggle becomes sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
There isn't really that mystery, and that's what we had back then. And that team, were like the Galacticos of cricket. They were extraordinary and had such success. But then we've been on this journey, where we got really good. But they're combative, and you love that.
Yeah.
They play the game, that team played the game really hard.
Cohen defended.
But they'd play really hard, but then they'd not drink really hard, but they'd always have a beer with you afterwards as well.
Yeah.
That's the way Aussies do things. We're quite similar cultures like that,
I still think that side of the Australian early 2000s probably pips the 1980s West Indians for me, just because they had the better spinner in there, who was the best spinner of all time. You know, I mean, Murley, some people argue the case for Murley, but Shane Warne for me was the best spinner of all time, as that's square driven, and that could well be 4 runs. Crawley's in pursuit, but he's not going to cut it off, and that's a very pleasant shot from D'Oliveira. Moves on to 79. Worcestershire 284 for 4. And Ashley Giles, you're a contented man at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, look, it's great. I thought yesterday we bowled beautifully.
Yeah,
it's almost the best we've bowled as a unit that I've seen. Just if you're not getting wickets, you're controlling.
Yeah.
OHD coming from the Bears has offered that a little bit more experience, particularly with Ben Allison out injured, and given us that control. And then the way we started last night, because you always say, well, until both sides bat on it, you don't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I thought it was a really good start. Libs played beautifully last night.
Parkinson into D'Oliveira. To Roderick, who pushed out.
And the way Dan Lattigan started, I thought, he was in a bit of a hurry, which probably too much of a hurry.
He's got a little bit of Trescothic about him, I think. It's paddle swept for a single. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ashley Giles here on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Kent, and live on the BBC Sport app. I think, I thought Oliver Hannon-Dolby was absolutely superb, but whenever I see OHD, I always think of orchestral manoeuvres in the dark for some reason, because they were known as OMD, weren't they?
Yeah.
So that's just a dot ball. But, I mean, he looks he's just on the money, isn't he? He's just an experienced campaigner.
Well, yeah, he's sort of...
Defended.
He's sort of a triple threat, really, because he's on the money, really experienced, and he's one of the best blokes you'd meet in cricket.
Yeah.
So to have him in the dressing room, he's always adding.
Yeah.
So we're delighted to have him.
It's cut away for 1.
And it's easy, isn't it? Really, he's just down the motorway from Edgbaston. I'm sure he'd want to be playing for the Bears. They've got a huge resource of bowlers at the moment, so it's to our benefit. Yeah,
I did say to Jack Brooks, actually, he was an old teammate of his. That's clothed a little bit there by Roderick. I did say to Jack Brooks that he's got one of the poshest names in cricket, and Jack said, no, he's not that posh, he's from Halifax.
Yeah, I always said to Ollie, because he joined the Bears the year after I left as head coach.
Okay.
When I joined England. And I've always said to him that that's one of the things I regret is not signing OHD, because I think what he's added on the field, he's been an incredible performer, but what he adds in the dressing room, and I'm huge on that. Some coaches, directors of cricket aren't.
Yeah,
I'm huge on people, the personalities, almost that critical mass of good people in your dressing room. That's what helps you function when you're under pressure. When the proverbial hits the fan, you need good people around you, and he's definitely one of them.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Cohen in from the Diglis end, and that's a thick outside edge, and nothing's going Kent's way, and would have been straight down third slips bread basket, but the third of the slips, Zach Crawley's down in front of us at third, and he's too wide to even cut off the boundary.
Yeah, a bit of luck for Dole, but deserves it. He's played well here.
He has. He leads from the front, doesn't he?
Well, talking about good people, he's not many better than, I was going to say, the little man. It's a bit harsh, but he our captain. It's fantastic.
He's been skipper for a number of years now. So Cohen comes in, and that was a chance, I think, wasn't it? Possibly.
Yeah.
And I think there might be a dislocated finger here. It doesn't look good here. I'm trying to see who that is. Is it Ben Compton? Yeah. Doesn't look good here. He immediately held his hand up and looked towards the dressing room, and he's going off the pitch. And I'd hope that he's all right.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
No, it's dislocated. Look, you can see it sticking.
You sometimes see these when someone's dropped a catch and you think, well, it's just a bit of distraction, but this is
This is
he's in a
not
bit
good.
of
I can
trouble.
actually see that from here, and it's made me actually feel a bit queasy.
Don't stand up over me then if you feel
No, no.
It's a new jacket I've got on.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll even pay for your dry cleaning, Ashley.
I hope you would, yeah. You bloody would, I wouldn't let you leave.
Well, I did see that once at Lord's, where a gentleman had too much to drink and was sick of the person in front of him who was a complete stranger. He wasn't overly enamoured with his newfound friend, it has to be said. 292 for 4, D'Oliveira on 86. We've just got a little bit of delay at the moment as Ben Compton suffered an injury to his hand and it's gone off the pitch, and Kent are going to bring on a 12thers who looks like, I think Ekant Singh is currently running on a drink for Keith Dudgeon. And is he going to come on, or Dawkins is going to come on? He's a nice player, Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about him, but I hear he's a good player.
Tall opener, and from a South African background,
Okay.
I believe, but he's English qualified.
He's got good hair.
He has got good hair, yeah,
Really good hair.
blonde mane.
Yeah.
Sort of Graham Dilly-esque back in the day.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's a bit of South African in there, isn't there? It's not quite as bad as Kev's hairstyle in 2005, but...
No. So, 2005 or 81, Ashes, as Cohen comes in.
Are you asking me?
I am, yeah. I shouldn't have to ask that, should I?
Well...
I shouldn't have to ask that.
Well, actually...
4 runs there, Dawkins can't cut that off.
Actually, 81, I was always surrounded by cricket as a kid. Grew up on the village green. But 81 and Botham's performances in the 81 were the earliest I could remember that made me want to go, I want to play for England.
Right.
I want to be in Botham. And so important and I was only 8. But then, of course, 2005, from a personal perspective, it's we talked about it last time. It's like boys' own stuff. It's dreams come true.
Cohen in as D'Oliveira now into the 90s with that, leaves it alone. When you actually get selected for England, how does it sort of come? I mean, like, they hear of years of yonder where it used to come by telegram. How did you find out?
First time I got a call from David Graveney, who was chairman of selectors. Once you've
he's
played
a good
for
man,
a while,
Grav, isn't he? He's
really
a
good man. Yeah. Once you've played for a while, you just sort of, you don't take it for granted, but you sort of know whether you've got a chance or not. You know.
Yeah. Cohen in. That's gone. D'Oliveira goes for 90. Well held by Tawanda Miyeye at second slip, and Cohen, having plugged away outside his off stump, finally draws D'Oliveira into sort of fending at one a little bit, and probably didn't really need to play at that, but that's a really well made 90 off 135 balls, and his side now are currently exactly 100 in the lead with 5 wickets in hand, and actually he'll be disappointed, won't he?
Yeah, look, it's always easy to look at replays and say, well, I could have left that, but actually there's quite a lot of good cricket in that as well. You know, it's in those right areas. You've sort of got to, because if it comes back anymore, you've got to play at it.
Yeah.
And it's also a good catch. It just looked, it wasn't a wildly loose shot. He could easily go upstairs now and say, well, maybe I could have left it, but I think he's an incredible. It's 90, real captains in. It's a shame he can't get 100 here, but a great effort from the leader.
Well, Worcestershire want to be here about 250 in the lead by tomorrow lunchtime, perhaps. And then
where are we now?
5 sessions.
So about 100 ahead now. Yeah. So what have we got till tea? How many overs left of the day? 45. 13 left till tea. 13, 45, so 3 and over even, 130. Yeah, so I mean you're almost 250 ahead by
a close of play.
There's still a lot of time left. Weather looks okay, I believe.
So probably bat till lunch.
Well, you
maybe
bat as long
300 plus ahead.
You've still got to get there.
Yeah.
So actually, primarily just bat as long as we can at the moment, and then if we have the choice, then you can talk about whether you start putting the accelerator down or not. But for now, what you don't want to do is go bang, 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 and then you end up only 120 ahead.
Yeah, cricket's got a great habit of, once you try and get ahead of the game and ahead of yourself, it sort of drags you back, doesn't it?
We've all been there.
It's Cohen to the new bat, Ethan Brooks.
Yeah, we've all been there. So you just respect the game.
Yeah.
Play it out. And then if these two or Waity or whoever, bat for a while, then then they can start talking about those sort of things.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to love you and leave you for Frank, but just a final sort of point. So David Graveney phoned you as sort of England, and when you put the phone down, was it like, yes?
It's actually not as you would imagine. Yes, the immediate, because all you ever want to do is get picked for England. But actually, that day when you pull on the jumpers and the shirt, it's nerves. I don't know anyone who could have said, "Oh yeah, it's been the greatest day of my life," because all the pressure takes over. So you go from being, someone who might be picked for England to suddenly playing for England, and your world changes, and as do your critics and the writers and whoever, because I always say it's easier being out of the team than in the team. Yeah, the likes of George DeBell, where they write about. Yeah, he's listening to me, by the way. Anyone who I'm not having a dig at George, he's just sitting along from me, but that pressure changes very quickly.
Frank Watson back to replace Dan Whiting, joining Ashley here. Matt Parkinson starting a new over from the New Road end. First ball was defended by Ethan Brooks, and he does the same to the second. Worcestershire 297 for 5 with the loss of that fifth wicket. Brett D'Oliveira out for a really, really excellent 90.
Shot.
And Brooks is off the mark as he cuts Parkinson away to backward point. The platform, reverse sweep. I was looking down at my book. It doesn't take him long to play the reverse sweep. I often, when he comes in, Ethan, I often say I'll count how many balls it is before he plays it. But and I always say also, Ash, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, that he plays it as well as he plays a conventional sweep. It's not really a high risk shot for Ethan because he plays it so well.
Yeah, I mean that's the art of sweeping. If you practice it enough, it should be as safe as forward defence.
Yeah, and he, sort of modern batsman in that sense, Ethan. Parkinson in, bowls, and is forward, and just less certainly this time, just sort of pushes it out on the offside. And it wasn't really that prevalent when you were bowling spin, but it presents a problem now for spin bowlers in terms of field setting and so on, when players can score all around the wicket, doesn't it? Parkinson again bowls, and Brooks again reverse sweeps, and he hits it nicely, but this time picks out the fielder at backward point, and that's the end of the over. 301 for 5, the 300 up for Worcestershire, their second batting point. Brooks has 4, Roderick has 19, but it's a different challenge, isn't it?
Although that team I played in the 90s with at Warwickshire, they were great exponents of sweep, reverse sweep, and focusing on how many you could take spin for in one day cricket, and that was their differentiator. But certainly in my career there were few people who did it well, and you could sort of defend one side, but much more difficult with the 360 nature of how modern batsmen play.
Mikey Cohen continuing from the Diglis end, having picked up that wicket of D'Oliveira, bowls, left alone by Roderick. Andy Moles spoke to the Worcestershire Cricket Society this winter, a former teammate of yours, and he was talking about exactly that, and about the winter when Dermot Reeve and Bob Woolmer got together and said, we're going to change the way we score against spin, and how they introduced the fact that a couple of sessions where everybody just had to sweep everything and learn to play the shot. And it has it's a way that the game has changed in a short time, really. And I think Ethan Brooks, a particularly good exponent of the reverse sweep. Cohen bowls, left alone again by Roderick. And I remember at Chelmsford, both last year and the year before, Simon Harmer bowling to Ethan Brooks, and he had to change his fields, and quite drastically change his fields, because he would hit him one way and then he would hit him the other, and it clearly frustrated Harmer.
Yeah, the art is manipulating the field. That's why you sweep. You know, if you've got 3 men there, why would you play the reverse sweep?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the idea is to, or original idea is to move a fielder from somewhere where you don't want them.
Yeah, so you can just score down the ground or whatever. Yeah. Cohen again in, and bowls to Roderick, who's forward to this one, pushing out on the onside. Just to rewind a little bit, I came in at the end of your conversation with Danny. You were talking about playing for England and so on. And it reminded me of a conversation that I'd had with a very good friend of mine, Tim Curtis, who said exactly the same as you were saying there about nerves, and about how he told me once, and he might well be listening actually. I know he often does, but he told me once about what his mindset was when he was struggling against Terry Alderman, and he was having a really tough time against Alderman. Cohen is in again and bowls, and Roderick beaten by a good one, goes across him, taken low down by Benjamin. Well, should just need to rebuild a little bit after losing that wicket, but they're in a very strong position, leading now by 105, five wickets down. And what Tim said was that when Alderman was running up and bowling at him, and he'd beat him or he'd nip one back and it would go through the gate and miss the stumps, all Tim could think about was everybody watching their TV at home, and the commentators in the box pulling his technique to pieces and saying he didn't do this and he didn't do that. And if that's what's going through your head while you're out in the middle, then
it's a very
you're
dangerous
not in a good place.
It's a dangerous place to be. But I think we all drift into that sort of thing when you're in, when you're not playing as well or you're not as confident. But we always laugh. You're always a better player when you're not in the team. When you've been dropped. Yeah. You often are talked about most, well, why isn't he playing? Bring him back. And then as soon as you're back in, all that ramps up again. But that's the nature of high performance
not
sport.
Just cricket, professional sport. Footballers must suffer the same, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, we still love it. And still out there wanting to do it. And you're still involved with it. And Mikey Cohen in bowls, and Gareth Roderick, who himself has had one or two ups and downs over his career, certainly after he joined Worcestershire, just pushes this one out on the offside. End of the over. Good over from Cohen, who's bowled much better in this spell.
It's been a nice spell, actually.
He's got his wicket and has been much better.
This angle, the more traditional angle for a left-arm seam over, he bowled round the wicket earlier. It didn't look like he was going to make an impact, but actually he looks like he'll get a wicket. Not every ball, but certainly looks more threatening.
I'm glad you said that, because I was saying that earlier, that I think unless I mean there have been some left armers, you think immediately of Wazam Akram, and there have been a few who've been equally dangerous around the wicket as over, but generally speaking you like to see your left arm seamer bowling it over the wicket and dipping it back into right handers and only going around the wicket maybe as a way of sort of restricting the batter in terms of getting his arms free. We're going to see a bowling change here, and Tawinda Mayeye coming on to bowl at the New Road end, and I'm going to make a confession here. I've never seen him bowl before, so this will be an interesting one. I wouldn't have thought it was in the plan, as it were, for Kent, but he's replacing Matt Parkinson. Just watching him bowl a loosener, looks like it could well be off breaks, and his first ball is from round the wicket,
gentle,
dabbed away on the onside, gentle, and looks gentle, and maybe a bit of a risk. He bowls this next one and Brooks turns it away on the onside, in the sense that Worcestershire, what Kent don't want to do is give them a quick 20 or 30, but at the same time the over 8's got to be pulled back. 10 overs to go before tea. New ball due fairly shortly, in fact in just a couple of overs, as Brooks sweeps a poor delivery down to deep backward square for 4. I think it'll just be an over or two, won't it, with the new ball?
It's not a bad ploy sometimes to someone like Brooksy, who likes to dominate against spin. So they put the field back and they've sort of gone, well, we'll chuck a couple of overs up and see what you do. I mean, that was a pie. The last one he just hit for 4, but
you might lose concentration and just give one away. Yeah, he is in again in bowls, and this one's pushed through a little bit, and actually Brooks hurried up a little bit, but just got plenty of bat on it, worked it away to mid-wicket. 305 for 5 it remains. Yea again round a wicket, bowls, and Brooks just turns this one down on the leg side. Fairly respectable. He's landed every one, hasn't he? And
yeah, well, they've hit the pitch, if that's what you mean. Yeah.
He's used the facilities, as
Yeah.
I say. He's round the wicket again. Last ball of the over, and Brooks plays a very, very well executed
Dab. Yeah.
dab, really nicely played and very fine down to the boundary for 4 more. So very, very well negotiated over. Ethan Brooks has gone into double figures, 307 for 5 at the end of that over. It was just 2 actually off the last one. I don't think it went all the way. It was just they accepted 2 and strolled back as the fielder pulled it up just side the rope. Did it? Well, it's only got 6 on the board. 1 over, no mains, no wicket for 6. I didn't see a signal.
I thought he'd given it
We're
up.
just watching a replay now. Ran the first one quickly.
Parkinson.
No, just
did get it.
2. Yeah, just
Yeah,
fielded
sorry.
it. And
I was-
so Matt Parkinson gone to the other end. So we'll probably have 1 more over of spin, and then I would imagine we might see Dudgeon taking the new ball. 307 for 5. But yeah, just picking up on what we were talking about the mental side of things. I don't think people always appreciate quite how much the game is played in the mind, as Roderick gets a single off Parkinson's first ball out on the offside. And by that I don't just mean technically and how you cope with the game, but I just mean how much a player's mental state affects the way that he performs out there, and it's particularly in cricket.
Yeah.
Parkinson again bowls. Roderick drives into the covers, no run. Sorry, Brooks into the covers, no run.
I think when you get to elite anything, the top 6 inches, as you call it, is the mentality is just huge. How you deal with pressure, how you transfer pressure.
Parkinson again bowls. Brooks goes for the reverse. He's taken on the pad. There's a big shout, but the umpire is not moved. I always think if you play the reverse and you miss it, there's almost more encouragement for the bowlers to shout than there is if it's an ordinary, a more conventional shot, really.
Because it looks uglier.
Yeah, there's just something about it, isn't there? The umpire on that occasion is not impressed, not moved by that. There's a bit of dismay out there among the fielders. Parkinson again is in and bowls, and Brooks just dabs this one more conventionally out on the onside.
Yeah, I think that, and it's part of the game that's much more accepted now. So, we're a bowling coach and batting coach. A psychologist is just part of your team now.
Yeah. Parkinson bowls. Brooks again is defending this out on the onside. Yeah, and there's in sport, in life generally, perhaps there's been a bit more recognition in recent years that it's okay to be
Not
mentally unwell. Yeah, absolutely. And thank goodness we've come round to that way of thinking. Parkinson bowls again. Brooks down the pitch and smashes this one straight down the ground. Beautiful shot from Ethan Brooks. 1 bounce for 4, back over the bowler's head. End of the over. 312 for 5. And Matt Parkinson has now bowled 17 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 61. And the new ball is available.
It's an interesting shot with what could have been the last ball of of that old ball. But he got away with it.
Well, when you say interesting, you mean are you disapproving?
Well, look, you want players to play their way and express themselves. As I said, Ethan, that's how he plays against spin, tries to dominate.
Yeah,
but
new ball is being taken. Yeah,
yeah.
I know what you mean,
but
but
a bit of a sucker punch.
Yeah, but it's also. I choose more. I mean, it's the way that he plays, but it's also it's who he is, isn't it, Ethan? He's just that kind of. He's a pugnacious cricketer, and supporters might feel that this is a little bit Worcestershire biased, but I think it's indicative of there are quite a lot of modern players who play in this sort of way. And one of the things I remember about Ethan is that game at Chelmsford last year that he almost won on his own. If you remember when Worcestershire were 9 down and chasing it, and Ethan took it to Essex and was clearing the boundary when every fielder was on the boundary. It was extraordinary. The night before, I think it was 8 down and over 100 needed. And I was talking to him about the situation. I'll just break off as the new ball is taken, and it is Keith Dudgeon bowling from the new road end with it. Left alone the first ball with the new ball by Roderick. And he said, we're going to win tomorrow.
Right.
And he didn't just say it, he believed it. He absolutely believed it, you know. And when I saw him almost get Worcester out of there, I was thinking at the time, if he were to pull this off, because it would have been really extraordinary, then it would have been a remarkable triumph for his confidence and belief. Dudgeon bowls again outside the off-stump. And I just think that when he played that shot off the last ball of the previous over, there would have been no doubt in his mind.
No, I
It was
agree.
the right
And
thing
you
to
don't
do.
you don't want to scramble batsmen,
Yeah.
but there's also I don't stand with the that's how I play.
No, I agree
You've got
with
to
you.
adapt to what's
Yeah,
in front
yeah.
of you.
Yeah.
Whether it be bowler, pitch, circumstance, time of the game.
Yeah.
And you're right. Yeah, that situation, Essex called for him to play like that.
Yeah.
That's the way he had to do
Yeah.
things. But
Yeah.
but look, it's fine. I love Ethan. You know that. That's why we bought him here.
Yeah. His brother's got some runs today.
Has he?
Yeah, in a remarkable situation. I'll just get the score up. Actually, he's in a last wicket partnership that will be causing Derbyshire some real headaches, I think, as this one is blocked out on the offside. Yeah, Derbyshire against Gloucestershire, and Henry Brooks is on loan at Gloucestershire, and he made 89.
Right.
Off 148 balls with 8 fours and 3 sixes, and Will Williams, who was batting at number 10, made 98, and they added 191 for the 9th wicket.
Wow.
That will have caused some dismay amongst the Derbyshire ranks, I think. Not a bad effort by the on loan
Williams
Henry
got run
Brooks.
out for 98. That's,
Yeah.
wonder if they'll ever get another chance.
Left alone that one outside the off stump. So 312 for 5 Worcestershire. We are still 8 overs away from tea, and Henry Brooks, Ethan Brooks is on 14. Henry's brother has got set the Brooks brothers target for the day for Ethan to try and overhaul with his 89, and Gareth Roderick has a rather more circumspect 20, and he adds to that with probably the best shot he's played, actually, a beautifully executed back foot drive through the covers, only for 2, but technically a very pleasing shot on the eye, that one from Gareth Roderick, and he goes to 22, 314 for 5. The new ball has been taken. The men out since lunch. The 2 who added 141 for the 4th wicket, Adam Hose, who was bowled by Milnes for 75, and a few minutes ago Brett D'Oliveira caught at slip by Millet off Cohen for a very, very well constructed 90. Here comes Dudgeon again in to bowl to Roderick, and Roderick is forward playing out on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 314 for 5. One thing that I don't know if you discussed this with Dan Ashley, but I haven't touched on it that much, but the pitch here for this game, Worcestershire got 3 batting bonus points all season last season. They all came in 1 innings.
Yep.
At home, that is, against Surrey, and they've already got 2 and look like getting 3 here. This is a better pitch than anything we saw last year.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and you know when things don't go well, you have to do something different, which we've done this winter. And I'm delighted for Stephen. He's put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into preparing this pitch, and I think we're all still holding our breath a little bit yesterday morning. But it could have a little bit more pace. But look, we'll. It's been a good cricket wicket, because as we've seen, if people bowl well, you challenge, you can get a wicket. But if you if you're off, you can get smacked as well.
Yeah.
And that, they're good conditions for me. They're pretty balanced conditions.
Yeah, brilliant effort by Steve Manfield and the ground staff. Matt Milne's in, bowls to Ethan Brooks, who pushes out on the offside. There's no run. We talked about if you bowl well. In terms of Kent, Matt Milne's has bowled very well. I think probably better than anybody else. 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 62 before this.
It's a good game. Yeah.
Dudgeon not far behind him, 1 for 65, but he's bowled really well. He also made the highest score in the Kent first innings, so fair play to Matt Milnes, and he's kept running in absolutely throughout this innings. In his 20th over now, with that new ball in his hand, he's in, he bowls, and Ethan Brooks is watchfully forward, playing this one back up the pitch. So a bit of a challenge now for Ethan Brooks, who has got a new ball to face and just needs to get in and get himself going, and then one would hope that with Matthew Waite to come, Worcestershire can extend this lead up towards 150, 200 by the end of the day and put themselves in a position from which, I'm not saying they have to win, but certainly they shouldn't lose, which would be a nice position to be in at the end of day 2. As Milnes is in again and bowls, and Brooks just eases this one down into the gully.
Certainly if we can get through this first barrage, if you like, of new ball, that the last session, it tend to be, I know we've got a new ball, but in this sort of weather can be really difficult for the fielding team, and that's when you can make hay a little bit. So if these two can just battle a bit longer, even the last, if we get down to 20 overs of the day, that's when you might score at 4 and over.
Yeah, and that could make a real difference. I mean, still 39 overs left in the day, so still a fair way to go as Milnes comes in again and bowls, and that's short. Brooks on the back foot cracks it through extra cover. Not going to go, it is going to go all the way. It's just not exactly easy to see where the rope is there, but the ball just bobbled over the rope. So a lovely shot from Ethan Brooks, warmly applauded by the crowd. He goes to 18. 318 for 5.
Yeah, it looked like we might see a dive, and then he a bit of a stutter and thought better of it, I think.
The rope just almost disappears to the naked eye, and it just runs away a tiny little bit, doesn't it, the ground down to that corner.
Lowest part of the ground over there, isn't
the
it?
Chestnut tree,
the deep end, as we call it in the winter.
Yes, it is. Nicely described as Milnes bowls and Brooks defends that into the offside. Also, that area now backed not by the old chestnut trees as it used to be, but the one single chestnut tree remaining, but it's fitted in very well, that new hospitality facility down there.
Captain's Club.
Yeah, Captain's Club, where the one tree was, and then the Wadder facility, which was open last year, which is pretty popular, isn't it? It seems
very
to be
popular.
Generally. Yeah,
it's a great spot to watch from the top there.
Yeah,
I think you should do some outside commentary up there.
Yeah, well, that would be nice. We could if we could see if we can get Joe to get us to do the T20s from there. That would be very good. Although it would be the wrong time to do it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think we'll be selling it for the T20.
Milnes bowls, Brooks defends, and there's no run. End of the over from Matt Milnes. 318 for 5 then. Worcestershire nicely placed, leading now by 124 runs, I think. 118 runs, and they are. No, it can't be right. 122. I don't think it's quite gone on yet. Which is a good position to be in, and as you say, if they can go into T leading by 130 or so, 135, and they're only 5 down, then that platform has been laid really to cause a bit of chaos in the last session, you would hope.
Yeah, we've still got 6 overs, haven't we, till
get another 10 or 15 in that time, you would think.
Yeah.
As Dudgeon comes in from the new road end with the new ball, and this is played defensively back up the pitch.
It's always one of those as the coach of the fielding team that if you don't make breakthroughs with this new ball, it could be quite painful.
Yeah. Be an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester coming in a moment.
I might nip out.
You're in the programme. Yeah, that's fine. I'll say goodbye to Ashley Giles. Thanks as
very
ever
much.
for
Really
your
enjoyed it.
company, Ashley, and
Thank
your
you.
always interesting views on the game.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. $319 for 5. Keith Dudgeon, the South African, in his 18th over, just 1 for 65 so far. And he comes in now to bowl to Brooks. He lets that go outside the off stump. There we go. I think we've got an update coming for BBC from Worcester any minute. Hereford FC have stayed up in National League North thanks to a late header. In comes Dudgeon again. Brooks runs this down on the offside and picks up a single. Takes him on to 19, which is just 70 fewer than his brother made up at Derby for Gloucester this afternoon. 320 for 5. Update for Hereford and Worcester coming now. Yeah, Worcestershire going very nicely indeed. They are 324-5, which means that they lead Kent by 124 runs. 2 men out since lunch. Adam Hose for 75 and Brett D'Oliveira for 90. They shared a partnership for the 4th wicket of 141. Gareth Roderick is just settling in nicely out there. He's on 23. He's been joined by Ethan Brooks. We've got just about 4 overs left to go before tea, and then the evening session for Worcestershire to build this lead. They're in a position of real strength. Kent have just taken the new ball. I'll be hoping to make inroads with that, but as I speak, Brooks drives Keith Dudgeon down the ground for another couple of runs, and 3 in fact taken. Worcestershire then 323 for 5.
I went to Hereford once actually, following my side Barnet, and
nice place.
Yeah, well,
I've done many games from Edgar Street.
I unfortunately went into possibly the roughest pub that I've ever been into, which was a pub that's no longer there, so I'll quite happily name it. It was called the Moorfields down the side of the ground. And we've got an injury here.
Yeah, not sure what's happening here.
Is it just a bit of cramp, maybe?
My eye off it. I have not any idea what's happening. It's Gareth Roderick that's gone down. Physio's going out there.
Anyway, this pub, my friend asked the landlord whether he sold cigarettes in the pub, thinking that he was going to direct him to the cigarette machine, as they were back then in public houses, around sort of 2004. And he has then opened a Gola bag full of contraband cigarettes and asked him what he wanted. So there you go. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention Barnet as well, because any Kent fans listening in who are of a Gillingham persuasion, Barnet are actually 4-1 up at half time against the Gills. So, but news on Ben Compton as well, who is still on the ground. He left the field with what looked like a dislocation of the finger, attempting to go for a catch off Brett D'Oliveira, off the bowling of Mikey Cohen, and he is still on the ground, so we've got no updates on substitutes yet, or what's going on, or how bad the injury is, but we'll keep you updated as soon as we get any further news. But meanwhile, this doesn't look good for Worcestershire, because Gareth Roderick, who's their wicket keeper, is down.
He's
and
okay, I think. Yeah, he's okay. He's putting his gloves back on anyway, so he's going to carry on. Not sure what he's done.
Is he going to carry on? He's done his lower back by the look of
Lower
it.
back.
That doesn't look good.
No, that's not good. Now, I'm just wondering who would keep wicket. Well, you're allowed a
Sub.
replacement, of course.
Yeah,
You're
sub.
allowed a
Yeah.
replacement, aren't you? So they would be calling Henry Cullen up to keep wicket, I would imagine. But looks like he's going to carry on batting. Yeah, he is. He's going to carry on, but it doesn't look comfortable.
No, he doesn't.
Changed his bat sponsor this year. I've only just noticed that. Go with Roderick. Just looking through the binoculars. He's putting his gloves back on. Anyway,
Been an eventful day, hasn't it? We've
We've
had travellers trying to access the ground.
They've now accessed the ground outside my house.
Oh.
52 trailers in 200 yards.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, here is Mills. So that's pushed out into the covers. Will you be, saying welcome to your new neighbours, Frank?
My wife has just messaged me and said she has counted 52 trailers in the distance between where I live and the swimming pool, which is about 56 vehicles, which is about 400 yards.
Right, okay. Well, they tried to get into New Road here, visit Worcestershire New Road earlier today, and they were... the ground is currently, like, the gates are locked. That's a bouncer from Milnes. Just one over the shoulder. 323 for 5. Brooks on 19, Roderick on 26. And we've had Compton having to leave the field with a dislocated finger. We've had Roderick's back is going. And Milnes just testing him out, testing his back out with a short ball. It's all go here. Visit Worcestershire New Road. That's a short ball, and Roderick plays that all right. But I tell you what, he's not moving very freely out there at all. He's struggling. I'll have to do an update in 4 minutes.
Tea is on the horizon. God, it's been a long day.
It's always a long day. It's going to be a long night, Frank, as well, because you're showing me the sights.
I thought you meant it might be a long night for me with.
All right, that's 4 runs. Sick outside edge, played with the old Nanette Newmans. Bit soft hands there by Brooks, and
Unwelcome visitors literally outside my house. So.
Do you have to go home tonight?
I'm not sure. I'll have to try and find out a bit more.
Okay.
But yeah, there could be problems.
Yeah, no, I get
There's
it.
an area
I understand.
I'll tell you a bit more about it at tea. But where I live, there's a road like that, and then there's a road like that, and I live there, and there's an area of grass here,
Right.
and that has been occupied.
Aha.
So it could be quite tricky. Anyway, we'll see. It might not be as worrying as it sounds. 328 for 5.
Here is Milnes. Left alone by Brooks, who's 23 off just 26 balls. Roderick being far more circumspect with 27 off 61. Well, I'll just have to find a new tourist guide.
We'll certainly have a wander up and
Yeah.
quench our thirsts briefly, at least.
Yeah.
And I'll try and get a bit more news.
Left alone there by Brooks. Not much carry through to Chris Benjamin.
No, not considering it's only 4 overs old.
No. That's the end of the over though. 328 for 5. So currently leading by 132. And I am going to go and do an update for BBC Radio Kent.
When you come back, I'll give the answer to the quiz. Nobody had a go. I'm surprised. There is a connection between Basil d'Oliveira, the legendary Basil d'Oliveira, and the Kent batsman Neil Taylor. Just wondered if anybody could get it, but maybe a bit too vague. As Dudgeon bowls Sir Roderick, who drives nicely into the covers, but there's no run. 328 for 5. The lead then is 132 and growing. If Worcestershire can get that lead up to 200, I think, plus by the end of the day, they will be in a position from which it would be very difficult to lose, you would imagine. Dudgeon comes in again and bowls, and Roderick is again on the front foot, playing this one back up the pitch, this time straight to the bowler, and there is no run. So 328 for 5 it remains. Men out in this innings. Latigan last night for 25, seems a long time ago. Then this morning, Libby for 52 and Kashif for 20. And then since lunch, Hose 75 and Dolivera 90. So runs right down the card for Worcestershire. And 4 more of them here. As this one is over-pitched on leg stump by Dudgeon, and Roderick just clips it beautifully through mid-wicket, all the way to the boundary, down towards the Graham Hick Pavilion. And the Kent body language now is, once again, rather negative, not surprisingly, and poor old Dudgeon trudges back to his mark. He's gone for 70 now, off 74 now. He's halfway through his 19th over. He and Milnes have been by far the best bowlers for Kent, but it's been a struggle. Dudgeon is in again short, and Roderick goes for the pull shot, doesn't get anything on it, might get a glove on it actually, or is it a leg bye? They've gone through for a single. I think he did get a glove on it. It appears to be moving a bit more freely now, Gareth Roderick, which is good news for Worcestershire. Triple Nelson is up, 333 for 5. We've got 3 overs left after this before the tea interval, and it remains a beautiful sunny afternoon. As Keith Dudgeon comes in again and bowls to Brooks, who was beaten outside the off-stump. Good delivery from Dudgeon. Now, just going back to that game that I was talking about at Derby, where Gloucestershire made 498, and Derbyshire in reply have lost a wicket. Harry Kane out for 8 LBW to Bell, and so very, very good first innings score by Gloucestershire, 498. That was a massive partnership for the 9th wicket between Williams and Brooks. As the brother of Henry Brooks, who made 89 in that innings, Ethan Brooks, batting here for Worcestershire, gets a single down to third man. So yeah, just to describe that again, Henry Brooks and Will Williams adding 191 runs for the 9th wicket. I can only imagine how frustrating that was for the Derbyshire bowlers and indeed the Derbyshire supporters. But brilliant effort by Gloucestershire and the on loan Brooks. I'll give you some scores from elsewhere as well. It's tea in many of the games. Lancashire and Durham involved in, well, Lancashire on top there at Chester Street. Let's break off as this one is steered by Brooks down on the offside. New over started by Milnes, 334 for 5. Lancashire 370, and in reply Durham in a bit of trouble, 188 for 8. 2 wickets each for James Anderson, Tom Bailey, Mitch Stanley, formerly of this parish, and George Balderson. And George Balderson with 1. So 288 for 8, the Durham reply to Lancashire. I beg your pardon, 188 for 8, the Durham reply to Lancashire. As in comes Milnes, and again Brooks is defending off the back foot. So good stuff from Lancashire, who have started the season well actually and look quite a dangerous side in this division. Sussex, Yorkshire. Sussex made 502 against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 91 for 1 in reply. Glamorgan made 440 against Leicestershire. They've started their reply nicely, 72 without loss. And Warwickshire made 459 against Notts, but the champions in reply also in a decent position on 152 for 3 as Brooks defends again. And in that, Ben Duckett made 62 batting at 3. Joe Clark is unbeaten on 50.
Yeah, Leicestershire going well in Division 1. Rishi Patel has had a very good start, got 160 odd against Surrey, didn't he, at the Oval, and he's a fine player, Rishi Patel. Always thought Essex missed a trick by letting him go. Although saying that, their openers haven't done badly, have they? Paul Walter and Dean Elgar.
Paul Walter's such a narrated player, isn't he, I think?
Yeah.
And it's all to do with aesthetics, I think. Brooks gets a single just nudging this one on the leg side. You know, he's tall,
yeah.
Paul as he's known, left-handed, little bit sort of awkward. He's
ungainly.
He's not a gower, is he? In
no,
terms of left-handedness.
No, he's not.
He's a brilliant cricketer, useful little bowler in
yeah.
white ball cricket, good slip catcher.
Yeah.
Really good, really good county cricketer. Paul Walter.
And Dean Elgar as well. I mean,
very good player, very good player.
Essex, those South Africans seem to enjoy going back to Essex year after year. I mean, Simon Harmer.
Yeah, you can't really, you can't fault Elgar. He's a nugget, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean,
single for Roderick here, pushed on the leg side.
We were discussing with Ashley Giles about overseas. You know, the days of Van Burn Holder, for instance, coming back here year after year after year, like he did in the 70s. Huh?
He never left. He lived here and he still does.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're over these days, aren't they?
Yeah.
And we've had a few in recent years who've stayed, like Simon Harmer, for instance, or Jeetan Patel at Warwickshire.
Yeah. Or Wayne Madsen.
Yeah.
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 But yeah, you're right, those days are gone. Defended this last one by Brooks, end of the over. We've got 2 overs left till tea. 3:36 for 5. Brooks has 25, he's played very well. Roderick has 33, he's also played very well. And believe it or not, they've already added 40 for this 6th wicket.
I think Madsen's UK qualified, isn't he?
Well, I think he's qualified for about 9 different nations.
Is he?
He was playing for Italy in the World Cup, wasn't he?
Yeah.
T20 World Cup. But yeah, he's just been phenomenal for Derbyshire.
Oh, what a player! Fine player, absolute run machine. Another one's David Beddingham at Durham, who goes back year after year. He's been there about 5 years now, and he's a run machine as well.
Yeah. Very good player. Very good player.
Here is Keith Dudgeon in his 2nd season at Kent now. So that's pushed out by Roderick into the offside. Still looking as if he's in a little bit of pain with his back. Doesn't look completely comfortable. Got 2 overs to tea. Is it a 10 past 4 cut-off, or is it just straight 32 overs? They keep changing
overs,
it. It used to be a 10 past 4 cut-off, didn't it? But they keep changing it. I can't keep up. Dudgeon in, and Roderick tickles that one off his hip. Out to Cohen, who's at deep square. Players going down like 9 pins here, though. Roderick's gone down with his back. Compton's gone off the pitch with a dislocated finger.
Is that what it is? Definitely.
It looked that way from the way, from what I could see from here as he left the pitch. Yeah. If his wife Amy's listening in, he'll be okay, trust me. Oh, that's a good Yorker from Dudgeon. Brooks falls over, goes flat on his face trying to dig that one out. That's a proper speared in Yorker. And Brooks, well, He did his job keeping it out. It didn't look too canely. It was a Paul Walter of a defensive shot. But he's still there. Dudgeon's got a quick Yorker. It's considerably quicker than his normal sort of deliveries. It's, probably speared in. 337 for 5, lead 141. Kent need another wicket for 2 bowling bonus points. Still with an over rate of -1. Got to be careful because I think Worcestershire might only bat once in this game. Left alone by Brooks. Not a cloud in the sky. In fact, I don't think we've had a cloud. Well, we had a few this morning, a few wispy ones in the distance, but that's 2 days of absolutely glorious sunshine here. But whenever I come here, it's always like this. Honestly, I came here for the England Disability game last year. It was about 33 degrees. That game we covered in 2024, Worcestershire versus Surrey, that was about 33 degrees as well. We had the dog at our feet because it's the coolest place on the ground in here.
Yeah, not our dog.
No, we had a dog that's just asleep at our feet all day, called Bullet. A big Labrador. Dudgeon. Brooks defends, pushing it out into the covers. Where Dawkins, on as a sub for Compton, does the fielding.
End of the over, 1 over to go before tea.
So whenever I'm in Worcester, it's always tropical, Frank. I mean,
Well, you didn't bother coming this winter then.
No.
Although you did one day, because I saw some stuff on Twitter. You called in, didn't you?
I did, yeah. A friend of mine was here doing a course, so I popped in.
Yeah, well, it was pretty well. You know how wet it was by the number of floods that we had. Anyway, here's Matt Milnes from the Diglis end, continuing to apply himself. He and Dudgeon have been easily the pick of the bowlers. They've taken 4 of the 5 wickets to fall between them. Milnes 3 for 73, Dudgeon 1 for 77. But Kent trailing by 141 runs are staring down the barrel a little bit here. Need to make Worcestershire work really hard for every run. That one just jags back a little bit at Roderick, and he played it nicely, took his bottom hand off and just dropped it down on the onside for a single. He's played pretty well, Gareth Roderick, for his 35.
Yeah, I did come here, but I was actually stayed at a hotel without breakfast and trying to find myself a bacon and egg sandwich the following day was a tough gig, Frank.
You don't know the right places to go.
No, I don't. I need my tourist guide. I need my Sherpa.
There's plenty
Frank
of places.
Watson, my Sherpa.
Plenty of places you can get breakfast in Worcester. Here comes Milnes again from the Diglis end. Brooks edges this and it bounces just in front of McGee at second slip. He's good, isn't he, in there?
Oh, he's great.
He's taken 2 catches very easily and he's taken that one very nicely as well.
He's a wonderful cricketer to under Mieye. Came over as a asylum seeker. His parents were supporters of the opposition party to Robert Mugabe and his party, and he came over as an asylum seeker, I think, in 2018, and he's been a wonderful asset.
Well, there we are. We've talked him up because he's made, that is a brilliant catch, and Ethan Brooks has gone in the last over before the tea interval, and Mieye has picked up his 3rd slip catch. Gosh, we did do him a good service there, both of us. There's me saying how good he is in there, you expanding on that, and he's dived to his right and picked off the best of slip catches to dismiss Ethan Brooks for 25, and Worcestershire go into tea on. They're still in a very good position, 338 for 6, but not as good as they were a couple of minutes ago because of that superb catch by Tuandumie, his third catch, and New Road. Day 2, session 3, Worcestershire against Kent. And if you've been with us throughout the game, you'll know what the match situation is. Worcestershire lead by 142 runs. They have 4 wickets remaining in their first innings, and there are 32.2 overs left in the day, because a wicket was taken in the final over before tea by Matt Milnes, his 4th. Excellent effort from him, really good. Let's just pay tribute to Matt Milnes. 50 not out in the Kent first innings, and now 22.4 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 74. Top effort by the all-rounder, and he is about to complete his over. Well, he's got 2 balls left in it, and he will be bowling to the new batsman, who is Matthew Waite, who's just come out to join Gareth and Roderick.
Yep, some news breaking. Ben Dawkins is the official substitute for Kent, replacing Ben Compton.
Here is Milnes then, into bowl to Waite, who's off the mark straight away, pushing this one out behind square on the offside, like Karen the fielder, and they take a single. So 1 ball left in the over, 339 for 6.
Yeah, Compton, who left the field trying to attempt a catch from Brett D'Oliveira, and D'Oliveira had 83 and looked to be going off with what looked like a dislocated finger.
Roderick on strike, Milnes bowls to him, and he clips him through the vacant mid-wicket area for a single, and Worcestershire move on to 340 for 6. The end of
For the rest of the game, Ben Dawkins will be the
see it going now,
for Ben Compton.
damn it, it's a case of if Worcestershire, if they get to a lead of 200,
Yeah,
you would think it's difficult for them to lose the game from there. If they get to 200 quickly, they might even have a few overs at Kent tonight.
yeah, they might. I'm not sure though they
I
will.
don't think they'll try to.
No, but if they just
I don't
lose
mean
their
they'll
wicket.
try to do that, but I mean if they lose a couple of wickets, score a few runs or whatever,
Yeah,
we could end up with them having a few overs tonight. It's difficult to predict
yeah,
how this session's going to go. Joey Everson coming off from the
yeah. Dawkins, for those who don't know much about him, he's played 4 first-class games for Kent. Short and crunched through extra cover off the back foot there by Roderick.
Wait, I know Roderick.
He
Sorry,
doesn't look to be suffering from that back injury we saw before tea.
yeah, single after that.
So Dawkins was born in South Africa, 19 years old. He came through Sevenoaks School, played all his age group cricket for Kent, and then he's been in the England under-19 side, so that's left alone. Signed his first professional cricket contract last July, and then made his debut just a few days later in the game against Leicestershire. Made scores of 85 and got 100 in the One Day Cup as well, and then was named for the 2026 Under-19 World Cup. Oh, that's kept low.
Very. That really did keep low.
Yeah, Roderick did well to keep that one out. So Dawkins, a couple of 50s under his belt, top scorer 61, 19-year-old. Now that'd be a story if he comes out, gets 100, wouldn't it? That one's scooted a little bit as well. But yeah, Dawkins, highly rated, got 200 in a second team game the other week.
I saw him play here for the England under-19s last summer against India.
Yeah.
A good player, yeah, very well organised.
That's just defended. Pushed out to mid-off. Yeah, tall right-handed bat, opening bat. I think he's become Kent's first substitute fielders. That's punched up to Bell Drummond at mid-on.
End of the over. Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
What colour is Daniel Beldrummer's cap?
Well, it starts off, they start off blue, and then with sun fading, they go to like a maroon.
Well, it's almost brown, isn't it? It's almost a Surrey cap, Daniel Beldrummer's, but you don't want to change it. I think the faded cap is a badge of honour, isn't it, amongst county cricketers. Here comes Matt Milnes from the Digley end again, this time outside the off stump to Matthew Waite, who is on 1. And he lets that go outside the off stump. Three slips in place. Tawenda Miye has picked up 3 catches at slip. The third of them just before tee, diving to his right to dismiss Ethan Brooks. An absolute cracker of a catch. Very, very sharp in there. This one is down the leg side. Tumbling, diving stop by Chris Benjamin to prevent any extras. There have been 4 byes, 7 leg byes, 1 wide and 4 no balls, 16 extras in total in this innings. With just 1 extra in the Kent innings. Such is the accuracy with which the Worcestershire bowlers operated. Not quite as accurate in this innings, the Kent bowlers. Milnes again is in and bowls, and this one is driven away on the offside. And it's 4 runs. Matthew Waite put back to ball with great gusto there.
Gusto, tempo, pizzicato.
Interesting that with, well, you've been given a message that my audio isn't good. I'll try to just turning it up and see what that's like. See if we get any feedback now from
Mr. Phil O'Rourke. Mr. Phil O'Rourke is tuning in.
Haven't changed any settings, so can't see how I'm not. It doesn't appear to be not registering on the mic. I'll turn it right up and see what that's like. Waite pulls down to backward square leg for a single. It's interesting that it's not. Now that seems better, I think, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not getting a great amount of register on there. Okay. Well, you talk and I'll maybe swap headsets.
Yeah. Frank's just got a few technical problems at the moment. Listening to me, Dan Whiting and Frank Watson as Milnes comes bustling in, looking for his Pfeiffer, looking for his Michelle Pfeiffer. Pushed out into the covers, no run. We've had it all going off here today. We've had the travelling community trying to storm the ground, so the gates are currently locked after a big funeral in the city today, where there was horses, there's been carts, there's been all sorts. Horses running down New Road. So that's defended. Kent could do with something to give them a bit of luck. We've had Ben Dawkins replacing Ben Compton. Opening bat for opening bat, both called Ben. That's like for like, isn't it? And we've also had Gareth Roderick struggling with his bat, as well as close on 300 runs in 2 sessions here for the loss of 5 wickets today. Anyway, that's the NBA.
There we are. Let's see if that is
Yeah,
any
you
better.
sound a lot clearer in my ear.
Sounds better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's going up and down. So maybe it's that headset of yours that was faulty, although it seemed to be fine yesterday and when Ashley was using it. And now I'm not sure I'm registering so much on here. Anyway, maybe we'll get some further feedback in a minute.
Yeah, so we've got, you see I'm going up into the red here,
Yeah.
just about.
Yeah.
I'm going into the yellows.
Yeah, that's alright. It sounds alright. It sounds better in the ear, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see. I'll do this over and let's see if we can get some further feedback. Maybe have a listen ourselves in a minute. Anyway, it's Joey Everson from the New Road End to continue. To Matthew Waite, who is pushing that one out on the onside. It doesn't sound so good in my ears, to be honest. It sounds a little bit up and down, and now I can't see any kind of registration at all. Right, another headset required. Yeah, I don't think that's good. You go for it.
No, it's not working. So Everson comes in and that's cut, but picks out Dudgeon out on the deep. That's the 350 up. Worcestershire racking up the bonus points here. What's that? That's 3 batting points now as well, isn't it? So now on to 6 points. Kent got an extra point thanks to that wonder. Oh, he's bowled him. Roderick trying to work one as he's off stump. Back at a 45-degree angle. And Everson picks up his first wicket of the game.
Gareth Roderick ball by Joey Everson for 40.
I don't think he was. I think he was trying to work one that wasn't quite there to be worked. But
Right, there we go. Headset number 3.
yeah, I think
That sounds better,
That
doesn't
sounds much better.
Maybe that's done the answer. So Roderick's gone for 40. If you look down the Worcestershire card, it's interesting, isn't it? 25, 52, 20, 75, 90, 25, 40. So runs all down the card, but nobody
Bruce got
has
35,
gone
didn't he? Or 25? Was it 25?
25. Nobody's gone to 50, have they? Nobody's gone to 100, I mean.
No.
To bat, Bears
Swanepoel walks out.
So there we are. How's that? It's got to be sounding better, hasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
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 These are my new headphones.
Yeah.
Cheap and cheerful.
It's got the word professional written on them, Frank.
Well,
I mean,
that's just referring to me.
yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Whereas I've got amateur written on mine.
Yeah, do you want the amateur model, sir? Yes, please.
I've got winging it written on the side of mine. 350 for 7. Swanepoel yet to face a ball. Matthew Waite, he's on 7 from just 6 balls.
It's interesting, that scenario that I was trying to paint about 10 minutes ago. It sometimes it just happens, doesn't it? You don't plan it,
Yeah.
but it happens, and it might happen that they end up having 10 overs at Kent tonight or
Well, I
something.
mean, you are some sort of physic because you're
Yeah,
talking
it
about.
keeps happening.
Yeah, you're not a psychic, you're a physic.
Yeah. You're right though. Sometimes it just happens that way, doesn't it? Miye's catch.
Here's Everson bowling to the left-handed Swanepoel, who digs out a Yorker and pushes it out to Mikey Cohen. Extra cover. The cathedral looking resplendent in the late afternoon sun. Frank Watson looking resplendent in the late afternoon sun.
I'm not in the sun.
We're just looking resplendent.
They'll know each other, won't they? Because Swanepoel will have netted against one or two of these bowls. Not all of them.
That's just off the thigh pad. Pre-signal there from umpire Paul Baldwin. Going to be a leg by.
But yeah, my feeling when I left the ground last night, reflecting on this game, was, and I had a chat with a couple of the players, and I said something like, if you can get 400 tomorrow, if you get to 400, so you get a lead of 200 plus, it puts you in a pretty dominant position.
It certainly does. As Waite just
And they're not there
drops
yet.
anchor.
They're not there yet, but they're not far away, are they?
They're only 49 away.
But they are 7 down, and no doubt Kent now will be thinking, well, if we can knock another 1 or 2 over, and then get a good start to our second innings. Jack Crawley maybe gets going, and
You never know.
You never know.
Kent rattle up.
stranger things have happened.
Ken rattle up 450, 500. You never know.
Spurs have taken a very late lead at Molineux in the 82nd minute. West Ham are drawing at home.
Well,
Norwich have got an equaliser
I
against
mean,
Swansea.
I was just speaking about unlikely things with Kent rattling up 500, and now Spurs are about to win a game in 2026.
Swanepoel lets that, well, kind of, I say lets that go. He pulled his bat away, but whether he pulled it away before the ball had gone or after, I'm not entirely sure. And
West Ham are winning
through
still, are
to the
they?
keeper, drawing.
Oh.
Yeah. 1-1.
Oh.
Everton. James Tarkowski, 88th minute. Liverpool beating Palace 2-1. And here comes Milnes round the wicket bowling to Swanepoel, who lets that go outside the off stump.
I'm sure BBC Radio Kent listeners want to hear how Gillingham are getting on today.
Oh, I'll tell you that as well.
The League 2, I think they're playing Barnet.
Yeah. Oh, goodness, you knew, blimey.
Sorry guys.
All gone horribly wrong, isn't it, for Gillingham? From what I can gather from outside, 6-1. Goodness me. Cheltenham losing 4-0 in the local derby against Bristol Rovers. That won't go down well either.
He's done a
George
cracking
DeBell's
job.
very happy because Cambridge United are winning 3-0. Milnes outside the off stump, and again Swanepoel leaves alone. Through it goes to the keeper.
Yeah, George is just giving us the 3. He's either giving us the signal for the Entente Cordiale, or he's Cambridge are 3-0 up.
$351 for 7 then. Worcestershire, 6 bonus points to them, 2 to Kent so far. Matt Milnes round the wicket, bowls, and Swanepoel again lets that go outside the stumps. A lot of noise from behind the stumps, suggesting that it was a close one, but I don't think it was, looking at it, but not particularly close, looking at the replay. And taken by the wicket keeper. 351 for 7 it remains. Bit worried about that headset that I just tried that didn't work, because that was one of my better ones. So I'll have to see if I can do a repair on that. They're quite fragile, aren't they? Some of them.
Yeah.
Well, they're quite old as well, if I'm honest. Milnes round the wicket, bowled. Swanepoel on the walk, goes for a big hit on the leg side, misses it. Milnes cannot believe it's missed the stumps. Gathered, diving to his right by wicket keeper.
What
And
in the name of jumping
it has
Jehoshaphat
got
was
very
that
close
shot?
to the stumps. That, yeah, very close indeed. Chris Benjamin can't believe it. Milnes thought he got his 5th wicket, 4 for 81.
I think Bayers is here for a good time, not for a long time.
Waits again now, Swanepoel. Not yet off the mark. 7 deliveries faced. Milnes into him, and he lets that go outside the off stump, and that climbs over the stumps. And there's a few words exchanged out there.
Well, I think Matthew's just appraising young Bayers' technique there.
And he might be saying, how long are you staying? Are you
Yeah.
thinking of staying for the whole game this
Yeah.
time, or are you flying off somewhere? I'm sure that he'll get lots of that sort of stick over the first few games he plays. Won't he?
Yeah,
You'd
I
imagine.
should imagine. Yeah.
Anyway, end of the over, 351 for 7, and Swanepoel lives to fight another day, and Matthew Waite will face Joey Everson.
Well, judging by that 5th ball, I think he was looking to actually hit an aeroplane with it. He swung so hard, let alone catch one to the UK. Everson in, and Waite calls wait, and no, because there's no run. Ball dribbles out to Sam Northeast at mid wicket. Back with Kent, having left them in 2017. You say I've had a few counties, Frank.
Yeah.
Sam North East.
Yeah.
Everson.
You haven't got a 300, though, have you?
We're at 400.
He got 4. Of course he did. Yeah.
410,
yeah.
highest score ever at Lords.
Yeah, of course he did. Madness.
Yeah.
Nobody can take those records away from him. Phenomenal.
No.
Phenomenal. And the way the game's going, you can't help but feel that those sort of scores aren't going to happen very often, are they? So if you've got yourself into that table of top 10 scores or whatever, you're probably liable to stay there for a very, very long time.
Swanepoel facing Everson, who digs out a full ball and drives it out into the covers, where it looks like Parkinson is doing the fielding. Bayer's going to have a swing here.
Well, I've never seen him bat before, really, so I don't know.
No, I don't know much about him.
Well, not for Worcestershire, anyway.
No, he's no swinger pole there.
Swing the pole.
Swing the pole, yeah. Bayer's swing the pole, brilliant. Everson left alone.
Update coming.
In the second half, Lim came out of the blocks very quickly. On 6 minutes, on a poor line out by Rothesay, Lim went over and scored. They took all of the.
You sure you don't want to stay and listen to this rugby update?
17 minutes left. Rothesay got back.
Joey Everson round the wicket into bowl to Swanepoel, and he gets his first run, clipping this one away down to long leg, and the scoreboard ticks over onto 353 for 7. Waite has 8, Swanepoel has 1. End of the over from Everson. 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 55. And Swanepoel has kept the strike as a result of that single. Milne's in discussion with his captain, just changing the field slightly and bringing his man up from fine leg, and now replacing him, in fact, with Parkinson. So it's going to be a change in the bowling. Mikey Cohen going to have a dig at the digless end, replacing Matt Milnes. So Milnes, excellent figures, 25 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 81. Milnes, really good effort. Dudgeon 1 wicket, Cohen 1 wicket, and Everson 1 wicket. But Milnes by far the pick of the bowlers. But he's having a rest, and Cohen coming in over the wicket, bowling to Swanepoel's beaten outside the off stump. Left arm over the wicket to the left-hander.
To look forward to though, and well, it's obviously equalled the best ever finish in terms of league standings for Luptonians.
353 for 7.
You've still got plenty to fight for, haven't you, really?
Worcestershire lead by 157. Which is a strong position, perhaps not as strong as they might have hoped they would be in when D'Oliveira and Hose were in such control this afternoon, but Kent have stuck at it. Left alone outside the off stump. This one, Cohen just, again, if there's been a fault with his bowling, hasn't made the batsman play enough. But he has picked up at least 1 wicket. He got the wicket of D'Oliveira, brilliantly caught by Maye at slip for 90.
said we just came up.
Well, it was a good catch. The brilliant Miei catch was the one to get Brooks for 25, diving to his right.
Dave, great to talk to you. Thanks for your help.
It's Cohen in again over the wicket, bowls, and Swanepoel edges down to third man for a single. Takes him on to 2.
National to West and National to East. All go into the playoff semi-finals, along with the 5 that finishes one above the automatic relegation places in National 1. And they battle it out for the one remaining place in National 1.
Matthew Waite now on strike.
In the Women's Six Nations, England beat Wales by 62 points.
8 not out. Hasn't faced many balls. Indeed, Swanepoel's already faced more deliveries than Waite has. Waite's faced only 9 deliveries. Swanepoel's faced 14 now.
Harlequins 33, Sale Sharks 52. Saracens 19, Leicester Tigers.
Cohen bowls, Waite drives. That's a nicely timed shot through the covers. And he'll pick up a couple of runs as Joey Everson runs back towards the cover boundary to do the fielding. It's a beautiful evening, lovely day as it has been all day here at New Road.
But that'll do for Isham if they can see that out in added time.
356 for 7.
Beaten Weymouth by 2 goals to 0. So as it stands, Isham are just outside.
Waite into double figures.
On goal difference. Let's see if we can go to New Road next. It's day 2. The championship match between Worcestershire and Kent. Watching this one for BBC Health and Watson.
Yeah, Worcestershire in a position of some strength, perhaps not quite as much as they might have hoped at one stage earlier today, when particularly Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira played beautifully in a 4th wicket partnership of 141, but runs down the card for Worcestershire. Listen to these scores: all the batsmen dismissed. Latigan 25, Libby 52, Kashif Ali 20, Hose 75, D'Oliveira 90, Brooks 25, and since T, Roderick for 40. So runs down the card. Nobody's gone on to 3 figures, but Worcestershire in a commanding position. Bias Swanepoel on debut is out there at the moment. He's 2 not out. Matthew Waite is 10 not out. We've still got 25 overs left in the day, and Worcestershire lead by 161. They're 357 for 7. At the end of the over, and Swanepoel plays that one up to mid-off, and there's no run. So BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners updated, and Kent still fighting, still battling, even though they are trailing now by 161 runs, and if it gets up to 200, then Worcestershire will feel they really shouldn't lose from there. Wouldn't say they've definitely won it, but they shouldn't lose as Everson bowls and Waite plays defensively back up the pitch. And there is no run. 357 for 7 it remains. Everson in his 16th over, started a little bit loosely both yesterday and this morning, but he's been much tighter recently. Still just the one maiden. Dot ball there as Waite plays out into the offside. .357 for 7. The score remains. Probably hear the cathedral bells chiming in this distance. Everson in, bowls, and punched off the back foot by Waite up to mid-on. Fielded there by Matt Parkinson, who launches a throw back into Chris Benjamin. And there's no addition to the score. Lovely evening. Smaller crowd today than yesterday. Lots of other cricket going on in Worcestershire and other sport as well, which might have affected that. We had a good crowd yesterday as Everson bowls and Waite drives back to the bowler. Dot ball, but it's been a workmanlike performance by Worcestershire. As I said in my report for BBC Hereford, Worcester runs all the way down the card, and that in itself enough to mean that they've established a good lead here. An appeal for a catch down the leg side off this one as Waite flicks at it, but I think it flicked the pad. Certainly the umpire is unmoved. And Waite lives to fight another day. 357 for 7. Everson again bowls, and on the back foot Waite punches down the ground, thinks about a single, goes straight back past the bowler, but Daniel Bell-Drummond moves across from mid-off to do the fielding, and there isn't an addition. So it was a maiden from Joey Everson, his second, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 55. And Worcestershire are 357 for 7. We've had 95 overs, so they've got 15 more overs in which to score 43 runs to get maximum batting points. Perfectly possible, but just a little bit of rebuilding being done at the moment by these two after the loss of Gareth Roderick's wicket. Cohen in over the wicket, bowls to Swanepoel outside the off stump, and a walking and rather awkward looking shot by Swanepoel. Doesn't get anything on it, skids through to Benjamin, increasingly the ball keeping a bit low, which is not a surprise given A, the age of the ball, and B, the fact that this pitch has lacked a bit of pace. I say the age of the ball, I suppose it's only 16 overs old, it's not that old, but the pace, it was a little bit of carry yesterday, but pitch not perhaps as quick as it might be. Cohen bowls, and Swanepoel flicks this away for 4 off his pads. It was over pitched on his legs and he just clipped it away, and it raced away for 4. 361 for 7. Yeah, and that's not to say, I will hasten to add that that's not a criticism of this pitch, because as you might have heard me say when I was on with Ashley Giles earlier today, much better pitch than anything we saw here last year, and it might not be a 10 out of 10, but it's certainly a very decent surface. Offered a bit of help for the bowlers yesterday, and with Worcestershire 361 for 7, clearly a pretty good batting pitch as well, as Cohen bowls and Swanepoel turns this one into mid-wicket. And there's no run. 361 for 7. Glorious evening, as I'm sure it is around the country. All the crowds watching the county games up and down the country this weekend will be enjoying these lovely conditions. Mikey Cohen bowls, and Swanepoel is out, chops the ball on. Cohen picks up his second wicket, good delivery. Swanepoel not really much foot movement, jabbed at it, and I think chopped it down onto his stumps. So he goes, his first innings as a Worcestershire player ends with him bowled by Mikey Cohen, a second wicket for the left armer, and he is out for 6, and Worcestershire's innings just falling away a little bit. 361 for 8 now, with Swanepoel out for 6, and Tom Taylor will come out to join Matthew Waite, and it'll be interesting to see what their strategy is. I think Worcestershire, for my money, might as well get up to 400 and have a 10 over little bowl tonight. That would be a decent enough scenario, I think, for Worcestershire, if they were to be able to manage that. Whether or not they will, and then obviously we'll have to wait and see. But a couple of wickets tonight, with a lead of something close to 200, would be a very, very good scenario for the home side. Obviously Kent, I'm not saying they would lose a couple of wickets, but if they had a little 10 over session tonight, it would be quite nerve wracking for the openers, and one of the openers is likely to be young Dawkins, because he's been drafted in as a substitute for the injured Ben Compton. So yeah, that would be an interesting scenario, as Tom Tom Taylor comes out to join Matthew Wade in the middle. Taylor, a decent batter to be coming in at number 10, a very, very good batter indeed, but nonetheless, Kent feeling that they're just hanging in there, and Cohen with that wicket has just made life a little bit tougher for Worcestershire, even though they've had the best of the day. Taylor takes guard, 2 slips remain, and Cohen moves in from the Diglis end. 2 balls left in the over. The left armer is in and he bowls, and it's short and just sort of swatted around the corner by Tom Taylor. And he's off the mark. 3-6-2 for 8. Still 2 slips, 3rd man, 3 in a ring on the offside, 1 out, 2 out on the leg side boundary and a mid on. Last ball of the over. Cohen in, bowls, and Waite drives sweetly through the covers, pierces the gap between Evison and Bell Drummond, and that's a lovely shot from Matthew Waite, and it goes all the way to the boundary. So he moves to 14 and Worcestershire to 366 for 8. Taylor and Waite have a little conflab in the middle of the pitch. Everson will continue, and as I said, 24 overs left in the day. Worcestershire 8 down. The lead is 172. Can't help feeling that Worcestershire would really, it's almost been taken out of their hands. It's not as if they've planned it, but it'd be a pretty decent scenario for them to get this lead up to 200 and then have a little bowl for 10 overs or so tonight. Joey Everson in, bowls to Taylor, works this one away through mid wicket. He's timed it really nicely actually, and he's going to get a couple of runs as Matt Milnes runs round the boundary from long leg to do the fielding. So another 2 onto the total. Some big scores elsewhere today. Everson in, bowls, and Taylor on the back foot, stands tall, plays up to mid on. Matt Parkinson fields, just going back to that scores elsewhere. Some big ones. Lancashire 370, Durham hanging on 222 for 9 now, 148 runs in arrears, but Sussex got 502 at Headingley against Yorkshire. Everson bowls, Taylor clips this away for a single on the leg side, and Yorkshire 146 for 1 in reply, so good reply from Yorkshire. Runs there for Finley Bean, 78 not out, and Yorkshire 146 for 1 in reply to that mammoth Sussex score. And then you've got Glamorgan against Leicestershire at Sophia Gardens. Everson bowls, and there's a shout for LBW against Waite, but the umpire says no, not out. Looked a decent shout, might have been a bit high. Glamorgan 440, Leicestershire great start in reply, 155 without loss. Rishi Patel 75 not out, Jake Weatherald 79 not out. So good stuff from Leicestershire. Gloucestershire got that big 498 that we told you about against Derbyshire at Derby. Derbyshire in reply are 71 for 2. Everson bowls, weight forward, steers down on the offside, no run. And Warwickshire Notts is interesting. Warwickshire made 459 earlier today with a brilliant innings from their captain Ed Barnard. 165 he made. Michael Booth made 70. So they made 459. And in reply, Notts are currently 189 for 4. Joe Clark still in there on 64. Jack Haynes out for 1. Ben Duckett made 60 odd. Turned away on the leg side, this one by weight. End of the over from Everson. Worcestershire 369 for 8. And just going back to those other games, finally Essex against Surrey at the Oval. Essex 409. Surrey 128 for 2. And I said earlier, and I think you agreed with me, Dan, that I said, blasé. I said, it must be a decent pitch at the Oval. And Peter got in touch with me and he said, heard you say that must be a decent pitch at the Oval. Is it really a decent pitch if only a few wickets fall in a couple of days, and would it not get marked down? And I think he's absolutely right, and I agree, Peter. And maybe I was very lazy when I said that. He said, that's a decent pitch, because maybe it's not really a decent pitch. Maybe a decent pitch is one that offers more of a contest. This has been a decent pitch, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's been a good contest.
Cohen to Taylor. Played up to mid-off. Do you want to do this one, Dan?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Taylor's made a start.
I had to sit through the football scores. And,
it's inevitable at this time of year, isn't it? It's this weekend and next, isn't it, when you really get the. Yeah,
I did a game last year at Canterbury, one of the Kookaburra Ball games. Kent got 566 for 8 declared. Northamptonshire responded with 722 for 6.
No fun for anybody.
No, it's 35 degrees. That's just dropped short of Tawanda Miyeye. Almost his 4th catch of the innings. I don't think that carried.
No, I don't think it did.
Let's have a look.
I think you might have to wait till the next ball. Yeah, I don't think it carried.
Tawanda doesn't drop them, does he?
He lets us down if he does, doesn't he? After all we've said.
We've given him the big un, the Barry McGuigan. Cohen in. Short and pulled with aplomb in front of square. And Dudgeon can't cut that one off, despite only being about 7 or 8 yards away from him. It was hit with such power by Tom Taylor.
It might have carried. It might have carried. Just hard to say. I think it was dying on him, but I think he might have. It might have been a bit like the Brooks one, I think, that he picked up so well.
Yeah.
Don't know whether we'll see it again, but it was a good delivery. Cohen's bowled a lot better today than he did yesterday.
Here he is in, and that's a horrible shot.
Well, they've decided, haven't they? I think my 400 and have a bowl tonight scenario is looking increasingly likely, I think.
It's like the adverts for those furniture shops you see after Christmas. Everything must go.
Well, not quite, but I think they probably said, look, you know what, we'll just play a few shots, get another 20 and then have a bowl.
Yeah.
Get a couple of wickets tonight. Perfect day. As far as Worcestershire are concerned, it might not work out like that.
Cohen in, and that's clipped very nicely there by Taylor. Bisects the 2 fielders out on the leg side. And Taylor's looking ominous here for Kent.
It's not a great scenario for Kent, is it? And if you're bowling out there, I mean, you mentioned body language a lot today. You look around just now, and there's not a lot of buzz out there. Let's put it that way. I just know they're sort of waiting for the inevitable, aren't they?
That's played out to mid-off. End of the over Worcestershire 377 for 8.
But I will say they've kept going quite well though. Really, when you think it was 245 for 3 at one stage,
Yeah.
I mean, they've kept going pretty well.
Yeah, they have.
And Joey Everson has probably bowled his best spell of the game, and he's been tidy. And Mikey Cohen has definitely come back more strongly.
Yeah.
So there are some positives, but
is that
they're on the wrong end, aren't they, of a scenario that can only end in
tears.
You would have thought, genuinely, as I keep saying, if Worcestershire get 200 ahead, they should not lose. It should be either a win or a draw.
I agree. The only way Kent can win is by,
well, somebody would have to play. Well,
Zach
Crawley double 100.
They need 450 and then bowl Worcestershire out cheap. And
Zach Crawley innings of his lifetime, or he's capable, but it would have to happen, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Zach Crawley 180. Mieye 100.
Deebs is due some runs.
Yeah. But there we go. Everson bowls and Waite pushes out on the offside. There's no run. 377 for 8 then. So the lead is 183. No, it's 181. 181. But yeah, getting up towards 200.
Yeah, so if it's 200, then I can see Kent facing a naughty 5 or 6 overs before the close.
Yeah, definitely. Everson bowls, that must be close. That's beaten him on the walk, hit him on the pad, shout, but not given by the umpire. I thought that looked as though it might have been reasonably close. Haven't seen a replay. Whiting's given him out from deep mid wicket.
Well, wide long on, but with a pole in the way.
Yeah, with a
but look close from
in the
here.
way.
Look plumb from here.
Sometimes they do. It just looked better than quite a few of the other shouts. Anyway, here's Everson again. He bowls, and that one's turned on the leg side by Waite, and he's timed it nicely. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Cohen in pursuit, but leaves it for Milnes. And I'm going to watch the replay of that one before from Everson and just have a look and see what we think. And that's going down, and quite a long way down actually.
Okay.
So we were both wrong. I was wrong to say it looked close, and you were wrong to give it out. It swung actually, swung quite a bit.
I've ruined many a career from long on.
I can only imagine.
I've ruined many a people's Saturday.
Everson in bowls, and that one dipped in again as well. It took the inside edge, and Waite just squirted it to Cohen at mid wicket.
Oh, how many overs? There's been only 18 since the new ball was taken, so it's not going to reverse yet, is it?
No, well, balls behave differently. That's the other thing, of course, don't they? Some balls swing and some balls don't. You can't always tell why. Everson in bowls, and Waite works this one away on the onside. Good diving stop by Cohen at mid wicket with his right hand going down to his right when he's left-handed. Keeps the score down. 379 for 8. Waite has 16. Taylor has 12. And as they chat in the middle, I just wonder what their plan of action is. 21 overs left in the day. Worcestershire could easily get what they've got 11 more overs in which to get another batting point. That might be the next sort of target, I guess.
I mean, if they can get 450, they'll get 450. They're not going to turn down.
No, but what I mean is, if they get the batting point, and then think, right, we'll have a dart.
Tee off.
Yeah, possibly, and then have a little bowl tonight. Dudgeon coming on at the Diglis end, replacing the Warrior Milnes, as we've dubbed him. 25 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 81. Milnes and Dudgeon's also done his fair share of the labour. 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 77 so far as he starts this new over.
Yep, and he comes. He's got a lovely smooth run up, Dudgeon. As he gets crunched through the offside out to the fielder in the deep, who's Sam Northeast. Just for a single. One more to Taylor. Waite now facing. Waite's been... Well, he hasn't had a lot of the strike, actually, since he's been in. He's only faced 27 balls since tee. So he plays that one out to mid-on. They kept me waiting so long for that update that I've got to do another one in 5 minutes.
It can be like that on a Saturday. It'll be much quieter tomorrow.
Yeah, well,
and we've got a third voice.
Yeah.
So it'll be much more leisurely day for us down tomorrow. And
yeah.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
Although we've had a good guest today, George DeBell and Ashley Giles. Thanks again to them.
Yeah, superb. Really good. As Waite pushes that to mid-on. Yeah, they were both very good in their sort of own unique styles, weren't they?
Yeah, I don't know if people are aware. I mean, you started talking to Ashley about it. I picked up on it as well, and we discussed one or two other players that have struggled. But you know, if you read Ashley's book, The King of Spain and I, which is on sale in the club shop at the moment, it's he went through quite a lot of mental struggles during his England time.
That's driven, and Dudgeon kicks it onto the stumps, but Taylor's got the nous to actually keep within his ground, because otherwise he'd have been on his way back to the hutch there, because that did deflect off Dudgeon's boot.
Yeah, and he went up, a few ups and downs mentally, and we talked about that, and it's so much better nowadays at recognising that. But there have been a lot of cricketers over the years, batters, bowlers, fielders, who've struggled with the old mental demons, and Ashley is one of them, and I don't think people always realise that. If you read his book, it's really quite revealing.
There's a wonderful similar story to the King of Spain, because obviously, I'm sure every Worcestershire fan as that is hooked for four.
Shot. That's a really good shot.
Rolled his wrists, got over the top of it, kept it down. So everyone knows that Ashley is known as the King of Spain after a load of mugs came back in his benefit year. He was supposed to say the King of Spin and came back as the King of Spain. However, there is a cricketer who's currently at Derbyshire called Zach Chappell, and he was on loan at Gloucestershire, and his shirt came back with one P in it, and he was known as Zach Chappell. Dudgeon. That could also
a great
be.
shot.
No, it's just two. But he's getting it right in the gap there. Really good placement there from Waite. And Worcestershire are closing in on that lead of 200. 190 now. 20 overs remaining in the day. And substitute fielder Ekansh Singh has just run on a helmet for Chris Benjamin, so Parkinson is going to come on from the new road end.
And is he going to bowl round the wicket or over the wicket? What do you reckon?
Got to go over. Please go over. Yeah, he looks like he's going to go over. Yeah.
By a couple.
Yeah. Well, tail enders often get undone by a bit of leg spin, don't they?
I wouldn't call Waite a tail ender, to be honest. You can just about say Taylor is, although he might object to it. But Waite, I would definitely not call a tail ender.
No.
A middle order batter. But did you do that game at Cheltenham when he announced himself with runs in both innings? And it was some of the most remarkable ball striking I've seen for a
2022
from
or 23
nowhere.
Was it?
Yeah. Just before lunch on day two, he just launched into it and did the same in the second innings. Absolutely brilliant ball striking. And we'd seen a bit of him. He'd been on loan the year before, but I don't think anybody thought that he could play like that. He's done it obviously a few times since. Parkinson bowls his first ball, and on the back foot Taylor drives out in the offside. Hit George Garden for 34.
Wow.
The last over of a T20 at Edgbaston 2 years ago. 5 sixes and a 4. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Parkinson again bowls, and Taylor works that one to Bell Drummond at mid wicket. I've probably done enough to get him out now. I better shut up. Parkinson again into Taylor and bowls, and Taylor opens his shoulders and drives at that outside the off stump, taken by Benjamin. Somebody must have heard something, because Bell Drummond appealed from mid wicket.
Yeah,
Benjamin joined in, and then Parkinson joined in as well.
Polite inquiry rather than
well,
appeal,
it was
wasn't
kind
it?
of. I think you're always telling the umpire you don't really believe it's out when it develops like that. As Parkinson had bowls, and Taylor is much more watchful. Good stuff from Parkinson. He's gone over the wicket with a proper leg spinner's field.
I'm going to go and update BBC Radio
Slip
Kent.
backward point. Sweeper on the boundary. Extra, short extra, long off. 6-3 offside field. Gets worked away on the leg side. Bell Drummond fields at mid wicket. And there's no run. 386 for 8. And Parkinson to complete the over, bowls to Taylor, who goes back and cuts but straight to the fielder in the offside. End of a maiden over from Matt Parkinson. 18 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 61. His figures. And going to be Mikey Cohen to continue. No, I beg your pardon. Keith Dudgeon to continue from the Diglis end. Dan has gone to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. I'll be doing one shortly for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Here's Keith Dudgeon coming into bowl now. 2 weight and bowls short and wide outside the off stump. Weight cuts man out on the cover boundary, does the fielding. They take a single. Throw comes back in to the keeper Chris Benjamin. Weight goes to 23 off 33 deliveries, and Taylor is on strike. 2 slips still in. Dudgeon has battled manfully. 22nd over he's bowling, and he bowls wide outside the off stump, and Taylor throws the bat at that, misses it, goes through to the keeper. But Milne's easily the best of the bowlers. 25 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 81 his figures. Cohen 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 81. Parkinson 18 overs, 2 maidens, none for 61. Everson 18 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 60. Yeah, just that 1 over before the new ball cost 6 runs. Taylor sweetly drives this next one, but straight to mid off, and there's no addition. Field is pretty well spread. 2 men on the offside boundary, 2 men on the leg side boundary, 2 slips, and then you can work out that leaves 3 to be saving. 1 at extra cover, 1 at mid off, and the captain Bell Drummond at mid on. That's Dudgeon. Nice straight approach. Bowls, and Taylor cuts for a single to backward point. Matt Parkinson comes in to do the fielding. Taylor goes to 14 and 388 for 8. The lead now 192.
In addition to England beating Wales 62-24 in the women's Six Nations, Ireland are running fine sides in the first half. Against Scotland, it's Ireland 29, Scotland 0. The latest score there. France is Ireland.
That update for Hereford and Worcester coming
In National 1,
imminently.
Rotherham 34, Sale 26.
Dudgeon bowls, and his weight on the back foot punches this up to mid on. I often use the word punch to describe a weight shot because of the forceful way that he connects with the ball. Big, strong, broad-shouldered Yorkie, Matthew Waite. 23 not out at the moment.
we know. Let's pop back if we can to New Road. It's day 2 of the county championship.
Lovely shot from Waite, picks up another single, cuts that away on the offside. Worcestershire building a position of real authority here, 389 for 8, and that means that they lead now by 193 runs. A wicket since you were last here by Swanepoel was out bowled via the inside edge by Mikey Cohen for 6. That was 361 for 8, but since then 28 runs added by Matthew Waite, who's on 23, and Tom Taylor on 14. We've still got 18 overs left in the day, so even allowing for a couple between innings, Worcestershire should get this lead up over 200 and conceivably have a bowl tonight, depending on how things go in the next few overs. But a position of real strength for Worcestershire, and really, it has to be said, a position from one which they really should not, under any circumstances, even entertain the idea of losing this game. 389 for 8.
Frank, thank you very much indeed.
Whips the bails off there, does wicket keeper, but no suggestion that Waite had gone anywhere with his back foot. So Benjamin saves the umpire the trouble of coming in from square leg and puts the bails back on himself. Waite plays this next one from Parkinson out on the onside. Beldrum fields at mid wicket, and there's no run. 389 for 8 it remains. So the lead now is a daunting 193. Make that 194 as Waite turns this one on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, it's looking grim for Kent, isn't it now? It really is. It's starting. I mean, they can come out of this, they can, pick up one more wicket and come out with 3 bonus bowling points. But really, they're playing for a draw from here.
Parkinson in, bowls, and Taylor off the back foot drives into the covers, straight to Miyeye at short extra.
They've actually got 7.2 overs to actually get that 3rd wicket, haven't they?
Yeah, well... More importantly, Worcestershire, as Taylor launches that one over long on for 6, down on one knee, cleared the front leg, slog sweep, takes Worcestershire to 396 for 8. Taylor goes to 20, and I think we're going to see them get past 400 and then really play a few shots. And I think that scenario that I've been predicting, kind of, not so much predicting as suggesting it might just fall into place. I don't think it's necessarily been planned, but we should have a little bowl tonight. I think could well happen.
Shocking.
And that one is whipped away again on the leg side for a single off Parkinson. End of the over, 397 for 8.
I've got to say, that's a shocking bit of fielding by the gentleman in the green Worcestershire baseball cap down below us. I mean, it was straight in his breadbasket and went through him, burst through him.
It was.
And
and I tell you, he's only been retired 35 years as well. He really should have done that.
Getting down to fielding practice down at his club Tuesday night, whenever they train.
End of the over, good stuff. Worcestershire now leading by 200. There you go, 200 runs ahead, 201 in fact. And I think when they arrived this morning, that might well have been on the flip chart in the dressing room. This is what we're aiming for.
I think so. Kent have huffed and puffed, and they've been better than yesterday, but define better when the side have got nearly 400 on the board, when you've been skittle for 196.
Have you got that charging lead of yours handy, or is it in operation?
As that's just pushed out into the covers. No, it's
because one of our iPads are going to die.
I'll get it. As Dudgeon trudges back to his mark, the trudge of the Dudge. That's short and pulled. Will that fit in there? Is that the right? No, it's not an iPhone. I'm the other lot, Frank. I'm on the dark side, as they say in Star Wars terms. Parkinson down below us, just reflecting on life. Dudgeon to Waite, who again gets onto the front foot and just plays it out to Bell Drummond at mid-on. Again, the body language doesn't look good. Eyes to the floor.
Yeah, you're right.
This partnership now closing in on 40. Waite just defends. They don't seem to be in a massive hurry. I think they'll settle for 400 as opposed to 450, won't they?
Yeah.
What they don't want to do is expose Hannon Dolby. You know, say Waite goes now and exposes Hannon Dolby for 3 balls or whatever, and he gets done.
I think they'll get 400, and then I think we'll see
Fireworks.
Well, nothing mad, but it's a free hit then, isn't it? Really, and you've still got 17 overs left in the day.
Dudgeon to Waite, plays that back to the bowler, who pops on his hand a little bit. Please not Dudgeon now as well.
First time, if they get 4 batting points, it's the first time since 2024 on this ground.
Okay.
They only got 3 last year on this ground, and they were all in one innings against Surrey. So that's the extent to which this pitch is better than what we saw throughout last year.
Dudgeon. And Waite will retain the strike with a cheeky open of the face and just runs it down into point. Ben Dawkins, Kent's first ever substitute fielder under the new regulations. They've had them before. They've had them due to England call-ups, and they've had concussion substitutes in the past. But this is the first one in the like-for-like under the new regulations. And Dawkins, the 19-year-old, makes history.
And Matt Parkinson will carry on from the New Road End. Yeah, there have been some teething problems, as I'm sure nearly all our listeners and viewers will be aware, with the substitute rule. I have just remembered I haven't given the answer to the quiz, Dan. And people all over the country will be hanging on with great anxiety, wanting to know what the link is.
I'm glad you said that.
Between Basil D'Oliveira and Neil Taylor.
I was on for a sleepless night, Frank.
Round the wicket, Parkinson, and Waite just pushes it back up the pitch. Well, it's quite a simple one, really. They both, and it's bizarre because they've had such different careers. Neil Taylor coming through the ranks at Kent. Parkinson bowls outside the leg stump, kicked away by Waite. And D'Oliveira coming over from South Africa, and nobody really knows how old he was when he got over here, to be fair. But they both made hundreds on their first-class debuts in England.
Oh.
First-class debuts at all, really, because D'Oliveira didn't play first-class cricket in South Africa. Pushed out on the offside this one. Neil Taylor against Sri Lanka for Kent when he came through as a youngster, when they used to play some youngsters against the tourists.
1983.
And Basil D'Oliveira in his first championship game for Worcestershire. So there we are. That one hits Waite on the pad, and that is an exceptionally optimistic shout for LBW, given that he's bowling from round the wicket, and Waite just allowed it to hit him, really. It dropped down on the onside. So here we are, 1 run needed for Worcestershire to get this next point, but not going to get it off that ball, pushed out on the offside by
Was that
Waite.
about 83 for Taylor? He was from Orpington, wasn't he, Neil Taylor?
He was
Orpington.
I'm not. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And he played against Sri Lanka. He was a good player, Neil Taylor. Parkinson bowls, and this is driven by weight, but the bowler does his own fielding, and it's a maiden. End of the over from Parkinson. 20 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 69. His figures. He was captain of a Kent side that I played against, and I was captain of Warwickshire probably under 21s, I think. And I didn't really know much about him. We went out, we did the toss and everything else, and he got runs in that game. Smashed it, absolutely smashed it. But what I particularly remember as an opening batter was facing not just Graham Dilley, but a character called Guy Spellman, who listeners might well know. Guy Spellman never made it because of a back injury. He was quicker than Graham Dilley at that age, I think. He was very, very highly thought of, and had a back problem that prevented him. I don't think he ever played first class cricket. He was a very, very, very decent quick bowler, and Kent had a phenomenal crop of young players around about that time. I could run through a list of players from that sort of era.
Dodging.
Very good.
There's the 400 for Worcestershire. Well batted. It's a little tickle off the legs by Taylor, and another bonus point. Worcestershire have now got 7 bonus points out of this one.
Yeah,
so if they win the game, they'll end up with 23, which is a good haul.
Played 7 first-class matches, Guy Spellman. So I think his career was ended by injury. But he was a very, very decent player. But you know, you could that team that Neil Taylor was captain of: Mark Benson, Derek Aslett.
Yeah, he was a leg spinner, wasn't he? Gingerhead.
Yeah, Stuart Waterton, Neil Taylor, Graham Dilley, Guy Spellman. That was a fine side.
Short. Interesting that Tawanda Miyeye has been pulled out of slipcord and is about 15 yards in off the boundary at backward square. So you've got to keep Mikey Cohen in front of square, who's just fielded that one.
Laurie Potter.
Yeah, because you've got 2 behind square on the leg side. Law changed after the bodyline series in the 30s due to Bradman not being able to play the short ball.
Hopeless. He was hopeless.
Didn't like any chin music, did he? Couldn't take it. Dudgeon to Taylor. Short, and that's almost worked, that ploy.
Well, they're going to take it on, aren't they, at this stage?
Yeah. So 1 more to the total, 402 for 8. The lead now 206.
Yeah, another quiz question tomorrow. I've got 2 more lined up. Might not need them if it only goes 3 days, but I've got another one tomorrow. I'll make it a bit easier tomorrow, because obviously that was too difficult for today. But Basil D'Oliveira, I just thought it was an interesting one. One youngster coming through and one sort of brought in from overseas, and both got 100s on debut. D'Oliveira's in the championship, and Neil Taylor against Sri Lanka.
Dodgen in, approaching the crease, short, and absolutely clattered through mid-wicket, taking it on early there, Waits, and getting into that vacant mid-wicket area. And whatever Kent are trying here, it's not working.
No. 210 now the lead.
So Worcestershire
licensed to thrill now, absolutely licensed to thrill, that's what I mean.
Worcestershire have got 4.2 overs to try and get 44 runs.
Right.
I think they're going to go for it.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. There we go.
Well, that's
There's 6 of them. Picked up, 4 actually.
Yeah. It looked as though it was going to be 6, the way he hit it. He can hit the ball a long way. Well, they both can, these 2.
That wasn't a bad delivery.
I think they're just going to play now, and it's exactly as predicted. They've got that 400, and they can do whatever they like now. 14 overs left in the day after this. 2 between innings. Nasty little 8 over session at the end of the day.
I think so.
Horrible.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Could well be the case. Lovely evening, no question of light being a problem.
No. Much to the disappointment of Kent, I should imagine. That's picked up, and is that 4? 4 more. Yeah.
This is not clever cricket.
This is carnage. 414 for 8. And that's the 50 partnership as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Some of the things that happen in the county game these days, you sit here or you discuss it with the players and the coaches, and you say, well, the way that we did this and that. Some of the things I see, I just think, they defy logic, really. And people say, oh, you're just a dinosaur, you just think like an old cricketer, you just think how it used to be all the time. Just don't understand why you would set that field and bowl like that to players who are quite capable of playing the short ball and give runs away. I just don't see it.
The fundamentals of cricket haven't changed since W.G. Grace was, since people were bowling underarm. The fundamentals have not changed. You can get funky, you can get all clever and modern, etc., but the fundamentals of line and length have not changed.
Parkinson round the wicket with his leg spin, bowls, and Taylor just eases this one away on the leg side. Now Parkinson, now for the first time, can see the logic of him doing this, which is what he was doing 24 hours ago, bowling round the wicket to try and just restrict them. But it's a completely different situation now, and they will play it a little bit more carefully because it's more difficult for them to take it on. But they'll whack it at the other end if it's banged in short on a pitch that hasn't got a great deal of pace in it.
There's a good bit of fielding there by Ekant Singh round the corner, who's on as a sub as well, so I don't know who he's on for, actually. Try and have a look. Is he on for Milnes? I can't see Milnes anywhere on the ground.
Anybody deserves a rest, it seems.
Is that Milnes out? That's Milnes, isn't it?
Parkinson in again, bowls, and that's well bowled, and Taylor just pushes that out on the offside, and it's collected by Chris Benjamin skipping round from behind the stumps.
Trying to see if that's Milnes or Everson.
No, I think that's Everson, but Taylor, Parkinson again bowls, just eased away for a single on the leg side by Taylor.
That's Milnes out there, a deep square.
Yeah, that's definitely Everson over there. So Milnes, yeah, you won't keep him out of the action, will you? He's very, very keen to be involved. Is it me? Yeah, no, he's at extra cover.
It's Crawley.
It's
Crawley, isn't it?
Well, I can understand him being exhausted after standing at slip for 2 days. Pushed away on the onside, this one.
Oh, I wonder if that's a tactical thing because he's going to be facing.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Parkinson bowls and it's turned on the leg side for no run because it's gone straight to the fielder at short fine. The substitute 417 for 8. Waite has 40, Taylor has 26. And it genuinely could be that he's got a headache or he's gone to the loo or something. We just don't know, do we? But it appears to be him who's off the field. It's a bit of a conflab now between the brains trust out there, Bell Drummond, and the keeper Benjamin. And they're going to decide what to do. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to bowl Joey Everson from the Diglis end. And I think these two are now going to have a real dart because we've got 13 overs remaining in the day.
I think they're going to go for 3 more overs, Worcestershire, and then give Kent a naughty 8 overs at the end of the day. Yeah, because once the bonus points are done...
coming back on, it might just have been as simple as the fact that he needed to go to the loo, that Crawley.
They've got... That'll take it up to 110 overs, so when the bonus points are done. And then it will leave Kent naughty 8 overs at the end of the day.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they... If they haven't lost wickets, I think they'll carry on.
Okay.
Only because I think they'll think, well, if we can get 250 ahead, 260 ahead, then chances are we will only have to bat once. It remains to be seen. I mean, there were many captains that would definitely try and get them back in, but it's not the penultimate day, is it?
No.
There's 2 days, so it's not really that crucial. Everson in. Bowls. Taylor works this on the onside, not going to get a single. It's gone straight to Miei at mid wicket. If it were the penultimate day, then I think you'd be looking at get them in and have a bowl. But I'm not sure. If it happens, it happens, and it wouldn't be a bad thing. And I still think it could well happen, but I don't think they'll necessarily declare.
No.
If they get bowled out, I think. Everson in, bowls to Taylor. Just working this one nicely off his legs for a single. This is what I mean about Taylor. 27 now to him, and Waite has 40. He's a good number 10, isn't he, Tom Taylor?
Certainly is. Yeah, certainly is.
Waite checks his guard.
It's tailor-made for that position.
Has a look round. And if this is in the slot, I think that deep mid-wicket area is where Waite could target. But it's not, it's short and it's wide, and he hammers it off the back foot, just gets a single up to deep mid-off. Fielded there by Milnes, who fires the ball in at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Doesn't matter what the situation, Matt Milnes is trying to make something happen, isn't he? And you can talk about body language all you like, but he's a guy that is out there, and he has never once stopped giving it everything. I don't think Matt Milnes, he's been really outstanding. That's a good delivery from Everson, just back of a length, and Taylor defends out on the offside. 419 for 8. The men out today: Libby 52, Kashif 20, Hose 75, Dolivera 90, Brooks 25, Roderick 40, and Swanepoel 6. Pretty much runs right down the card for Worcestershire. Everson bowls. Taylor works this away on the onside, picks up a single. Every player, with the exception of Swanepoel, has passed 20. Don't often see that. Nobody's got 100, but 250s, 350s. It just runs down the card. Contributions from all, and a good team effort. And that's how they like it. I think every bowler yesterday bowled as they bowled as a unit. Today they've batted as a unit. Everson in, Waite on the walk. Can't do anything with it. Just pushes out on the onside. So nothing frantic, nothing manic.
No.
In that over, and I've just done 2 overs on the trot. I've realised, I don't know why, and I think I'm going to have to keep talking because I've got an update coming.
You do.
The very end of the sports programme. I'll do it very, very quickly. It'll only be 20 seconds. And you've got to do one of you, 6 o'clock. Yeah. So here we are, 12 overs left in the day.
There. Let's pop back to New Road. Final check-in of the day with Frank Watson. Worcestershire against Kent, day 2 of the county championship. Here is Frank.
Yeah, very, very quick update. Worcestershire in complete control of this, leading by 224 runs. Still got 2 wickets remaining in their first innings. 420 for 8. Matthew Waite on 41. Tom Taylor on 28. These two coming together at 361 for 8. So they've done really, really well. Got Worcestershire up to a 4th batting bonus point, which is something they didn't achieve at all on this ground last year. Really good day for them. They're in total control and got licence to thrill now, these two. 421 for 8 Worcestershire. 11 overs left in the day.
Frank, thank you very much indeed. Commentary on the remaining 11 overs of the day, and then the rest of that match will be available on the BT Sport app and website. Well done to Worcester City. They finished 9th in the Southern League.
Turned away on the leg side, that one, by Taylor for a single. 422 for 8 now. And Parkinson round the wicket. In again, it was Waite who got the single. He's into Taylor now, and Taylor is edging this just short of slip. Tumbling stop at slip. But it didn't carry, and he survives. 42 to 8, 29 to Taylor. Parkinson in his 22nd over, wheeling away. No wicket for 75 so far. Bowls 74, turned away on the leg side. So they're not doing anything stupid, these two. I think they've achieved that 4th batting point, and they're just thinking now, we're just going to keep batting, pick up what we can, hit the loose ball, and extend this lead as far as we possibly can. It's, what is it now? It's 226 now. Get it past 250. I think psychologically that's quite daunting. Get it up towards 300, even more so, and it could happen. Parkinson round the wicket, bowls, and left alone outside the off stump by Taylor. End of the over, 4:22 for 8. I think they'll just grind them down now, you know. I really do.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't think Kent will be too unhappy about that if they haven't got to face a few nasty overs at the end of the day. I think Kent will take that.
Yeah, maybe. Still got 2 days left in the game. I mean, I know what you're saying. I mean, there are some captains, you know, that would definitely do it, aren't they? You know, the Brian Closes of this world, Mark Nicholas's, Mike Brewerly's, people like that.
Yeah.
But I think increasingly you'd get this kind of thinking. If you can get this lead up past 250, it becomes psychologically even more daunting.
Here's Everson. It goes up to mid-on. Daniel Bill Drummond has a shy but misses, and Waite scampers through for a single. Kent look flat. Been a tough day at the office for them.
It has.
Yeah. Just one out onto the leg side. Another one. Taylor. It's been a tough day for Kent. Everson, what's he got up his sleeve as Waite pushes that to Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. No run. Lovely evening sunshine here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Pushed off the back foot there. Out to Dawkins patrolling the deep cover boundary.
Still -1 on the over, ain't they?
Yeah, that can often get adjusted at the end though, can't it? At the end of the innings. I think having Everson and Parkinson, they bowled reasonably quickly since tea, as that's a good sprawling stop by Daniel Bill Drummond. Actually, I'm not sure they have bowled that quickly since tea.
They bowled 22.
22. That's a bit of lift there from Everson. That completes the over. 4:25 for 8. There's 10 left in the day. Waite's on 44. Taylor's on 30. This partnership is now worth 64.
Yeah, that's quite annoying, isn't it, from a Kent point of view?
Certainly is.
I just don't think they've threatened enough.
No, they haven't.
Milnes did. I don't think anybody else did.
No.
And even dodging towards the end with that short barrage that didn't work.
Yeah.
Not quite as.
That's not really his
testing.
job, though. You know.
No, not. This one from Parkinson skids on, takes him on the pad and runs out on the offside, and they shout for LBW, but you know, it's just not happening if you're going around the wicket unless you're going to throw it up there and bowl a googly.
I mean, Dudgeon's brisk beats a swing and sing bowler.
Parkinson again round the wicket bowls, and Waite works this one away on the leg side. It's just too easy, isn't it, at the moment for these two? And they pick up another single. And you can see a scenario where they turn this into a century partnership and extend the lead even further. This must be a bit like what happened with Derby with Gloucestershire today. Parkinson in, bowls, and on the back foot, Taylor defends.
That was
190. I mean, that'd drive you mad, wouldn't it? Ninth wicket. And not really two recognised all-rounders either. Both bowlers who know how to hold a bat, I would say, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Parkinson bowls and Taylor defends.
Well, they've got Derbyshire 133 for 3, but we spoke about Wayne Madsen earlier. He's just on 56, not out from 59 balls.
Yeah, he's a brilliant player, isn't he? Absolutely brilliant
Yeah,
player.
what's going on here? What's happening here?
Calling for a helmet, I think.
A new helmet for...
Or for a field, is it? I don't know.
No, I'm not sure.
Somebody
it is.
called for a helmet, I think. I think Taylor's decided to have a drink, and Waite's going to have a drink while there's a break in play. This doesn't help your over rate, does it?
Well, they're added on. Stuff like that's added
but
on.
I don't know what it. I don't know what.
It's Worcestershire.
It's another. They want a silly point and a short leg, so helmet and shin pads for another fielder, I think, is what's happening.
Yeah, these are added on to the time by the umpires, aren't they? I think, and wickets and that type of scenario are added on, I believe.
Anyway,
I think Kent need a bit of York time, don't they?
York time. Wonder if it will become known as York time.
103rd minute winner for York to win the National League today.
103rd minute.
I mean, you couldn't make up the scenario of the top two sides with over 100 points in that league playing each other on the last game of the season.
And the referee's second cousin with a bet on York.
Now, we're not insinuating anything.
No, it's extraordinary. But
But
they had
he was-
one. They
he
had
was
a
from
very late one the other day, didn't they? As well, I think. Yeah. But congratulations to them. It's that time of year when all these things get sorted out.
Yeah.
I think Oxford's relegation has been confirmed today, hasn't it? From the
And Hereford have stayed up.
Hereford have stayed up.
Yeah. Two Kent sides have both missed out on goal difference. Ebbsfleet and Maidstone both missed out on goal difference, I believe. So, commiserations to them.
Right, we're ready to start again. Parkinson round the wicket. Bowls and Taylor pushes out on the offside, and Benjamin comes from behind the stumps to field. One ball left, and then there'll be 9 overs left in the day after this. Field changes. Zach Crawley coming up from long on. Stopped halfway. Parkinson round the wicket. Bowls, and Taylor clips this back up the pitch to Parkinson. End of the over from him. 23 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 75. Waite 45, Taylor 30, and Worcestershire 226 for 8, leading by 230.
Yeah, it's tough day for Kent. Don't know who I'm going to interview. I might interview Adam Hollyoake actually at the end of the day.
Don't you save him for the end?
I do, or Daniel Bill Drummond, one of the two. I might do Daniel actually.
Yeah, I'd do that. Or an assistant coach maybe. Or Mikey Cohen maybe. A couple of wickets. Came back well.
That's just defended back to Everson.
It's hard, isn't it, when you're having a when the only bloke who's had a really good day is the guy you interviewed yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
We often pick an assistant coach or something like that. Save the head coach for the end. Captain maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's just worked out to the aforementioned.
I think the captain probably knows that he's in line for that kind of thing, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Here is Joey Everson. That's just worked into deep mid wicket for another single. And this is all rather pedestrian, rather easy for the hosts at the moment. The ball's gone flat. And yeah. punched out to mid-off. No run. Worcestershire media team down in front of us. They're quite happy. They're quite content with how it's all going. Just defended there, pushed out to Bell Drummond. No run. Everson. Big shout for LBW. Not out is the answer. Very smart, actually, the Worcestershire kit, despite what's been said by certain journalists recently. I quite like these pairs tops. They're very nice. In fact, I think you'd look resplendent in one on a Friday night out, Frank.
Well, I don't. I'm not. If I'm working for the club, they often like me to wear the colours.
On brand.
When I'm working for the BBC, I don't consider it to be entirely.
You're not like our colleague Dave Bracegirdle at Nottinghamshire, who wears a Notts tracksuit, whatever he's doing.
I genuinely do believe that we ought to be equally fair to both sides. I think that's a reverse sweep from Taylor, and it's executed expertly, and it brings him a boundary.
It's a good shot.
Parkinson just over pitching outside stump. Yeah, I think, I really do try very hard to recognise that good cricket is good cricket. Whoever's playing it.
Likewise.
And even actually, I'd say that even when I'm doing the live stream for a club on a T20 or something, exactly the same. I can't stand it when I watch a game where it's clear that the commentators are in favour of one side or the other, but it's just me. Sometimes that's what the clubs want. I think Taylor tries to repeat the shot, and as I said when I was on with Ashley, and he agreed with me, they always appeal for an LBW if you miss a reverse sweep, just because it looks ugly, and you just think, it shouldn't be allowed. But again, it's still the leg stump that he's pitched the ball outside of. Parkinson bowls again. Taylor goes back, this time taking on the pad, drops down on the onside. Taylor 34 then, Waite 46. And these two taking the game well beyond Kent, you would think. Parkinson bowls again, and Taylor turns this on the leg side and gets a single this time. When I say taking it beyond Kent, doesn't mean Kent can't save it, but it means that really there are only to be two potential results after this day, and that would be a Worcestershire win or a draw. Stranger things have happened. It's not impossible, but very unlikely. Parkinson bowls, Waite drives straight back to the bowler. There's no run. He's been tidy, Callum Parkinson, but it hasn't been threatening, really, to be fair. Over the wicket, round the wicket. He's not getting a lot of response from the pitch. He's bowled with good control, though, for a wrist spinner, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
This one pushed out on the offside by Waite. End of Parkinson's over. 24 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 80. And Worcestershire 433 for 8, leading by 237.
I did speak to his twin, Callum, actually, up at Durham, and he said that Matt will be pleased that he's not playing. They're not playing against each other because he always gets him out.
Did he?
Yeah.
I've just seen a live stream message from ages ago, and it says, "Thanks for the discussion of Steinbeck. Love his books, particularly Canary Row, East of Eden. I am a native Northern Californian Kent supporter living in the Scottish borders." My favourite 2 books as well.
Joey Everson.
Canary Row, East of Eden. Canary Row is a magnificent short novel. It really is superb. Dot ball from Everson, sorry.
Yep, Everson in, and Joey Everson currently east of Ledbury.
Another lovely messages about that book discussion. My grandfather was frequently in the Salinas County Jail For drunken, disorderly and resisting arrest in the 20s and 30s, I like to think his spirit lives on in some of the books.
Just
Brilliant.
dropped into the offside.
Brilliant.
No run.
He belongs with Mac and the boys in Cannery Row than your grandfather, whoever that was. Fantastic. Wonderful book. If you haven't read it, Cannery Row by John Steinbeck, massive recommendation. Could well be my favourite book of all time. Do you know what I'm currently reading at the moment? I'm rereading A Town Like Alice
Okay.
by Neville Shute. Wonderful. Great book.
That's a big shout for LBW, but not out. My favourite book is a book called Taking the Mic by Dan Whiting,
Yeah, I thought so.
which you'll
Yeah.
find in all good
Yeah.
charity shops, priced at 30.
Well, you don't. It's not even in the charity shops, is it?
It doesn't make it. It's that bad.
Brothers always says the one I wrote about Worcestershire in 1988, Double Triumph, is 5p car boot sales.
Yeah. Everson bustling in and defended by Taylor. So at the end of this over, Kent would have 4 to negotiate should they be stuck in tonight.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No. No, you wonder if there was a message that went on when there was that little delay with the towels coming on, but
I think they'd already made their mind up. Well, they got
Yeah.
they got that batting point, and then they thought, right, we're just going to play now, and just take it away. Take it
Yeah.
away if you can get it. I mean, who knows? 300. I mean, that's psychologically massive, isn't it? A 300 deficit. It really is.
I think
And
it's
then
psychologically massive already.
You said lunch tomorrow, didn't you, originally? And I think you could still be saying, if you keep 5 sessions, a heck of a lot to bat to
It
save
is,
again.
yeah. Everson. That's punched out to Dawkins.
But it's
Out
got
the deep
flatter.
cover boundary.
It's got flatter. It's not a gimme, is it? I
No.
mean, you've got some quality players, a top 6 or 7 for Kent. You could say, well, you could bat 5 sessions on a
Yeah.
docile pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen teams here where they've batted the entire last day without losing a wicket in the last 5 or 6 years. So it's not impossible.
No.
Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater, I think, got unbeaten hundreds batted all day on the last day of a game to save it for Notts
Yeah.
about 3 or 4 years ago. 434 for 8 at the end of that over. So 6 left in the day before Dan and I are unleashed. It's been a long day. A little bit of work to do with our interviews, and then we'll go and have a quiet beer in the summer sunshine as Taylor gets a single.
Yeah.
Reverse sweep down to backward point. Weight on strike now. Taylor goes to 36. 434 for 8. 37. Just gone on. The board was a bit slow. 435 for 8.
I read the other day, actually, seeing Parkinson held his hand in the air about a guy in India who has had his arm in the air since 1973. And it's a symbol for peace and love, but his arm's actually withered away and actually stuck in that position now.
Parkinson again in. Bowls over the wicket, I'm pleased to say. To 8, who pushes into the covers. Miyayi Fields. So we've got a slip, backward point, sweeper on the offside boundary, short extra, and mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, or backward square. That one's quicker, flatter from Parkinson. Bowled with, as I said, good control. It's in his 25th over, going at just over 3s. No wicket for 81. 435 for 8. In again, bowls, and Waite his drive in this one. Thinks about a run, but straight to fielder at mid-off, and thinks better of it. Is that one of the subs at mid-off?
No, northeast.
Oh, I beg your pardon, northeast. He's a bit smaller than I thought. This one is pushed out on the offside.
Here we go.
Like the Worcestershire players, when they put their jumpers on, there's no numbers to go by. On the
No.
shirt, numbers are on the shirts, and it can be tricky.
Yeah.
It's all right when you see them every day and you get used to their shape and the way they move. But I hadn't got Sam Northeast logged, and he'd been fielding in the covers gone a bit straighter. Slight change in the field. Man gone round the corner at short fine. Was parking some bowls. And Waite works this one away on the onside, and that is the end of the over. They're whipping through them now. 5 left in the day, 4.35 for 8, and Worcestershire leading by 239.
This is the gentleman, Amar Bharati. He's an Indian sadhu. What's a sadhu? I'm not sure. Has kept his right arm raised since 1973 as a dedication to the Hindu deity Shiva, and a plea for world peace. He left his family and job as a clerk in 1970, choosing to raise his arm as a sign of devotion. His arm has since severely atrophied, losing all feeling, and is permanently fixed in an upright position. Everson in. That's pushed to mid-wicket.
I'm giving her work.
Yeah, I'm just going to put my arm
I'm just going to put my arm up.
53
I
years.
wonder if you could get away with just put your feet up.
There's a picture of it. It doesn't look good, does it, his arm?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Do you think he's achieved anything? I suppose that's the question.
Well, you never know. You never know. Good luck to Southgate Rugby Club as well. They've got a final today. My son's playing in that. As that's just dropped into the offside.
I've got the giggles now. What are you going to do with yourself? Well, I thought I'd just put my arm up.
Yeah.
Are you taking a loose arm? I am.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Oh. I'm going to hop around for the rest of my life.
Ooh, that's kept a little low, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's not bad from a Worcestershire point of view, is it?
No, they'll take that. They'll take that.
These two have added, 74 now?
Yeah. Everson to Taylor. Bowled him. Chopped it on, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So
Or was
Joey
he
Everson.
caught behind? Not sure.
No, it's bowled. Is it bowled? I think it's bowled.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ball's down here.
Yeah.
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 So
Came
Taylor
from
goes.
nowhere. Well, there we go. No, they're not gonna. They're not gonna have a little bat tonight, surely.
He goes for 37. Bowled by Joey Everson. 435 for 9. So that's a lead of 239 at the moment. So Oliver Hannon Dalby is making his way down the steps, I believe. Well, they're not going off yet, so he must be.
No, they're not going off.
And with 5 overs remaining, that would leave Kent
2 overs.
2.
Well, this one's gone, isn't it? 4 would be 2 if they went now.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to happen, is it?
No. No. OHD, orchestral manoeuvres in the dark. He comes out to the crease. He's Worcestershire's very own Joan of Arc.
Stop it.
Oh.
Maid of Edgbaston.
Anyway, 5 more overs officially in the day, and then Frank and I are off to the pub to lift our arms in the air for the next 50 years.
50 years, is that how long he's been doing it?
53
He
years,
did take
1973.
He did take very early retirement, didn't
Oh,
he?
there's an air ambulance.
Yeah, I wonder if that could be something to do with what we saw before. Don't know.
With what? With
All the sort of travellers rodeo and all that kind of thing that's been going on.
is that
It's
going to
been-
land on the
it's
pitch?
been chaotic. There's a lot of green areas around here where it could land. There's a lot of field over there.
It's coming in very
don't know
low
where it's
over the
coming in.
pitch. I don't know where it's coming in here, but it looks like it's coming in extremely low. I mean, is it going? It's going away now, but it's extremely low. I mean, it's below the spire. of the cathedral, isn't it? Are there green areas over the other side? Not
There's a
really.
green area around by the cathedral, College Green, where it's just over the top of now, actually.
Right.
It's coming out. It looks as though it's looking for somewhere to land, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, back here, Joey Everson's coming in again.
Here's Joey Everson in. As Hannon Dolby. Plays that one out. It's extremely low. I mean, we've got it there. It's under the spire of the cathedral. And Dolby digs that one out. That's the end of the over. It's definitely looking for somewhere to land. It's not going to land on the pitch, surely. That happened at Gloucestershire versus Durham a few years ago.
We've had a helicopter on this pitch before now, and there'll be lots of people watching and listening who remember. Gillette Cup semi-final, Worcestershire against Sussex.
I think it's coming down. No, it's gone behind the cathedral.
Worcestershire against Sussex, and the pitch was wet. Ground was packed, desperate to get the pitch dry. So they brought a helicopter in, and it hovered over the ground and used the air from the rotors to dry the ground underneath.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
It's come down over the other. It's coming down, isn't it, over the other side of the cathedral?
Yeah.
What's over there, Frank?
Well, that's the King's School, and there's a green area called College Green where there would be room to land a helicopter.
Okay.
Literally right by the side of the cathedral. Could be there.
Yeah.
There isn't anywhere else in that particular area that I can think of where you could land a helicopter. It would be College Green. Parkinson round the wicket, bowls to Waite, who is forward, pushes out on the offside, easy single on offer if they want it, and they don't. So Worcester have decided they're going to try and bat till tomorrow. They're going to eat this out for as long as they possibly can. Zach Crawley indicates to Bell Drummond that he should change the field and go in himself, and he goes into mid-wicket, and then putting a man into extra cover because Waite is not going to take a single that's given to him. So there's a change of plan. One ball bowled in the over. Waite turns a single down, so they say no, not going to persist with that.
There's a picture of my son there.
Yeah,
They've won the final.
Well,
congratulations to Southgate Rugby Club.
4:35 for 9.
Up the gate.
Fielder comes in from the boundary. Now, goodness me. Now, 2 deliveries into the over, a complete change of policy. So, substitute comes in from the boundary and puts the helmet on and goes in at short leg. And everybody comes in and they're not giving any runs away. And Waite goes for a big hit in response on the leg side and misses it. But that's a much better policy for me from Kent. Encourage him rather than pushing the single and giving the strike to Hannon Dolby. Encourage Waite to try and play some shots, and you're much more likely to get a wicket, I would have thought. Parkinson round the wicket bowls, and Waite does play a shot, drives straight up to mid-off and thinks about a run, but northeast quickly in to do the fielding. But you know what I mean, Dan. I think you could either bowl and try and tease Hannon Dolby out, or you can try and encourage Waite to have the strike but play some shots and see if you can get him out as well. It might cost you a couple of boundaries, and there's one of them, I think, as he heaves this away on the leg side. No, just a single because it's gone straight to the fielder.
No disrespect to Matthew Waite, but he's not Sachin Tendulkar, is he? You know, it's I mean, he's a decent enough bat, but you know, he's not sort of.
I just think you're more likely to get a wicket.
Yeah.
I mean, if he bowls OHD with a googly now, then I'm completely barking up the wrong tree. But you're more likely to get a wicket by encouraging Waite to play shots than you are by just trying to give him a single and bowl at OHD. I think that's my theory.
Kent could still bat tonight if a wicket falls in this over, couldn't they? Could have one over.
Yeah, one over. It won't happen.
Well, they've got one ball to negotiate here.
Well, and he comes round the wicket to the left-handed Hannon Dolby, and he is immaculately forward, pushing that out on the offside. The end of the over. 2 overs left in the day, 12 deliveries. It's 6:30. We've been going for a long time, and It's been sporadically interesting cricket. Sporadically,
It's been real, Frank.
a little
it's been
bit,
real.
a bit dull at times, I think, to be fair. I don't mean that to be rude, but it has. There've been some good performances. D'Oliveira played particularly well. Hose played well, and they've all batted pretty well. And Milnes for me has been absolute standout for me from a Kent point of view.
Yeah.
But not all of it has been great cricket, if I'm honest.
Tuanda Mieye is into the attack. He's a top lad. I asked him last year, he got a brilliant 100 when Kent beat Middlesex at Canterbury. Chased down 320 for 2, as that's clothed into the offside. Chased down 320 for 2 in 2 sessions. And I asked Tuanda how he's going to celebrate. That's just pushed into the offside again, no run. He said he was going to celebrate by getting his girlfriend to cook him up some button mushrooms, which apparently is a Zimbabwean dish, and he absolutely adores them. Wait just time takes the single, and the long legs of Hannon Dalby get him to face the strike. Yeah, and then I asked him at Durham how he's going to celebrate his 100 at Durham. I said, are you going to have some more button mushrooms? He said, no, this time I'm just going to sleep, I'm so tired. But he's a really nice lad. In fact, when I walk in here yesterday, I heard, Dan, how are you? And I looked round and it was Tuanda. And he's just a really smiley character. 2 slips in place for Mieye as Hannon Dalby pushes that out to extra cover. Kent just want to get off this field now. They want to get off this field. Hannon Dalby defends. Punched again to cover in the over. 437 for 9. A lead of 241. Weight 2 shy of a 50. And Dalby yet to score.
2 overs left in the day. Few spectators are hardy souls and stuck it out till the end.
Yeah. Well, if we have to, they should as well, Frank.
They're not on the edge of their seats.
No.
As Parkinson prepares to bowl to Wait from the New Road end of the ground. Bowls now, and Wait is turning this on the leg side.
He's looking
and
for 2.
He will look for 2. He will come back for 2. He will get his 50. That is well played, Matthew Wait. 82 deliveries. Not his usual belligerent style. 6 fours, but nonetheless a handshake from his partner, and continuing his consistency in the lower middle order for Worcestershire.
Yeah, 1-6 as well. Now I think was there 1-6?
No, it was Taylor with the 6.
Oh, it was Taylor with the 6.
Parkinson again over the wicket to him. Bowls and he drives square on the offside.
Oh, it's in the air for a while.
He picks up another 2 runs. So 441 for 9. Lead nearing 250. And Parkinson again to Wait. Bowls and Wait prods forward and pushes out on the offside there. They're going to carry on tomorrow, you know, if they get the chance, I think. They're going to take this lead as far as they possibly can. Try and bat once. Parkinson bowls, fizzes through outside the off stump, taken by Benjamin. Do you know what? Spare a thought for the keepers. It's a long day to keep wicket all day out there.
Oh, yeah.
And not a great deal happening, not a great deal passing the bat. It's blooming hard work, and Benjamin has been pretty tidy. Not a perfect performance. He's missed one or two. There've been 5 byes, but he's been pretty tidy, and I have every sympathy because it's tough work out there. I think.
I'll tell you why it's tough work is when you don't keep wicket normally and then you do it for your club.
Well bowled by Parkinson, pushed out by Waite. End of the over, 1 over left in the day, 4:41 for 9.
And let me tell you go into work on a Monday morning looking like John Wayne, having just got off his horse, don't you?
Well, I've never done that, so.
Yeah, it's hard work. It's not much fun, and everything aches. You've got muscles on muscles that ache. Last over the day to under me about to bowl to Oliver Hannon-Dolby. And big shout for LBW, but not given. Simon Widdop, you spoil sport.
Classic.
Hannon-Dolby can have a big heave.
No.
Defended.
That's not going to happen.
Just defended. So, to summarise, it's been Worcestershire's day. They started the day on 94 for 1. And they've added 350 odd runs today for a loss of 8 wickets. Definitely been their day. It's been better from Kent, but still not good enough. As that's just defended. And Kent have got probably close on 6 sessions to try and save this game. And it's going to take a big effort. Defended again by Hannon-Dolby. Come on, have a big swing. The Halifax Hurricane. Quicker ball from EAA. Hannon-Dolby leaves it alone, and we'll all come back in the morning with Worcestershire on 441 for 9. As I said, they started the day on 94 for 1, so they have been completely in the ascendancy. We've seen some lovely innings, none more so than a 90 from Brett D'Oliveira, 75 from Adam Hose, 50s from Jake Libby, although he's out to the first ball that he faced today. And Matthew Waite has also chipped in with 52 as well. Roderick got 40, Tom Taylor got 37. So there have been contributions all over the order from Worcestershire. And for Kent, it's been a tough day at the office, and they are going to have to regroup, all stick together and see if they can save this game of cricket, Frank Watson.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't really add much to that. It's been a Worcestershire's day. I would just, for the sake of the Kent supporters, pick out the efforts of Matt Milnes. I think he's been absolutely excellent. 50 not out in the first innings, and the standout bowler here, 25 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 81, and with his body language and his efforts in the field, he's really tried to keep them upbeat. But generally speaking, Worcestershire's day runs down the card. They've set the game up. They shouldn't lose it from here under any circumstances, and as you say, Kent are going to have to bat very well to save it. Not impossible on a pitch which appears